The hero woke up in the middle of a meadow and ran forward across the field. He cried without understanding what was happening. Right away, without understanding why a horned rabbit was chasing him. The main character's name is Wataru Toyomi. He is 20 years old. Being a typical otaku student, he is a fan of anime and manga. Yesterday he had a party for himself, and he and his friends sat at karaoke until the morning. Then he went home and fell into the ocean. Somehow he ended up in this place and assumed that this was all a game. He remembered that horned rabbits only exist in light novels, right? Who knows, maybe the stats will appear in front of him right now. He froze when they actually appeared. The stats said that his stamina was 100, magic 8, strength 12, intelligence 22, agility 18, and luck 15. He saw that he had received a message and opened it. Curious. The message said that, having fallen beyond the edge of 2 worlds, he accidentally wandered into this world, and unfortunately, he will not be able to return back. The hero read that the person who wrote to him was forbidden to interfere, but it would be cruel to leave the hero just like that, so he gave him 2 unique skills, Polyglot and the Summoning of Ships. The Polyglot will allow the hero to understand all the local languages, and he gave him the call of the ships because he came to them from the water and because the skill suits the name, and now the hero should enjoy the new world. Lying on the grass, the hero realized that the time travelers were not a fairy tale, and he would never be able to return home. He lay there for a while and then stood up. He tuned himself into the right mood, saying that it was no problem because he had skills and calling ships would hardly be called something bad. The hero clicked on the skill description. It said that his skill was level 1. He could only summon purchased ships. Purchased ships were given a skill that allowed him to maneuver freely on the water. The hero could purchase new ships in the shop menu. The hero saw that his first ship was called a rowboat, and he seemed to know what to do, so he used the ship summon. A large magic circle and a boat appeared in front of him. The hero's eyes widened. He began to examine it and realized with disappointment that it was an ordinary boat, even on land. Suddenly, 2 rabbits attacked him from both sides. He closed his eyes, thinking that he would really die like this from the paws of rabbits. When nothing happened, he didn't understand why it all ended. He saw a dead rabbit on the grass and thought, "I'm not sure, but maybe it's safe." He understood that it was definitely the boat that did it, and maybe it was its special skill. He saw that the weather was getting worse, and he urgently needed to find the village. He used the return skill, and the boat disappeared. The hero did not risk eating rabbits, but decided to take them with him. He heard that the rabbit deprived animals of all blood, and he was interested in whether he could drain the blood from it with its horn. This world is damn dangerous. You can build a horror movie on rabbits alone. He walked forward and said that he had walked a decent distance and found himself in the forest. Usually at such moments, lonely travelers are attacked by monsters, and not only killer rabbits, but worse. At that moment he met a goblin. He ran away and noticed that he was following him and did not understand what to do too early and called the boat back. The hero did not notice the cliff and fell off it. When he got to the bottom, he thought he was finished, but he survived. When he got up, he noticed the city below. He was glad that he was saved. After waiting in line to enter, the soldier asked him for his passport. The hero thought about what he should do. He couldn't say that he was thrown to them from another world. He lied to the soldier that on the way to them he was attacked by monsters and lost all his things. He asked if there was any other way to get inside. The soldier replied that there was a way and they would give him a temporary pass for 3 days, but before that the hero had to put his palm on the evaluation crystal. When the check was over, the soldier said that everything was fine since the hero was not on the list of criminals, so he could go to the western city. The hero found himself inside. He looked around with interest. Seeing different creatures, he realized that this was truly another world. He thought that there were many interesting things around, but he didn't have time to study it all. And all because with this pass, he can only stay in this city for 3 days. The first thing he needs to do is register with the Adventurers Guild. He saw a sign with a sword and shield and knew he was in the right place. Inside, behind the counter, a 2-room apartment was inviting the next person in line. The hero thought about how cute she was. The other worker didn't have a queue. The hero would like to go to the girl, but he is so tired that he doesn't care anymore. He apologized and asked the man if he could become an adventurer. He replied that, of course he could. but he had to pay a registration fee of 1 silver coin. The hero had no money at all, so he asked if he could buy off the debt with a rabbit carcass. The man replied that it was not enough, but he could take out a loan for the down payment, and the repayment period was 3 months. The hero did not understand how many 1 yen silver coin was worth. He asked if he could somehow earn money for the contribution. The man said that the goni could buy his rabbits for 5 copper coins, and if he brought 20 of them, he would receive exactly 1 silver coin. The hero thought that 20 is a lot. He killed these 2 by chance. Will he be able to finish off 20? Credit in the world of magic was incomprehensible. What if he was forced to make a deal with the devil? But he was afraid that if the pass expired and he was thrown out of the city, then goblins would be waiting outside the walls. The man asked the hero if he had decided, and he replied that he was taking out a loan. Then the staff told the hero to put his palm on the crystal. He threw the hero a card of the F rank seeker, and told him that seekers have ranks. The hero can raise his rank from F to SSS. After B rank, he will have an exam. The man asked if there was anything the hero wanted to hide on the map. He could highlight any characteristic and make it invisible to others. The hero thought it was not bad and decided to remove his name and unique skills. The man told him not to forget to sell the carcasses to the merchants and read the booklet. Later, the rabbits were sold for 7 coppers each, and a guild worker advised him of a place to stay, asking 10 coppers a night. Looking around the room, the hero thought that it was too cramped, but at least now he had a place to stay. But it was still uncomfortable. Opening the booklet, the hero thought that he had 4 copper coins left, and a debt of 1 silver coin, and tomorrow he needs to start looking for a job, and for now it's fashionable to read the booklet. But reading was too boring, so he decided to imagine that all this was being told to him by that nice girl from the registration. He imagined how she greeted him and offered to teach him. The first point was that the guild is not assigned to any city and does not participate in wars, but it can submit a request to participate in any of them. The seeker has the right to accept tasks 1 rank higher than his. For seekers, from rank and above, requests for mandatory tasks can be made only in emergency cases. They also have the right to queue for quests. Also, if the hero does not accept tasks for some time, his seeker card will burn. The hero lay there realizing that his imagination had gone a little in the wrong direction. Once the guild rules were over, the hero wondered how useful his ship summoning skill was. The next day, he woke up, went downstairs, and wished the tavern owner a good cheer. She replied that it was already noon, and he needed to wash up. The toilet turned out to be an ordinary antique pot, and the hero thought that this was too much, and he also needed a toothbrush and a towel. The hero went for a walk in the city to have breakfast. Bread and rabbit shashlik cost him 3 coppers. Looking around, the hero thought that in this place there were many races, like elves and courtyards, as well as beasts and people. He went outside the city limits so that no one would see him. Using the skill, he summoned a ship. Looking at it, he said that it looked like an ordinary boat. But then why did those rabbits die yesterday? He heard a noise and turned around saying that he had no money, so he would have to rely on the skill. An adventurer was running straight towards him, shouting for the hero to run, because there was a whole crowd of rabbits behind him. The hero got into the boat screaming in fear. But the rabbits were beating against an invisible barrier. The hero was surprised to see this and realized that something was pushing them away. He called the status window and opened the ship's characteristics. He saw that this boat really couldn't be destroyed. The boat also had a characteristic called no hairs, and he read that no one could board without the captain's permission. The boat had a barrier, and he didn't have to be afraid of monsters. The hero cried out in joy that he was safe. Taking the paddle, he thought that since they couldn't get it, they could play baseball. But he had to time it. He hit the rabbit with an oar and managed to disable it, but there were still many of them. A little later in the guild, he brought the man rabbits, and the man praised him for his efforts. The hero thought that he could have brought more, but he did not have enough space. He needed a backpack. The man gave him 7 coppers for each rabbit, so the total for 10 rabbits was 70 coppers. The money problem finally seemed to be solved, and now the hero could stop at the tavern again. Once inside, he sat down in his familiar corner and decided to read about the characteristic without hairs. It turned out that nothing could board the ship without permission from the captain. If permission was revoked, the person or object would be thrown overboard. Attempting murder or attack on board the ship would result in the offender being thrown overboard. The ship could not be destroyed or sunk, and monsters could not attack. The hero said that he had money, which meant he could look for a new vessel. After looking through the options, he looked at a motorboat. He saw a luxury liner on the list. He became interested in what this liner was like, but he would never earn enough for it in his entire life. Thinking about this, the hero wondered who sent him the letter and gave him the summoning skill. Was it God? He decided to do everything possible tomorrow and bring the merchant more rabbits. This is how his life in the new world began. Morning in a familiar world. The hero greeted the innkeeper and they talked. His name is Toyomi Wataru, and being a typical student, he accidentally fell into the ocean and ended up in a world of sword and magic. For 5 days now, he has been living in a new world for him. He neutralized another rabbit. Putting the monster in the boat, he said that it was a great catch, and all thanks to the characteristics of his boat. Thanks to the unique skills given to him by the anonymous person, his life in this world continues to improve. He said that when he saves up, he will buy himself a rubber boat. Later, at the guild. The man said that for these 25 carcasses, he could go to a meeting with Wataru and offered 8 coppers each. The hero was happy because it was 2 silver coins. The hero thought that with his 90 coppers, he would finally be able to buy a new ship, but he remembered that first he needed to repay his debt to the guild. He approached the worker and said he wanted to pay off the loan for the registration fee. The girl asked if she could look at his finder card. The guy thought that she was very beautiful and also had ears like a dog or a fox. He handed her the card and money. The girl gave him the card and said that she had taken the credit debt off his card and that he needed to confirm it. He asked if they recorded things like debts on the cards. The girl said yes and asked if they hadn't told him about it when he registered. Wataru replied that they had just given him a booklet and told him to read it. The girl immediately realized which of the workers he had gotten into. She squirmed and asked if she could tell him everything. The guy thought it was his chance to give free rein to his imagination. Wataru thought she was beautiful as is, but decided that, in his fantasies, they would be on a romantic date. The girl said that all his debts would be recorded on the card he had received earlier, without excluding the possibility of depositing funds himself. He would be able to deposit and withdraw funds at the guild or the merchant's guild. He can also leave a large sum of money in the guild. Many people carry with them only the amount within which they are willing to spend. Wataru was too lost in his dreams, and the girl, noticing this, asked if he was listening to her. He shuddered. In her gaze, he read dissatisfaction with the fact that he was not listening, but her beauty drove him crazy. The girl noticed that, after checking his map, he hadn't taken any quests yet. The hero replied that it was because he had been busy hunting rabbits all this time. She said that if he didn't take at least 1 quest a month, his card would expire, and that there were sometimes orders for rabbits on the bulletin board. He thanked her. She said that goblins and wolves sometimes appear behind the walls, so she advised buying some basic equipment just in case. The hero learned a lot. Later in the library, he said that it was time for him to get to know this world better, and took a guide to the Latin Kingdom. In the center of the continent was the capital of the kingdom. Each of the cardinal directions was assigned its own count, who took personal control of 1 city per side. The Eastern Count lives in the Eastern City, the largest of the nearby ones. The hero said that he would like to visit the southern cities. The southern city had free access to the sea and was connected to the capital by a long river. Trade flourished there. The hero thought that he could use the call of ships and had not sailed anywhere yet. This world was populated by typical fantasy creatures: dwarves, elves, beasts, humans. For example, that girl with fox ears looked like a beast human. Looking at the book, the hero decided to read the introduction to everyday magic later, but for now he needed to buy some supplies. The next day, the hero was happy that he had bought the adventurer's set. It cost him 1 silver coin, and he had 72 copper coins left. Today he decided to take his first quest. Looking at the board, he read the F-rank tasks: weeding, help with moving, find a cat. He remembered the receptionist saying he could take on higher rank quests. He found a quest to get rid of goblins, but decided that was too much. He found the right quest, which required 8 horned rabbit carcasses in good condition, and they paid 80 coppers for it. He wondered if he should give it back along with the card. Behind the counter, he saw yesterday's beauty with fox ears. Walking up to her and saying good morning, he wondered if he looked stupid. Yes, she was very happy, saying that he had bought everything he needed and now looked like a real adventurer. He thanked her, embarrassed, and said that he would like to take the task. When everything was ready, she said that this was his first quest, so he should give it his all. The guy walked forward thinking that this girl with ears is very cute, even if it is part of her job. With her support, he feels 100 times more confident. After a while, he already caught 10 rabbits of excellent quality. He said that the quest only needed 8, but he decided to hunt some more. Something rustled off to the side, and he decided it was 11. But a goblin appeared in front of him, and the hero cried out that this was mockery. The hero remembered that the boat skill would not let the goblin in. Looking at the monster, the hero thought what a disgusting face it had. The hero panicked, wondering if this barrier would hold, and what would happen if it broke. He begged the goblin to give up and leave. Soon the monster really did leave, and the hero quickly called the boat back, getting ready to head to the city. When he had run far enough, he froze. He looked at his hands and realized that his rabbits were still in the recalled boat. He wondered what he should do now since he had no idea where it was kept, and whether he would have to go hunting again. But there was a goblin there, and this was his first quest. He remembered that the girl told him to give it his all. He went back into the forest, hoping that the goblin would not return. Once he was further away, he called for a boat. When the boat appeared, there were rabbits inside it. He hugged the bag thanks to his skill later in the guild. The girl counted the required number of rabbits, and all were of excellent quality. She congratulated him on his first completed quest. People nearby also congratulated him. The hero was glad that he had given it his all. Today, he had hunted well and learned that rabbits could be sold for a higher price. Items left in the ship after recall do not disappear anywhere, which is amazing. From now on, he does not need to carry anything extra with him. I wonder how much more I have to learn about his skill. The hero continued to do his daily chores. He looked at his palm, happy that he had 2 pieces of silver and 40 copper coins, and now he could buy a new boat. The guy opened the shop menu and saw that he had to insert a coin. He compared it to slot machines. Finally, a new boat appeared in front of him. He fell into the boat, saying that it would fit a lot more and that it would make a nice place to relax. While the hero is resting, someone is watching him. The man was angry with Wataru and decided it was time for him to take action. People said goodbye to the doctor, and then Wataru came in apologizing. The girl asked how she could help. The guy, looking at the uniform and glasses, thought that it looked like a good cosplay. He has been in the new world for a month now. Today he went to the local hospital, and the reason is simple. He told the doctor that as a child he could not master the magic of life, and this is a lie because he is from another world. He said that the guild advised him to contact her with this problem. The girl suggested that he let a stream of magic pass through his body, and after 5 minutes see if he could cast a spell. The procedure was paid and cost 10 coppers. The guy agreed. There is magic in this world, and one of its variations can be considered everyday witchcraft, which in fact everyone can use. With its help, a person can cause a spark or create a small amount of water. The guy remembered that in the characteristics menu there was something about magic, which means he can use it too. The doctor said that she would now pass her magic through him and, taking him by the hand, asked if he felt her flow. The guy was now more surprised that the girl was holding his hand, so he tried to concentrate away from this thought. She said that against the background of her flow, he should feel his own. He actually felt waves of warming magic flowing through him. He said that he felt a thin thread of someone else's charms near her. The girl was surprised that his level was so low. The hero thought he was level 18 and asked if he could use everyday magic then. The girl replied that one does not interfere with the other and asked him to try concentrating the power in his fingertips. He was really straining himself trying to do it, and the little girl came up to him saying that when he was ready, he should draw a magic circle. He actually did it. The doctor said that ideally the flame should last for a minute, and let that be his incentive for further practice. He thanked her. She asked him if he believed in God and told him that there was a church nearby, and who knows, maybe prayer was his key to success. The guy approached the church. He became interested in what gods exist in this world, because if you think about it, whoever sent him the letter and gave him the skills on the first day, that someone could very well be a god. He thought about prayer, but he still turned around, saying that it would be next time because it was time for him to get to work. He approached the task board and thought about what to choose. He saw that there were 5 orders for rabbit delivery. Each task asked for 8 or 10 carcasses, and he could take 2 at once and save a lot of time. Approaching the worker, he told her that he was taking these assignments and asked if it was possible to take 2 at once. She replied that of course it was possible. He was happy because the demand for rabbits had increased recently. She agreed and said that many restaurants had started buying them recently. She said it was all thanks to his fast and quality delivery. The guy was happy that things were going up. Behind her, a girl was asking if she could get horned rabbits today, and the man next to her said he didn't know. He had made a request, but other restaurants were also awake and wanted to be the first to get the best quality meat. The girl remembered that he wanted to sell roasted horned rabbits. Hearing their conversation, the hero became interested. He approached them and asked if he understood correctly that she was a cook. He said that he was selling rabbits to the guild, and if they wanted, he could catch a couple for them. The girl asked if he was joking, and the man said that he would be very helpful. Wataru said that he wanted to ask for something in exchange. Walking already in the forest, he talked about how many people wanted to get rabbits so he should not screw up. He called a ship. He also bought a gazebo made of light wood for 1 silver coin. Not long ago, he asked a carpenter to build a gazebo, and everything was ready. He happily said that he now had a proper place to relax on his boat. He reasoned that now he could hunt without stress, and it became necessary to buy a stove and pour himself some tea. He had settled in quite well. Later, his catch today was 55 horned rabbits, and this is a new record. In the end, he completed all 5 tasks and received 5 silver coins and 36 copper coins for this, and translated into yen. This is about 50,000, which is not bad. Finally, he entered the restaurant. There, he was met by the girl from the guild, who said that she had been waiting for him. She thanked him for the horned rabbit. The guy was surprised at this because it was his first time in a restaurant in this world, and he had to try them out. At the next table sat people who looked like adventurers, who just came in for a drink. Apologizing for the wait, the cook brought him a fried horned rabbit. The hero noticed a crispy crust, a delicious sauce, and a pleasant smell of spices in the dish. The man asked the hero how he liked the dish, and he replied that it was superb. He never thought that horned rabbits could be so tasty. The man was glad that the hero liked it. The woman next to him thanked God for hearing their prayers in church yesterday. The hero noted that he was hearing about this church again. Later, the girl at the reception apologized for pestering him with advice, but said that doing assignments every day, he might have forgotten what rest was, and it would be better for him to take a day off and go to church. She said that their city is famous for the beauty of its churches. The hero thought about the fact that everyone tells him to go to church. Or rather, since yesterday, everyone has been talking about it. He decided that it apparently helps others since they tell him to go there. He was somehow afraid, because he felt as if someone was calling him there, but he probably should thank God for his skills. As he entered the church, he noticed that everything inside felt different from the outside. He saw a statue of the local god and thought that it looked incredibly powerful. He sat down and began to pray. He mentally asked God if it was he who sent him that letter and gave him the skills. He thanked him for being able to live in this world. He thanked her out loud and heard the answer. He found himself in a completely different place. God said that summoning ships was a very good thing, and her skill could withstand even the flames of a dragon, and by standing in a magic circle during the summoning, the hero would be able to stand on the surface of the water. Sitting on his throne, the god in the guise of a child asked why the hero was not traveling. Was he not interested? It was high time to come out of the shadows. The hero looked around in confusion, beginning to guess where he was. They answered him that he was in the world of gods, as the hero thought, and that there was a god in front of him. The guy in front of him said that he is the creator of this world and the most powerful being in this universe. He asked if the hero sees the throne and if it causes awe. The hero was skeptical about this god because of his appearance. God asked if the hero even knew how much work it had cost him to bring him into this world. He didn't look like a believer. The hero apologized and thought that this god was a bit vain. He thanked the creator for all his skills. God was finally satisfied. He asked the hero why he thought he had brought him to this world, and the hero did not expect the answer to be that Wataru had lived too boringly. God was watching him through a magic crystal, but the hero did nothing but hunt rabbits. The other gods weren't thrilled either. The hero was shocked by the surveillance, but it turns out the gods were interested in a man from another world. He said that for most creators they are entertainment, and you can expect anything from them. But watching Wataru is too dull and incredibly boring. He continued to lament that the god of pleasure had waved his hand, saying that it was not interesting and had left, and the gods of war and the supreme demons had called his abilities a piece of trash. The hero thought that he had tried to live in the new world as a respectable citizen, and the god was scolding him. God said that when he gives unique skills to people from other worlds, they become heroes, villains, lords. In short, they do whatever their hearts desire. That's why this time God gave him weak skills. The hero asked what was wrong with people knowing where he was from. God asked who told him that he should follow their example. He added that the others use abilities more often, but even so they affect the world around them. This is what they, gods, expect. Wataru cannot hunt rabbits for the rest of his life. The hero justified himself by saying that he was thrown into fantasy not so long ago. God said that if the hero buys a luxury liner, he will be able to eat food from his world. Doesn't he want to taste the delicacies of his homeland? The hero asked if this meant he would be able to eat rice again. God replied that of course, yes, and he would be able to go to earthly shops, there would be better restaurants and cafes, and eventually he would be able to watch movies and DVDs. The hero realized that by buying a liner, he could return to his former life. God explained that he would not be able to use things like the internet and watching TV, but the skills he had acquired were amazing. He asked if the hero had any motivation. The hero was truly inspired and said that he would use his abilities more often and give it his all. God was glad, saying that he was different and said that he believed in him. And so the hero got his main quest in life. He ran out of the church ready for action. He wanted to buy a luxury liner, but easier said than done. It cost a whopping 500 platinum coins, which in Japan would be 500 million yen. Wataru said that it was very expensive, and if you are not an adventurer merchant or earn little, then you should not even think about it. But I was glad that summoning a ship is a really cool skill. According to the god story, if you stand in the magic circle when summoning, you will end up in the desired location on the ship, while the ship is summoned, but it is not used for items on board. Time stops. If you buy a new ship, the ship's summoning level increases, and at a certain level he will even be able to summon a ship in another world. The hero thought that perhaps such a skill is most often used in trade. In any case, if he had a ship, he would want to get to the city on the southern coast. He came to the guild and told the girl that he wanted to get to the southern city, hoping that she could help. The girl actually knew a good way, but she became sad because if he went to the southern city, he would no longer be able to deliver horned rabbits. The guy thought that he had upset the beauty and felt like a terrible man. But she quickly changed her mood, starting to explain. To get to the southern city, he first needs to go to the capital. Usually people either go south, along the road, or get there by river. Also, between the western city and the capital, there is a river that leads directly to the southern city, but it is not particularly cultivated, so the journey will take about 10 days. She said that in fact any path is dangerous and he will also need night control, so she would recommend organizing a group. The hero did not think about it. Hoping that it would be safe enough on the raft with a gazebo, he thanked the girl. The guy thought that the girl with fox ears was kind, but he didn't even know her name, and without nerves it was impossible to talk to someone so beautiful. Someone called out to the hero from behind. The girl said that if he didn't mind, he would like to have a bite to eat somewhere tonight. The guy was surprised. The boy thought that this couldn't be true, but he was called again. Behind him there were two men asking if he was the one who always hunted horned rabbits, and telling him to follow them. The guy tried to deny it, saying that he had plans, but they kept pulling him, saying that it would only be for a couple of seconds. The hero thought that they would kill him. To his surprise, the men were quite friendly, and asked if he minded if they also hunted horned rabbits, and promised not to get in his way. The man said that they were also adventurers and needed money for new equipment, and he seemed to be earning well, so they were interested. They said that if the hero refused them, they would of course give up, and the hero realized that they were not such bad guys. He replied that he was not at all against the assignments to catch rabbits anyway, too many, and he himself could not cope with them. The leader of the group, named Aldo, introduced himself to the hero. Aldo said that in gratitude they would pay everything today, and in return asked to teach them how to hunt horned rabbits. The hero said that he planned to go on a trip soon and asked that if they were to travel, it was better to do it in a group like theirs, wasn't it? Aldo said that was the best choice, but the hero was always alone. He suggested that in that case the hero could try working as a bodyguard for a merchant singleton below D rank. They don't pay, but it's still better than traveling alone. The hero decided that it wasn't a bad opportunity. However, Aldo added that if the hero couldn't defeat something like a goblin, he wouldn't be accepted as an escort. The next day, he began preparing for the journey, continuing to earn money by catching horned rabbits. He trained with a spear and bow in the guild, and little by little he collected food on the raft. Another day, Aldo asked if the hero was ready and advised him to relax. Today, together with Aldo, they will defeat goblins. He said that if they run into goblins, he will leave one hero to try to win. Walking forward, the hero was frightened by a branch under his foot, while the others were quite calm. Aldo told Wataru to look and pointed at the slime. He said that these guys are the forest cleaners. They absorb and clean the corpses of monsters. The hero said that he was cute. The hero asked if he could touch it, and Ada replied that only for a short time, otherwise the slime would swallow him. The hero was delighted with how soft and jelly-like it felt. Wataru picked up Go, saying he would take it with him. Aldous told him to calm down, asking if the hero had a tamer skill, because if not, slimes and other monsters would not be allowed inside the city. The hero began to spin with the slime, and others began to doubt his actions. Having calmed down, the hero apologized, saying that he got carried away a little. Aldo replied that it was okay and suggested moving on. The hero was scared at first, but the desire to tame this slime became irresistible. He had to learn everything about the skills to take it for himself. Aldo reminded them that their target was goblins, and told them to be on their guard. Finally, the goblins appeared. Everyone started fighting back against them. Aldo wounded one of them, and told Wataru to attack. The hero replied that he should leave it to him. As he charged, he thrust his spear into the monster and thought it was disgusting. Aldo shouted that he only had one more blow left. Wataru was able to knock him down and win. He was surprised that he had managed. Alda praised him and said that all that was left was to collect the goblins' magic stones near their hearts and right ears. The hero's hands were shaking. The hero said that the monsters were scary and nasty, so apparently he couldn't become an adventurer. Aldo replied that maybe so, later. Everyone was sitting at the table, and Aldo said that today they returned safe and sound, and Wataru defeated his first monster. Raising his glass, he congratulated. Another man asked when the hero would go on a trip, and he replied that he planned to leave in a week. Aldo said that they would all see him off then, because thanks to him teaching them how to hunt horned rabbits, their income had tripled. The hero thanked them and decided to go say goodbye to the Adventurers Guild, and he also had to thank the girl with fox ears. He imagined the girl begging him to stay, but there was a huge queue to the girl. But near the old man, it was empty again. The hero had not crossed paths with him for a long time, and now he was calling him to himself. Streak heard that the hero was going to the southern city. Wataru thought that the fox ears were probably talking about him, and he was happy. The man said that thanks to the hero, more adventurers began to hunt horned rabbits. He said that previously the rabbit-catching assignments had paid little, and they had received little, but word of his quick earnings had already spread, and thanks to this, the newcomers were able to buy better equipment and reduce the number of wounded. Their staff was very happy with this. The hero would have liked to hear all this from his little sister with fox ears, but he still answered the old man that he was glad to hear it. And then the day of departure arrived. The hero said goodbye to everyone and set off on his journey. He joined a merchant's caravan. After walking for days, he said goodbye to them. Finally, he found the river he needed, and from there he decided to start his journey. He was glad that he would finally call the boat to the water and not to the land. He decided to test the words of the god that he could stand on the water with the help of a magic circle. He summoned the ship and jumped forward. God's words were indeed confirmed. The hero said joyfully that he had only stood on the water for a moment, but the feeling was amazing. He shouted that the beginning had been made, and now he would be heading towards the southern city. As he began to row, he realized that he wouldn't look cool in a rowboat. When it got dark enough, the hero thought that maybe he should take a rest somewhere. He saw men on the shore with rather scary faces that looked like thieves. He was afraid that he might be attacked, so he decided to continue down the river. He continued swimming and saw another fire, but there were already girls sitting by the fire. He didn't know what to do, because there was a chance that they would turn out to be thieves, but if they themselves were attacked by a bandit, the hero would feel bad. He thought about warning them from the boat. He swam a little closer, wishing the girls a good evening. When one turned around, he was surprised. They immediately pointed a sword at him. One of them asked who he was, and said that if he made even one suspicious move, he was dead. The blonde with the sword asked what he needed. The hero immediately realized that these girls were definitely stronger than him, and it turns out that they didn't need help. The hero asked to calm down and explained that he was just an adventurer, and was worried about them because he had come across bandits upstream and just wanted to warn them. The girl thanked him for the information. One of the girls, named Marina, was asked to scout out the situation. The hero, taking the oar, said that he didn't need anything else and was about to sail away. The blonde told him to stop and stay put until they finished. He didn't understand why. So he said that there were bad guys walking around nearby, and he would prefer not to linger in this place. She again told him to stop, because maybe he was in cahoots with those guys and was trying to trick them. The hero thought that he would never do that, but now he was under suspicion and agreed that he looked suspicious. All the girls were amazing beauties, and their equipment was similar to adventurers. Such beautiful groups exist only in fairy tales, although the hero got into a world very similar to a fairy tale. He thought how cool it would be to be alone with them. He was too lost in his fantasies. He came to his senses, thinking that just by stumbling upon such a beautiful group he had already gotten himself into trouble. Marina finally returned and reported everything. The blonde apologized to the hero for the misunderstanding. Because everything turned out exactly as the hero had said, she hoped that he would accept her gratitude. The hero replied that it was not necessary. He thought that they would not have had problems even without his warning. The girl replied that this information was still useful. She replied that it looked like these bandits were wanted, so they would get a reward for them. The hero finally realized who the victim was. As she ran away, the girl said that if they met again, she would thank him. Waving at them, he realized that he had probably missed the opportunity to get closer to them, but he couldn't deviate from the route, so there was nothing he could do. A few days later, finally, the hero saw the approaching city. He noticed how many wooden boats there were around. He also noticed a self-propelled boat and wondered if it moved with the help of magic. Considering that there are similar boats in this place, they can be compared to a motorboat. The hero thought it would be very convenient and economical to have a motorboat. He rowed on, saying it was time to moor and move on. He arrived in the city. He looked around and said that the atmosphere in this place was very different from a Western city. He went to the counter, bought himself something to eat, and asked the merchant where the Merchant's Guild was. The man told him that it was near the harbor and that he needed to walk along the shore. The man asked the hero if he was a merchant. The hero hesitated, saying that he was just thinking about opening a business. The hero was completely sure that it was time for him to become a merchant in order to quickly get a luxury liner. Knowing how to summon a ship, you can definitely start your own business. Finally, he arrived at the Merchant's Guild. The hero was embarrassed when he saw many well-dressed people. The hero was very nervous until he was called out. The girl greeted him and wanted to know what she could help him with. The hero was surprised to see that there was also a cutie with fox ears in this place. She invited him to sit down. He said that he wanted to ask about many things and asked if she minded. Seeing her smile, he thought about how dazzling she was. Apparently girls with fox ears were his weakness. First, the hero said that he was a member of the Adventurers Guild and asked if he could join the trading guild. The girl replied that it was possible. Everyone starting with F rank carriers could register to join the guild. You need to contribute 5 silver coins. Now he decided to move on to the main goal and said that he really wanted to buy a ship and asked if there was any work for him. The girl answered that of course there was. It all depended on what kind of ship he needed. The guy thought about how to say it and thought that in this world a self-propelled ship would be called a magic boat. He told her that he had a small magic ship. She was surprised because even a magic ship is not so easy to get. She decided that he had good connections. Thinking about good connections, the hero remembered that he knew God. The girl said that the main job on the magic ship was delivering people to cities, in particular to the capital. Everything else depends on the ship's capabilities. If it can take adventurers to the Western Island, the rewards will be very high. This island has become a dump for rare herbs and strong monsters. You can get valuable materials, but the island is surrounded by sharp rocks and uneven depth. Also, there is no route to it. Only small boats can get there. In addition, there is a very fast current there, so now only 4 ships can get there. The hero realized that by getting there, he gets something like a bonus level. The girl said that for transportation, he will receive 10 silver coins per person per day. The hero froze. 10 silver coins is 100,000 yen and 50 silver coins a day if he can put 5 people in the boat. The girl said that it would completely pay for the materials from the island. The hero said that he would then join the Merchant Guild. The girl asked about a place to moor the ship and offered him one place for 1 silver coin per month. The hero agreed, and in the end it came out to 6 silver. The girl said that she would write everything down on his adventurer card, so she asked him to leave her. The payment was accepted, and she announced that his mooring place was number 15. Neither said goodbye. After saying his name, the guy thanked her for her support. The girl introduced herself as Camilla and said that she was looking forward to working together. The guy was very glad that he learned her name and was able to introduce himself. Walking by, he came across a hotel and went in to ask if they had a free place. He was happy to find that the room had 1 bed and even a sea view. He looked at the view, saying that he paid 50 coppers for the night, including breakfast and hot water. A little expensive, but very comfortable. He decided to buy a motorboat tomorrow and try to get to the southern island. The next day, the hero looked at the motorboat for 2 silver. He was a little worried that it might not be made of wood, but he decided to take a chance. He threw in the coins. He was happy to see that the level of the ship summoning skill was growing, and new possibilities were now open to him, such as creating a map and camouflaging the ship. Seeing that it said summon +1, he wondered if that meant he could summon 2 boats at once. He finally decided to give it a try. Upon seeing the boat, he said that he finally felt like he was on board a normal boat, but at this rate, everyone would know he was from another world, so he used the ship's camouflage skill. Camouflage allowed the ship's appearance to be changed to the desired one by changing the texture, but not the ship's frame. The hero said that it was amazing. She became all made of wood. As expected from the skill that God himself gave him, somehow he knows how to control her, so it turns out to be a real cheat, and the location of the island is also known to him. The journey to the island will take about 8 hours. The hero liked this feeling. With a break, the journey there and back will take about a day. The hero arrived at the place earlier, and less than 5 hours had passed. The boatman, seeing the hero nearby, said that he had not seen him here before. The hero said hello and said that he had just bought a new boat and the trade guild had advised him to go to this place. He introduced himself to the man. The man introduced himself as Yudo and said that it was nice to meet him. New boats would not hurt now because lately he was literally inundated with assignments. The hero said that he was looking forward to helping him with the work and asked if there were any nuances to this work. The man said that the nuance was how to kill time. The man said that, having entered the island, adventurers may not return for 2 or 3 days, but if they suddenly get injured, they have to return to the city unscheduled, so they always remain on the island with a lot of free time. The hero finally understood the weight. Arriving back to the city, the hero was glad that he had arrived much faster than he had expected, and now that he had found out that he could get to the southern island, he needed to buy things for the boat and for spending time. Someone was following him. After walking around the market, the hero bought a change of clothes, dishes, a cauldron, and said that he bought too much, but he could have earned so much and it gives him strength. He thought about how he would soon be able to buy a new ship. The hero's basket fell and he bent down, finally noticing the surveillance. The hero was able to dodge the blow. The hero stuttered as he tried to find out what was going on, and the man asked if the owner of that boat was a hero. The hero ran, asking for help. Suddenly he was grabbed by the hood and pulled to the side. The man, seeing the empty alley, cursed because he had lost Wataru. He was saved by a girl from the guild who hid him in the back door of the merchant guild. The guy said that he returned from the southern island and was shopping when he was attacked. Camilla was surprised that the hero was able to get to the island. Camilla reminded that Kakona, and she said yesterday that a ship capable of reaching the island is a very valuable thing, and many want one for themselves. She said that some people just can't afford one. The hero realized that they would be hunting him now. The hero screamed, what should he do? Should he run away to another city? The girl asked him to calm down, but he continued asking how other people were. For example, Gyudo, whom he met on the island, is dealing with this. The girl said that they hire guards or buy servants to help. An old man came into the room and said that he heard about his problem and told him to leave it to him. He would sort it out. Camilla called out to the old man, calling him the boss, which is what the hero thought. Starkey called Wataru and said that he was sorry that this happened. He would have to spend some time outside the city, and the man had an assignment for him regarding the southern island, and in the meantime he would find him security. He said that a ship capable of reaching the island was a real treasure for the guild, and he would support it as best he could, and that the hero could stay in this place for the night. The hero agreed. The next morning, Camilla greeted Wataru and asked how he slept. They went outside and the girl said that this time the guild would provide him with food for the trip, and the hero thanked her. She said that now they would meet adventurers who would go to the island on his boat. The hero thought until yesterday evening that he would hit the jackpot, but in reality, now his life will always be threatened by something. Seeing the adventurers, the girl said that they were already there. The boy was surprised. In front of him was a group of A-rank adventurers, also members of the Girasol group. Wataru finally gets his first job. They went to the southern island, and the blonde called out to him. She asked him if they had met him on the river the day before yesterday. She was the leader of the Girasol group named Alessia. Dorothea, the deputy leader, remembered him when he warned them about the bandits. Irma the magician laughed, saying that she would never have thought that they would see each other again. Perhaps it was fate. Kara the tank said that she wanted to eat. Marina the scout remained silent, and Claretta the priest suggested that everyone thank Wataru for what he had done for them, and suggested that they have dinner in the city. The girls agreed, and promised to treat him. The hero thought that he could not believe that he would meet this group of beauties again. He thought that he would never see them again. He wanted to get to know them better, but this only scared him more. If he dined with them, their fans would kill him. He replied that he had a lot to do now, at least hire security, so that when everything calmed down and he had time, he could. Alessia said that in that case they would see each other when everything was fine with him. The hero was glad that they had agreed to a delay. All that was left was to find security as quickly as possible. But still, this was his first time on a boat with someone, and he almost got denied boarding. In the future, he should remember to give everyone who comes on board permission. The guy said that the island was finally visible and told the girls to be careful because the shaking would get worse. Finally, they arrived. Alessia thanked him and told the girls to prepare to enter the forest. Kara said that they had a big errand today, so they had a lot of luggage. Dorothea noted the speed of the boat, and Claretta agreed that it was not shaking too much, and that was good. Wataru thought that the Japanese boat was doing a great job. He said that if the girls wanted, he could make some tea, and that they should rest before leaving. Arma asked if he was sure and was flattered. After drinking tea, the girls thanked him and said they would return in 5 days. He told them to be careful. Gyudo saw Wataru and called him. He said that the hero quickly arrived and introduced him to Carlo and Daniel. The hero said that he was looking forward to working with them. Gyudo told the hero that he was a real lucky guy, his first job, and right away with Girasol. The hero replied that it was so. After all, they were popular. Gyudo said that they are very popular, he is an adventurer, A-rank is very strong, and in the end they are gorgeous in appearance. Gyudo also gets nervous when he works with them. The hero thought that it looks like a fan club. The hero remembered something, and said that his magic ship was now under threat, so he needed to hire security. Gyudo said that the same thing happened to him. The second man said that he was being hunted by several dangerous people, and once they almost managed to trick him. Gyudo advised Wataru not to skimp on security, and also that all his orders should be known to the trading guild. If he accepts them in secret, there might be people who want to deceive him or cause problems. A little later. The hero, having done his business, said that he was free for the next 5 days. He decided to use the chicken bones that he got for free at the market and try to make soup. But he was hesitant because he had only seen it cooked once and he didn't know if he could handle it on TV. First, he filled the cauldron with water and everyday magic and washed the chicken bones, then boiled the water. He noticed that everyday magic was really useful. When the water boiled, he threw the chicken bones in and saw a piece of meat in the water. He wondered if he should boil it before washing it and decided to wash it again, and decided to crumble the bones to make it brighter. Gyudo saw this and said that he was strange because he was talking to himself while cooking. He said that now he needs to cook it on low heat in the TV. They also added onions, I think, but he thinks that it is fine as is. He saw something on the shore. He picked it up and realized it was kelp. If it was dried, it could be used for broth. Gyudo saw that he would now pick up all sorts of seaweed and did not understand him. Then the hero simply watched the soup and trained with weapons, and when he finished, he looked for a slime near the beach. He played with the monster and remembered that he still didn't know how to get the tamer skill that allowed him to talk to monsters. He didn't understand why he couldn't just play with it and take it for himself. That was the end of his first day on the island. Day 2, 3, and 4 passed peacefully. He thought the sea was calm, and he wondered if he could build a cottage on the water and make it float with skill. On the 5th day, he was ready to sail and was waiting for the Girasols to return. At that moment, they appeared. The girls walked, holding the monster on themselves. They walked with great heaviness, trying to help each other. The hero was shocked. He rushed to them to help. Arma asked him to hold in this case. Finally, loading the monster girls collapsed, saying that they were tired. The hero noticed how big the monster was. Alessia said that it was a subspecies of a saber-toothed tiger and the customer wanted to stuff it. The hero decided that it was the vanity of rich people. He extended his hand to the girls and said that they could use it if they wanted. They did not understand what to do with it, and he explained that it was a towel soaked in hot water that they could use to wipe their faces and hands. Dorothea tried it and said it was a pleasant sensation. Alessia said she had taken a hot bath many times, but it was not badly refreshing. The hero said he had also prepared dinner, and Kara was happy. The guy gave them chicken broth and vegetable soup and the bread that Camilla gave him. He was worried because he had been experimenting with this soup for 5 days, and now he was really proud of himself. Marina said it was delicious. The other girls also praised his soup. Claretta said that even though the ingredients were only vegetables, she could taste chicken and asked Wataru to share the secret. He agreed but asked her to wait a bit, as he was making it to pass the time. She agreed and said that she wanted to try making it on her next vacation. He thought it was unexpected that they asked for the recipe. Everyone thanked him with smiles, and he was glad that everything worked out. He saw the sad Kara and said that he had more. He got great money and a vacation on the island. He should try to keep this job, even when he hides in the city. They began to return. Claretta said she had never thought of boiling chicken bones, and the hero admitted it wasn't his idea. Finally, they were there. Everyone around turned their attention to the saber-toothed tiger, and everyone started running around. There was talk and many questions all around. The girls were excited by the number of people because they missed this moment. They should have at least covered the tiger with something. The hero was worried because he thought he would be in the lower circles, and this was definitely too ostentatious an entrance to the port. That's how his first job as a merchant was successfully completed. Wataru's magical ship was of interest to many. The man greeted Wataru by introducing himself as a merchant named Zebu. He had heard that the hero had an amazing magical ship, and asked if the hero would like to make an exclusive agreement with him. The hero refused, saying that his work goes through the guild and asked everyone to leave. Everyone around him continued to insist, trying to come to an agreement with him. Having got rid of them, the hero asked the man standing next to him how long he thought they would bother him. He replied that the hero had become famous thanks to the saber-toothed tiger. It was Wataru's guard named Dino. Next to him stood a second guard named Enrico, who said that the traders would not give up so easily. Such an open transportation of a saber-toothed tiger was a mistake, and apparently only his boat could transport a monster of such size from the island. Since his arrival, the traders had been constantly climbing into his hotel room. Thanks to the security, he was of course able to get out on the street, but on the island it is much safer, and there he can earn more. He could not wait for his next assignment. Approaching the man, the hero called out to him and said that Camilla from the trade guild advised him to come to this place to the owner of the building. This man turned out to be the owner named Danino. He asked what the hero needed. He answered that he needed a large and powerful raft and asked if the man could make it. The man told him to wait and went down. The hero explained that he wanted to receive it in disassembled condition, to assemble it at the destination, and indicated the size. The man said it would cost 70 silver. The hero was surprised by the high price, but he mentioned Camilla so he shouldn't be robbed. He said he wanted him to make him a wooden bathtub. 3 days later, finally the man told him that in order to assemble the raft, the hero would simply need to connect logs with the same numbers. The hero looked at the logs that seemed heavy and wondered if he would be able to drag them at all. Finally, the girls arrived, the Girasol members again, and told the girls about it. The girls were also only happy, and they hoped that he would not be against choosing his ship, because it was probably difficult after their previous return. The guy answered that he would figure it out somehow. The hero said goodbye to the guards, saying that he would return in 5 days. Claretta reminded the hero that he had told her how to make soup, and said that she had tried it and it was very tasty, as was the seaweed broth. He was glad to hear this, and said that this time he would also dry some seaweed on the island, and she could take as much as she needed. Dorothea asked him what kind of logs they were, and he said that it was a raft. He was thinking of making something on the island to spend time floating in the bay, but he didn't tell her more, because it was a secret. The girls were already impatient to see what he had come up with. and now he definitely couldn't fail. When they arrived on the island, the girls left on a mission. Wataru was called out. Gyugo asked him why he needed this wood, and the hero told him that he was thinking about it to build a raft. The man considered this an interesting idea. The man offered to help if the boy was going to assemble it now. The hero was glad, and they started working. Putting the raft together was like putting together a puzzle, but there were still large pieces of wood, and he thought that in Japan he wouldn't be able to lift that. Since arriving in this world, his level has gradually increased, and now he's already at 20. Apparently this also increases strength and endurance. He was leveling up without even knowing it. Finally, the raft was assembled and Gyudo left. Looking at the finished result, the hero said that he had done an amazing thing. He said he could spend quite a lot, but he was Japanese, so he couldn't compromise on the bath. He looked around to see if he was far enough from the shore, and then he had to throw hot stones into the bath, filled with the water of everyday magic. When he did everything and tried it, he realized that it turned out perfectly comfortable and warm. While soaking in the bath, he said his first bath in another world was nice and had a nice view of the ocean. That day he spent a long time in the bath. And finally the girls returned early this time. Alessia said that they had obtained a lot of good materials, so they returned early. Arma said that she was very interested in Wataru's secret raft. The guy told them to get into the boat. When they arrived, he showed them the bathtub. Dorothea said it was amazing. It was the first time she had ever seen a bathtub. Alessia said she thought only aristocrats and rich merchants could afford them. The hero was surprised because it turns out that people like Dorothea can't afford a bath. Does that mean they will take a bath for the first time in their lives? It sounded interesting. The hero said that the sensations were wonderful, and it was a great way to relieve fatigue, so they shouldn't be afraid to try. Alicia was sure that it would be fun, and asked who would go first. Kara and Claretta were a little afraid, so they refused. The hero was surprised by the fear of taking a bath, and it was unexpected. Alicia said that then he would wait, and the others would take turns taking a bath. The hero said that he would then sail away, and if they needed anything they should call him. The girls began to try slowly. When Alessia entered first, she was delighted. The girls were having fun, and the hero thought that they were probably having fun there, and he was happy. Kara and Claretta asked if taking a bath was really that good, and he noticed that the two looked very worried. He said he knew there were people who didn't like it, but not taking a bath would be a great loss in life, and they wouldn't die if they did. It felt better if you just put your feet in. The girls seemed to believe him, and at that moment the others on the raft shouted that they were done. He managed to persuade them, however, and he took them to the raft. The girls decided to try to let their legs go there together first. 30 minutes later, they were happy, saying how nice it was. Wataru was happy about it. Alessia said she didn't feel tired at all, and it was great. Watching the girls, the guy thought about what a magnificent view. He couldn't believe that he could see a handsome man after a bath. This is the best. Irma winked at him. But while he was having fun on the island, there were problems in the city. Camilla burst into the head, shouting that they had problems because Wataru was accused of theft. Wataru and company were returning from the island. He announced that they had arrived and said that it was a good job. Dorothea said that it seemed that this time they had obtained a lot of useful materials. And Anna was gorgeous. They thanked the hero. Alessia offered to escort the hero to the guild. The hero agreed, if it wouldn't be too much trouble for them, of course. He walked forward in the company of girls, and everyone turned around. He didn't want to attract attention, but with a group of such beautiful girls it was impossible. At this rate, Girasol's fans would rip his head off. They arrived at the guild, and he said he thought his guards would be here any minute, and thanked them for seeing him off. Alessia told him not to worry. She said that if he needed anything, be it bath material or good food, he should immediately contact them. It was the least they could do to thank him. As they parted, they said they were looking forward to working with him again. They all seemed to really like the bath and were happy, and he was happy to see beautiful women like that. The raft turned out to be quite durable, so maybe he should check if it was fashionable to sleep on it. Just need to add a tent and a table, then it could be considered glamping. While he was dreaming, Camilla called out to him, screaming that they had problems. And one of them said that the hero was arrested on suspicion of stealing the Zabo family's magical ship. Camilla told them to stop. The man ordered the guards to arrest the hero, and they ran towards him. But Dino arrived in time and grabbed one of them, asking Wataru if everything was okay. Enrico also detained another one and said that he could not allow them to do this because they did not yet have an arrest warrant. The guild leader came out saying that it was true and none of them had any evidence to support this accusation, and he would not allow them to do so. And now they should go back to where they came from. The hero was shocked that they were trying to arrest him and did not know what was happening. Later, the chief explained everything to him. He said that the merchant Zabo claimed that his ship was a stolen heirloom of their family and asked if the hero knew him. He replied that he did not think so and did not remember seeing him before. He asked if the leader was sure that he did not mistake him for someone else. He thought it couldn't be that he stole it because the ship he had now was a Japanese ship, captured by a Japanese manufacturer. It wasn't from this world at all. Enrico said that if he wasn't mistaken, Zabo was one of the merchants who came to ask about the contract. The leader expressed his thoughts that he knew Zabo as a small-time scoundrel with a bad reputation. The hero shouted that this meant the leader wanted to say that he was trying to take his ship because he refused to sign his contract. The hero did not understand who could be so reckless. The chief said that such an approach usually does not work anyway. But Zabo has the support of a nobleman named Baron Benvenuto, and if he takes action, the officials will not be able to ignore it. The hero asked what he should do, and the chief told him to challenge Zabo to a test. Everyone understood that if this really happened, they would have to go to court. That's how the hero ended up in court in another world. Seeing the culprit, the hero thought that it seemed to him that he had actually seen him before. The hero saw the guy who was the judge, and the other people were court observers. The man said that they would now discuss the theft of the magic ship in connection with the lawsuit filed by the merchant Zabo, and since the representative of the southern county was present today, any disrespect would not be tolerated. The hero was shocked and thought that the man he took for the judge was the greatest man. The judge asked Wataru if he had anything to say. The hero addressed the judge, saying that he did not steal the magic ship and he paid for it properly from his own pocket. Zabo cried that it was a complete lie and that this magical ship was a family heirloom. It was very valuable. Baron Benvenuto had started with it. The Baron confirmed this and said that it was several years ago, but there was no mistake that the ship belonged to Zabo. The hero did not understand how a nobleman could be involved in such a lie. The judge asked the hero if he had any objections, and he replied that words were great and all, but if the judge would allow it, he would like to use this magical ship to prove his point. The count did not object. The hero was surprised that he spoke, and it seemed to him that he was not a bad nobleman. He thanked him and asked Zabo if he could launch the magic ship. He added that since it was supposed to be his ship, he would of course be able to launch it. Zabo agreed and thought that there were several ways to launch this magical ship, but they all involved channeling magic into parts of the ship. He stood at the helm with a confident face. The hero did not understand why the guy was trying so hard. Zabo failed, and he said that he had forgotten because it was a long time ago. He started running around, but he couldn't do anything. The Baron asked him what he was doing and let him hurry up and launch the ship. The hero mentally wished him luck, because no matter how much magic he puts in there, it won't launch. And that's all because the ship isn't magical, and it only works with the key. Zabo said that it was strange, and the hero looked up thinking that now it was up to the count and the others. Zabo shouted to the judge that the ship was broken. The hero at that moment stood at the helm and started it. The people were shocked. Zabo said it must be some kind of trick. The count told him to stop. The judge ruled that they found Zabo's claim to be false. The judge asked Zabo and the Baron how they dared to use false accusations to try to steal a magical ship from someone else, something that could not be taken lightly. Zabo said it was some kind of misunderstanding. The judge told him to think of the other citizens he would have to answer to. They would question each one thoroughly and conduct an investigation so that he should not give them any more dirty excuses. The meeting was adjourned. The hero happily left the court, shouting that he had won and could now eat. The chief and Camilla met him, saying that he had done well. He replied that he too was a little surprised, especially when the count from the south appeared. The chief said that he had done ethos by asking him to come. The hero realized that the chief was indeed an important person. Camilla explained that the southern count knew that both Zabo and the Baron were scoundrels and were up to no good, so he thought the trial would be a good time to catch them red-handed and punish them properly. The hero finally understood what was going on. The man on the side said that this trial was very nice to watch. The girl next to him agreed because Zabo had such an expression on his face, and her shop would finally be able to operate in peace. It was difficult, but the hero defeated the bad guys and now the case is closed. Finally, he will be able to live in peace. Or at least he thought so. After all, the city has not changed at all. Agitation, corruption, and robbery are still widespread. The hero spends his life leaving the city, taking orders and going to the island. Looking around, he said that Guido and the others had also started making their own rafts, so now the island was looking more and more like a resort. As for his work, he had made friends with the guys from other groups besides Girasol. Wataru also improved his cooking skills. This time he made karage, and the others were delighted. And so half a year passed. Somehow his savings on the guild card grew by 4 white gold coins, 68 gold coins, and 80 silver coins. It was more than 740 million yen. The hero shouted that he was very rich. He lay down on his bed, saying that to buy a luxury liner he would need at least 50 billion yen, and even at this rate, it would take more than 50 years to get that much money. He looked out the window, adding that if that was the case, then his next goal would be to go to the continent overseas. He decided to buy a new ship and try to make a deal with the southern continent. The hero was reborn, effectively becoming the embodiment of the ship. He realized that the restoration of an important trade route to the southern continent promised enormous profits. This journey, covered on a magical ship, took about a month. Lost in thought, the protagonist, Wataru Toyomi, sat on one of the southern islands, admiring the seashore. He had to choose a ship for his journey. 2 unknown figures loomed before him, and Wataru noted with slight excitement that the idea of going into the unknown didn't seem so bad to him. Opening his system screen, he knew he had a long journey to the southern continent ahead of him. For such a journey, he needed a vessel with sufficient capacity and reliability. Camilla of the Merchant Guild, he remembered, had warned of giant monsters inhabiting the open seas. She had reported that only 1 ship out of 30 had ever returned safely from the southern continent. The girl was clearly impressed by the dangers, and Wataru recalled how she sincerely did not want him to go on a risky voyage. The protagonist smiled, remembering her concern. He was sure that his ship, being unsinkable and indestructible, would cope with any threats. However, he sincerely appreciated her concern for him. Suddenly, Mr. Gates approached the young man. The hero greeted him, surprised that the man had been drinking since early morning. The hero noted that this was not good, since Gates had to leave the ship in emergency situations. The man sat down next to him and asked about the map. He asked if they were really heading to the southern continent. Wataru confirmed it. Gates warned of the danger and asked whether they were experiencing financial difficulties. The boy shook his head, saying that there was no problem with money. However, he thought to himself that trading would be a great way to earn money for a magic ship. He also remembered the words of the god, realizing that without pressure, he would not have decided to do all this. Mr. Gates, citing his knowledge of the dangers of the continent, asked about an escort. The thought stunned Wataru. He remembered what he had been told. He could not take 2 to the southern continent, and did not like traveling in the company of men. The man took a sip of beer and suggested that they take the opportunity to acquire servants. The hero froze at this. Gates continued, assuring him that there was no need to worry about betrayal since only a few of them were capable of such a thing. The young man thought deeply, breaking out in a light sweat. He knew that in this world, serving was the norm, but he never imagined that he would be in such a situation. In his mind, based on the familiar stories of being transported to another world, the hero usually had a fateful meeting with the beautiful girl who protected him, and this often developed into a love affair. That was all he knew. The man asked if Wataru was okay. The hero shook his head, saying that he was just thinking about a lot of things. Mr. Gates stood up, asked him not to overdo it, and left. Suddenly, the guy was called out from the side. It was the girls. They loudly announced their return. By this time, it was already dark. The dark-haired beauty asked if they were sure about going to the southern continent. She noted that she could not eat this monotonous food. Another girl asked the hero to be careful. The guy answered that he agreed and would be vigilant. One of the girls added that, thanks to Wataru, this island became more comfortable. Everyone present laughed at this. The other girls confirmed her words, explaining that this is why they prepared a gift for the hero. Eyes widened at this news. The girls happily presented him with a small drop, explaining that they had found it yesterday in the forest. It was a magical, glowing droplet that fit easily in the palm of your hand. Wataru stared at it in amazement. One of the girls explained that this tiny baby was a newborn holy slime, a very rare species. The protagonist immediately exclaimed how cute he was, noting his platinum hue, and asked if he could touch him. He was completely amazed. The girls expressed their joy at seeing the young man so happy. The hero held the slime carefully. He remarked again on how adorable the little fellow was, and thought that he could travel with him if he had the taming skills. He then offered the slime some dried meat. To his great surprise, the slime ate him, chewing on the proffered piece. The sight made the protagonist's eyes widen again. Wataru exclaimed loudly, holding the slime in his hand, that it was impossible and that the slime was talking. The girl noticed with a slight smirk that the slime was not talking. The protagonist was dumbfounded, but insisted that although he did not understand how, the baby was clearly talking. The girl came closer and suggested that perhaps he had acquired such a skill. This thought made Wataru freeze. He decided to check it out immediately. Suddenly, information appeared on the board. He had acquired the unique skill, language understanding. The young man joyfully picked up the slime in his hands, exclaiming that here they were, the taming skills. He immediately wondered if this meant that he could now take the slime to the city. The girl who had been watching the whole scene remarked that it was amazing. However, she added that in order to bring the slime to the city, a servant contract was needed. She knew the procedure and offered to teach him. The boy thanked her. The girl explained that she would first draw a magic formula for the contract. She noted that if the slime entered the circle, the deed would be done, so he needed to talk to her and persuade her. The protagonist approached the holy slime, asking it to come to his aid and enter into a servant contract. He explained that if it agreed, it would need to enter a magic circle. He asked if the slime understood him. It remained silent and motionless. Wataru cringed, telling himself not to be nervous and that if nothing worked, the slime would just go back to the forest tomorrow. He looked sadly at the small, motionless blob on the table, but then she responded sharply with a thought and jumped into the magic circle. The protagonist was deeply moved by this action. The contract was concluded and the guy was amazed. He held the small slime in his hands, noting that she had indeed agreed to the contract. All the gathered girls congratulated the protagonist, clapping their hands. The servant's contract contained something similar to a confession, but in this world few people attached importance to things like affection. The girl handed him a brightly colored slip, noting that it was their servant registration, a very rare and valuable species that needed to be protected from being taken away. She added that there were several other important points to discuss. The young man put his hand to his heart and asked whether he should buy a magic ship, and whether he could withdraw platinum coins. The girl thought for a moment and explained that if there were no more than 10 platinum coins, they could be made today. This meant that they had decided to trade on the pepper trade route after all. The girl lowered her head. The guy noticed that he might have upset his interlocutor, but he hastened to assure her that the new ship would be even better than the previous one. She pressed her hands to her chest and admitted that she was worried, but could do nothing about it. The guild had no right to interfere. Suddenly her figure was illuminated by a soft light. She smiled and said that as an envoy he was simply wonderful and could always buy a ship from the merchant guild because it would be enough to just warn the seller. The young man was speechless. A piece of new slime was lying on his head, and he only nodded in understanding. Camilla, being a true employee of the merchant guild, was very sensitive to business matters. In the end, she asked if there was anything else she could do to help. The young man remembered his request to be introduced to the merchant. He walked through the majestic building, which was shining from the inside and resembled a luxury store, and not just a lobby. They explained to him that everything was inside and suggested that they go in together. The man met Wataru, greeted the visitor, and invited him to go further. They found themselves in a small office, where the owner of the trading house introduced himself as Duchio. He realized that the guy was looking for servants to accompany him. The man carefully explained the specifics of the deal. Servants were divided into debt servants, those who sold themselves because of debts, and criminal servants, convicted of serious crimes and engaged in forced labor. For the purposes of the young man, it was the debt servants who were suitable. The rules were strict, as the master was forbidden to kill or use violence against the servants, and they had to obey without question and not try to escape. The contract was concluded under the supervision of the god of trade and business, and violation was punished by divine intervention. The guy noted to himself that God's punishment was truly amazing. In this world, gods existed and provided protection to servants. The merchant added that as a representative of the guild, he could offer the best servants from his assortment, albeit at a higher price. The young man asked how much the surcharge would be. Duchio replied that one such servant would cost 30 gold coins, the equivalent of 3 million yen. It was a huge sum that the hero could not afford. He decided to look at them first. The merchant clapped his hands, confident that he would like the girls, because these two beauties were his pride. When the door opened, two girls appeared in front of the young man, Ines from the Fire Tiger tribe and Felicia, a dark elf. The heroes froze in silence and looked at each other carefully. Wataru assessed the girls who were brought before him. It was a kind of servant's presentation. The man sat opposite the boy, and in front of him stood two beautiful girls, Ines of the Fire Tiger tribe and Felicia, a dark elf. The man asked how they were and whether he liked the beauties. He looked at them attentively, nodding his head in agreement. The guy thought that both were really very beautiful, and it would be great if such companions accompanied him. However, he turned to Duchio with a remark. The price of 30 gold coins, which was equivalent to about 3 million yen, seemed too high for him. The merchant confirmed this. He quickly explained that the girls had many virtues, so they had the right to choose their master. Many clients could not stand the negotiations precisely because of the cost. In other words, it was a serious investment, and the buyer had to think carefully. The young man was interested in how these beauties got to this place. Duchio noted that negotiations were being conducted with the servants. He suggested trying to talk to them. The protagonist realized that he couldn't miss such a chance, and even taking one of them would be a real miracle. He decided to gather his courage and try. The man stood up and promised that everything would be as the visitor wished. Then he left the room. Inside, the barrier of the god of trade was erected, and conversations remained confidential. It was customary to demonstrate status, power, and skills. Wataru was wished good luck and left, leaving the young man alone with the two beauties. The guy fell into thought. He did not know what would be better to appeal to in the conversation, to reveal the secret of his origin or not. However, he decided that the girls would consider him strange. He realized he needed to say something differently. He placed his hand on his chest, greeted them politely, and asked them to show their statuses. The girls agreed and bowed, ready to fulfill his request. The first introduced herself as Ines. She was 19 years old and came from the Fire Tiger tribe. The second, Felicia, was a dark elf and noted that she was 62 years old. The young man was surprised by Felicia's age and asked if this was normal for elves. He carefully examined Ines's status. She had tiger ears, and her skill level reached the 3rd of 5, advanced class of fire magic. She was seriously engaged in the craft. Felicia had mastered barrier magic, which gave hope for safety. The young man awkwardly apologized and asked how the girls became servants. Ines smiled and admitted that she had lost in gambling and had accumulated debts, which was a common situation for her. Felicia told a more tragic story about an attack on a village. The boy sympathetically noted the severity of her fate. Ines sat down on the chair and began to tell about how she used to be an adventurer of B rank and usually managed to pay on time, but one day she was wounded in the shoulder and was unable to pay off her debts on time. Ines admitted that she did not want to give up gambling and hoped to find a generous owner who would feed her food and give her pleasant experiences. Despite Ines's strength, the young man realized that he could trust her with his life. Felicia said that she was the daughter of the headman of a village of dark elves. Their settlement was attacked by troops of people from a neighboring country, who captured it along with others. Elves are a rare race with whom alliances were often made. Wataru asked if such a country really existed, and the girl confirmed that it did, although it was of little importance. The country was vast, and the people there did not have the strength to protect the village. Felicia's eyes filled with tears at these words. She asked the young man to find a safe haven for their people. Then she could devote herself entirely to him. The young man thought about it, because it was a big responsibility. But if you go sailing on the open sea in a boat, you can find uninhabited islands. He imagined that Ines could go on a luxury liner. He thought about it. Felicia sobbed, admitting that it was hardly possible. However, the protagonist stopped her and noted that he might be able to fulfill their wish. He offered the girls to look at his unique abilities. Suddenly, He used ship summoning magic. The room lit up, and a small, inflatable boat appeared in front of them. Felicia asked curiously if it was summoning magic. Ines noted that the ship looked rather strange. Suddenly, something hit her on the head. It was a barrier, which surprised the girls greatly. Thanks to his unique skill, the guy could summon a ship that would not sink, would not crash, and could not be captured. He suggested that the girls test the ship's strength. Ines swung her fist. The girl activated fire magic and directed all the energy at the boat. Flames engulfed it. The steam dissipated, and the ship remained intact. The girl admitted that it really could not be harmed. The young man noted that the attack was stronger than he expected, and he was going to buy a bigger ship soon for a trip to the southern continent. Ines and Felicia thought about what they had heard. The guy added that they would trade and look for uninhabited islands together. If they managed to find a suitable place, he would help the elves move there. These words made the girl glow with hope. He asked Ines to look ahead, because, in case of successful negotiations, he planned to buy a luxury liner. The girl looked in surprise and saw a real ship. It was more like a city with many shops. She could imagine how they would enjoy the comfort. Ines beamed and admitted that this was her dream. She could hardly believe what was happening and heard the hero's oath. The girl was shocked. The girl said the ship cost 500 platinum coins and asked if he could buy it. The boy shook his head and admitted that it would take time. She thought about it. The boy leaned over and explained that he needed protection. They looked at each other and thought. Soon Ines agreed, stating that she understood everything and wanted to become his servant. Felicia also noted that she accepted him. Hearing this, the young man froze in place, thanked them, and left the estate satisfied and happy. The girl with cat ears asked the owner to take care of her, to which he was at first confused, not immediately realizing his role, and blushed. Nevertheless, he agreed. Felicia admitted that she didn't care how he would treat her, and that she would take care of the village. The young man tried to calm her down, assuring her that he would never neglect her. The girl asked if she could call him master and received an affirmative answer. Several weeks passed. Ines and Felicia constantly accompanied them in the city, and the guy was busy preparing for the trip. Later, they went to the open sea. The girls asked him if he could really buy a ship with a small tablet. He smiled and explained that he had unique skills and had already decided to buy a liner. Wataru extended his hand forward, activating the device. Suddenly, a small cruiser appeared in front of them, shining and illuminating everything around it. Grand heroes stood nearby on a boat and watched what was happening. The ship could hold no more than 15 people. Its peculiarity was that it was unsinkable and indestructible. Inside the cruiser were beautiful cabins, spacious bedrooms and halls that sparkled and glowed. The girls noted how amazing it all was, that it was a real magic ship. The young man looked at what was happening with excitement and said the ship was called a cruiser. One of the girls asked if that was really the name of the vessel. The protagonist thought about the name. His slime suggested that the name should be something like a family name. He thought deeply and began to quickly list all the possible options. Suddenly he had a revelation and announced that the ship would be called Cray. Everyone was happy. Together, they set off for the new world, with the ship heading for the southern continent. The atmosphere was filled with joy and anticipation of adventure. Wataru Toyomi noted that he had acquired a new ship and applied camouflage. The cruiser had changed its appearance, turning into an elegant vessel. He was heading towards a small port, where seagulls were flying in the sky. Camilla watched and was amazed by what she saw. She asked if this was really Wataru's new ship, noting its unusualness. The guy scratched his head and admitted that that's exactly how it turned out. The girl admitted that it was the first time she had seen such a type of vessel. The young man quietly asked Ines if it was possible to find such a ship. She answered that it was not. The hero understood that many considered ships to be something unknown, and he should not get carried away. He changed the subject. The girl immediately perked up and said that they were talking about spider silk. Turning to the young man, she noted that she expected to get 1 platinum coin for 50 pieces. On the southern continent, the price would be even higher. The hero would be able to use this money. Much will depend on the political situation. However, she does not expect any problems with purchases, neither for goods nor for money. The guy nodded in gratitude for the cooperation. Camilla smiled, because she thought it was only natural that he would be able to sell the goods wholesale. She only asked him to stock up on more goods and to return safe and sound. The young man clenched his fist and promised to try his best. Enrico and Decan were standing on the shore. They waved their hands and advised the boy to be careful. The young man thanked them and said that he was leaving. His companions were nearby. The ship sailed away from the pier, and a new journey began. Sitting at the helm, the hero noted that this was the beginning of a month-long trip. The recently acquired ship had raised his membrane level by 3 notches at once. Now it is possible to use the autopilot, albeit with limitations. If it is limited to water spaces, you can set a point where the vessel has already been. This way you can rest easy while on your way to your destination. Nevertheless, the boy decided to first reach the destination on his own and put in maximum effort. The journey continued. They sailed on the open sea. The hero watched the flying birds high in the sky. Sometimes schools of dolphins would jump out near the ship, entertaining the company. He controlled the ship with a sensor and monitored how Ines and Felicia were spending their time. After some time, the girls approached him with an offer to treat them to tea. They set the table and decorated it. The young man asked his companions how they liked life on the ship. They replied that they had already expressed their admiration for the vessel and saw no reason to doubt. He apologized for not yet getting used to the new place and perhaps not yet fully understanding the structure of the ship and how to control it. Felicia added that at first they didn't know how everything worked, but soon figured it out and are now confident that everything will be fine. She was surprised by the shower and the microwave. The girls recalled the first difficulties on board and what they had to face. Ines noted that all this seemed very strange and did not look like magic at all. After all, the ship was originally from a world without magic, the guy reminded. However, the supplies of fresh water and fuel do not run out, apparently thanks to magic. Hearing about a world without magic, the girls froze in amazement. Then the young man suddenly came to his senses and admitted that he often talks nonsense. In conclusion, he asked if they had seen the luxurious bed on the ship, because it was impressive. The girls started laughing and remarked that the bed was very soft, comfortable, and fluffy. Wataru said that was good. He added that there were 3 bedrooms on the ship, so each of them could have one. Ines was surprised to hear that. She was upset, thinking that they would all have to sleep together. Felicia explained that she was accompanying her master and wanted to guard him at night. This news widened the young man's eyes. He froze, not expecting to sleep with Ines and Felicia. He knew that these two were indeed accompanying him, but he doubted whether they should spend time together. In the end, they fell asleep in each other's arms. They were warm and comfortable. The protagonist felt happy and remembered these wonderful moments. He noted to himself that it was much safer to sleep like this. The girls noticed that it was written all over his face. Wataru said that was great. He suddenly had the motivation to think it over with them. Something in the water caught his attention. It was the bubbles on the surface. He pointed his finger at them and called Ines. The girl did not understand what exactly he saw, but soon they were convinced that it was gas. The heroes wondered if it was the breath of a living creature. A dark shadow of an animal appeared in the water next to the ship. Suddenly, a long lizard attacked the ship, crushing everything around it. The heroes were taken aback and screamed in fear. It was a sea serpent. It was very tall and long. It opened its mouth to attack the girls and the main character. The barrier protected them and the monster could not break through. Wataru noted that there was a sea monster in front of them. Ines sparkled with excitement after seeing it. The protagonist noticed that the underwater lizard was attacking again, and asked how to defeat such an opponent. The friend admitted that she had never fought him, but decided to try. Felicia appeared next to him and tossed the wand to Ines, noting that she had already brought it in advance. Ines thanked her for her promptness. The girl also brought a bow to her master. The elf said that before they attack, she wanted the master to strike first. Once they defeat the monster, their levels will all rise together. Then the main character understood everything and asked Lizzie to attack, because she had the first level which needed to be guaranteed to increase, so he addressed the slime. Wataru aimed his bow and arrow at the enemy, noting his size. He fired an arrow, but suddenly it bounced off the snake and did no damage. The young man asked if that would be enough. The girl reassured him, asking Lizzie to strike her own blow. The slime declared that he would do his best and launched his attack. The protagonist couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "It was a really great blow." Following this, Ines entered the battle. Holding a magic wand in her hands, she confidently declared that it was now her turn to show the enemy the full power of magic. Both girls simultaneously activated their wands and magic circles, preparing for a joint attack. At that moment, the water lizard rushed at them, hissing viciously, and a countdown sounded around them. The girls were fully focused on the upcoming large-scale magical attack. 2 shots of magic arrows flew through the air, aimed straight at the vulnerable spots of the monster. They hit the target right on target. Now all that was left was to watch what was happening. The sea serpent began to weaken, its head gradually lowering. Suddenly he fell into the water, sinking beneath the surface. The protagonist held Lizzie in his arms and noted with admiration that this was a truly impressive victory. The whole team was joyfully jubilant with success. Time passed, evening came, and the young man began studying his statistics. He noticed with satisfaction that his level had increased significantly, and now he had reached 25. Lizzie's level had risen to 32. The girls also noted a significant increase in their strength, by 7 and 5 levels respectively. Everyone understood that the enemy was very strong. Without the help of the ship, they would definitely not have coped with him. Felicia explained that as a hero's level increases, his body becomes stronger, which means his lifespan increases. Legends tell of heroes with levels 700 who lived for thousands of years. Wataru admitted that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. There was silence between the girls. Then the girl asked the gentleman if she could ask him one question. The main character was confused about what the girls wanted to know. Then she asked where he was from, because it seemed that he was not from this world at all. Hearing such a question, the young man froze and was taken aback. He did not know how to answer it and silently watched the girls. But soon he broke the silence. He asked how they knew about it. Felicia noted with surprise that the rumors were true. The girls exclaimed that he was not at all good at hiding his secrets. Enos added that there was no common sense in his words because he could control a strange ship, and a world without magic was another dimension. The young man cleared his throat, but his face changed, and added that they kept it a secret by order. They exchanged glances. Again the girls exclaimed that he was not at all able to hide it from them. It was interesting to realize that their master really came from another world. Night fell. The ship continued its journey across the endless sea. The next morning, one of the girls kissed the young man, and he blushed with embarrassment. So they continued their journey. In everyday life, they managed to have a wonderful time with each other. Sometimes sharks or other underwater monsters swam nearby, which they successfully defeated. On the 25th day, the protagonist stood on board the ship. Seagulls were circling above him, and he suddenly noticed something ahead. With an exclamation, he announced to everyone that there was land ahead. Finally, it was time to trade. They reached the young continent under the sunlight. With their loyal friends by their side, the main characters bravely continued their journey, knowing that no great adventure was scary. The shore was clearly visible, confirming that they had indeed reached their goal. The long sea voyage had finally come to an end, and the southern continent lay before them. The girls watched the sight unfolding before them with smiles, their faces lit up with anticipation. The protagonist noted with satisfaction that they had arrived at the shores of the continent in just 25 days, 5 days earlier than planned. Now they had to get closer and find a place where people lived. Suddenly Ines stopped the gentleman. She reminded him that they were unfamiliar with the language of this continent. The young man perked up. The girl asked him why he had not thought of this. He replied that they had always been within the same country. Felicia timidly addressed the gentleman. She asked what language he spoke in his home world. Wataru suddenly perked up and said that he had a unique skill, understanding languages, which allowed him to read any language. With each passing moment, they were getting closer to the shore of the new continent. Felicia stood at the stern, watching everything that was happening. Their ship was already sliding right to the shore. Suddenly, overcome with joy, they all jumped out of the boat straight onto the land, shouting jubilantly. The elf decided to use barrier magic to prevent any attack on them. The young man thanked the girl. They saw a small village ahead. The hero noted that they would not be trading here. Soon they saw a man passing by. Wataru Toyomi greeted the stranger, introduced himself as a traveling merchant, and asked if he could spare a moment for a conversation. The man turned around, but looked at them with a puzzled expression. Soon the heroes found themselves in a village building, where a crowd of villagers had gathered. The villagers were animatedly discussing them. The village chief Krauko greeted them, asking if they were really from the northern continent. The hero noted that they were being watched. The young man explained that their group had come here for the purpose of trade and asked to be told of a large city nearby. The elder reported that if they were talking about port cities, then moving west, about 10 days' journey away, was the city of Tabori. The protagonist realized that they had to move west, but the mayor added disturbing news. 2 months ago, the king died in Catania, and now there is a fierce battle for the succession to the throne. The young man froze in place from this news. He asked if there was a civil war. Krauko replied that there had been no open military conflict yet, but that the situation in Chibori was becoming unsafe. Wataru asked him to tell him everything. The chief explained that the information came from a merchant. The king suddenly died, and now the first and second princes are fighting for power. The first prince's mother was the king's legal wife and came from another country, while the second prince's mother was a concubine and also the prime minister's daughter. The prime minister publicly declared the first prince unworthy of the crown and the second prince the rightful heir. Both princes gather troops, and Chibori is surrounded by mercenaries. Wataru couldn't help but imagine the imperious prime minister. The village chief warned them to be extremely careful in the city. That night, while preparing for the upcoming journey on the cruiser, Wataru, sipping tea, noted that the situation was developing exactly like this and asked Felicia what they should do next. Felicia, thinking that any danger could be dealt with, suggested going to the city. Ines immediately agreed. They had come too far to stop. Felicia added that, in the worst case, they could always retreat and return to their ship. Wataru was encouraged by this reasoning. He declared that they would do so, since he could not decide anything until he saw what was happening. They decided to go. They even suggested a drink to celebrate, but it was impossible. After a few days of travel, Felicia turned to the gentleman, pointing ahead. A city appeared in the distance. The protagonist was amazed by its size, but Ines immediately noted that she would not mind waiting out this heat on the ship. Soon they found themselves in front of a huge chain bridge leading straight into the city. After crossing it, they found themselves in a large, bustling market. There was a bustle all around. All sorts of fruits and strange objects were being sold everywhere, and the merchants and customers were smiling at each other. Wataru was surprised to note that, contrary to expectations, everything looked quite peaceful here. Suddenly, some unfamiliar guys approached the girls. They immediately noticed their unusual, clearly foreign clothes. Boldly offering the girls to go with them, they insisted that they leave the main character. The young man immediately realized that he was in a classic situation when he had to deal with bullies. He loudly declared that these 2 girls were his bodyguards. The guys did not calm down, declaring that no one asked them about the opinion of the main character. Ines turned to Wataru and asked if they should finish off these impudent fellows already. The protagonist nodded decisively, agreeing. The girl carefully asked if they should fight him, and he again answered affirmatively. At that moment, one of the men shouted loudly for them to move away from the girls and disappear. But suddenly, Ines suddenly lunged forward. She deftly grabbed one of the bullies by the arm, and with a quick movement knocked him right to the ground. The other man, seeing what had happened, was extremely surprised and could not understand what was happening. However, at that very moment, Ines attacked him, hitting him on the head again. The third man, who was watching this, pulled out his long katana, declaring that they had played too much. The protagonist was watching the events unfold, as well as Felicia, who was already holding her magic wand in her hands. She called upon her powerful magic, activating a shining magic circle that enveloped and protected all the heroes. Realizing that they were dealing with mages, the men refused to fight. The guards, attracted by the noise, began to question them. The frightened men ran away screaming. Anticipating problems, the protagonist announced his immediate departure. Ines understood him. After running a few blocks, the heroes stopped to catch their breath. The girls confirmed that there was no pursuit. Wataru breathed heavily, while Ines assumed the evil intentions of the pursuers. He decided to stock up on pepper while the stores were open. The girl reminded them that there was a guild on this continent as well, and they should find it. To this end, the heroes continued their search in the bustling trading market in the very center of the city. The hero asked the stranger for directions, but he demanded payment. The guy offered a foreign coin, asking if it would do. The man agreed and pointed the way straight into the tunnel, then along the passage to the trade guild. The heroes thanked him. The path was blocked by a man who demanded a fee for passage through the tunnel. The protagonist paid without hesitation, and the group moved on. Soon they were surrounded by annoying merchants offering lamps and showing the way for 50 coins. In addition, they were offered traditional clothes, delicious juice, and other exotic outfits. The main characters, without turning around, ran away from the crowd, loudly shouting that they did not need anything. Felicia approached Wataru, asking if she could ask him about something. Ines expressed her confusion as to why they were so worried, since if they bought one thing, nothing would happen. They decided that they needed to keep running. Felicia immediately noticed the little girl with the flower. She leaned down, praised it, and thanked it. The girl lit up and demanded 10 coins for it. The elf fell to her knees in deep regret as the girl ran away from the heroes. After 2 hours, they were finally able to reach the trade guild building. The protagonist apologized to the greeter and noted that they came from the northern continent and asked if they could speak with the guild representatives. The greeter was surprised by their origin and asked them to wait a bit. They were greeted by a beautiful young woman who expressed great joy at the arrival of customers from the northern continent. She introduced herself as Mary, the vice leader of this guild. Wataru, a little embarrassed, remarked that she was very beautiful. Mary asked if she understood correctly that they had come from the north to buy pepper. The protagonist agreed, but added that it seemed that their political situation was not the easiest, and asked if they could make a deal under such conditions. Mary thought about it, her thoughts turning to conversations about the war and the struggle for the throne. She explained that the lord of their city was a supporter of the first prince, and was still actively gathering troops. Frankly, armed conflict was only a matter of time. The young man realized that it seemed that a civil war was really beginning. The girl reassured him, saying that he need not worry. She assured him that buying pepper would be a very profitable proposition. Mary said that the sales were starting right away. She explained that they had to prepare for a civil war, and the guild wanted to convert the peppers into money as soon as possible. They were now half the usual price. Wataru wondered if that was normal. Ines asked the gentleman if everything was all right, and he said he would buy pepper. Mary asked what their budget was. The young man said they had 2 platinum coins. They also brought spider silk that they wanted to sell. The girl perked up when she heard about the spider silk. She told Wataru that he was lucky, and that when the war started, expensive things would go out of stock. She assured him that they would be able to buy everything they needed from the guild. She asked if everything was okay. He confirmed it. Mary said she wanted to do some testing of the spider silk tomorrow. She then asked if they had managed to sort out the matter with the hotel, adding that she was ready to help if necessary. She also asked if they needed any money for expenses, and if they had a guide and a change of clothes. She said goodbye loudly and assured them that she would be waiting for them tomorrow. The heroes left the guild, slightly puzzled by what had happened. Ines admitted that she did not quite understand the meaning of what Mary said. However, the protagonist noted that the information was quite extensive. Felicia noted that Mary, apparently, was very experienced in conducting business. The young man said that he had already been informed about the recommended tourist tours in the shops. In particular, it was a tourist guide costing 20 coins. Suddenly, a sharp shout was heard, calling for him to get out of the way. A man collapsed right in front of the frozen heroes. It turned out to be local residents who, pointing their fingers forward, explained that beautiful girls were walking ahead. Wataru looked completely uninspired and frustrated, as this was the second time that day that he found himself in such a similar situation. He wondered how long he could keep up this pace. After all, it was all about pepper. The fun adventure with the beautiful companions continued, and it was morning on the southern continent. Wataru Toyomi was sleeping peacefully when suddenly a foot appeared next to him and gave him a slight push. The boy instantly woke up and got up from the bed. His girlfriends were lying next to him, and he noticed that it was already morning. His eyes widened in surprise. He realized that this was what the southern continent looked like. They were on the shore of a picturesque city, and before them lay an endless sea. They sat down at the table covered with various delicacies. The girls tried the dishes and did not hide their admiration. Although they had already eaten in the evening, the breakfast at the hotel was so filling and high quality that it caused them sincere pleasure. The protagonist noted that they were at the crossroads of a trade route known for spices. Apologizing to Lizzie, he said that she could eat as much as she wanted. He took out some food from his bag and noted that now was the time to have a good meal. Felicia asked Wataru about the rent. He was going to sell the spider silk and look around for options during the day, which might be difficult. The girls were upset because they got really lost yesterday, and it was dangerous considering their bright appearance. The hero, having breakfast, emphasized that they needed to quickly conclude a deal and leave the country before the Civil War began. He wanted to replenish his food supplies and buy souvenirs at the market. In addition, he asked the girls to accompany him this time. They happily agreed and were happy. Ines asked what souvenirs he was going to choose. The hero was interested in whether the guildmaster liked to drink and what the girls might like. An employee approached them with fruit juice. She suggested thinking about buying clothes because they looked very beautiful. The girls looked at the woman with surprise. Then the main character had an idea. His companions changed into southern clothes and got exotic hairstyles. They looked incredibly cute. Their shining smiles said how these new clothes suited them. The saleswoman noted that they suited them very well, and Wataru admired them. He asked the saleswoman if she was really ready to sell them these clothes, and received an affirmative answer because they had not had new clothes for a long time, and in such a form they would not stand out from the crowd. Ines thanked the young man. She slowly turned to the saleswoman standing behind the counter, looking closely and noting that under the bright light the fabric began to shimmer and shine spectacularly. This sight looked truly extraordinary. Then, inspired by the magnificence he saw, Wataru, without hesitation, made the final decision to purchase this unique and beautiful fabric as a memorable and special souvenir. He asked about the price and heard a smile in response. There was a discount now, so everything would cost only 5 silver coins. Hearing this, the young man froze, because for him it seemed like a huge amount, because the equivalent was 5 million yen. Despite this, he remembered the face of his girlfriend, who would surely be grateful for such a gift. Closing his eyes in determination, he agreed to the purchase. They walked and bought various souvenirs and tried new delicacies together. Ines thanked the young man for the alcohol and that they should definitely have a drink after returning. The boy agreed and noted that they had already bought quite a few gifts. Wataru turned to Felicia to tell her if she needed anything. However, she replied that she didn't want anything and that she had enough of what she had. She slid her hands over her chest and smiled. The guy looked at her from afar and was very surprised. Ines, suddenly paying attention to something, noticed that it seemed to be the same fabric he had recently bought. However, it cost significantly less, only 5,000 yen. Seeing such a huge difference in price, the protagonist seemed to turn to stone. He realized that this fabric, the one he had paid 5 million for, was being sold for less here. Even alcohol was half the price. Shocked, he sank to the ground. The girls were asking if everything was okay. Wataru said that business was scary. As evening came and the sky began to cloud over, Ines beamed and remarked that it would be a lot of fun to bargain for the pepper. After all, they were going to buy pepper, and they had to try to lower the price. Wataru asked how they would do it. The girl replied that their spider silk would be bought, but since she did not know the language, she was counting on him. A rented donkey was standing nearby. The hero found this interesting, but doubted his bargaining skills. They arrived at the merchant guild. Mary greeted Wataru and asked if he had brought the spider silk. The boy nodded affirmatively, pointing to the cart. The girl noted that there was a lot of silk, and they would begin transporting it immediately. The hero settled down comfortably in the garden. Mary apologized for the wait, but added that it was really high-quality silk. She informed them that if they were members of the guild, the goods would be purchased for a whopping 5 platinum coins. Wataru was amazed by this amount because he bought the silk with gold and he thought that this was more than enough. However, Mary added another condition. If they agreed to deliver the goods directly to the shops, the payment could increase. Perhaps it would change to a whole platinum coin. She wondered if that would be acceptable. The protagonist froze. 1 platinum coin was equal to 100 million yen. He felt pressure from Ines, who would insist on negotiating. At that time, he was thinking to himself, 1 billion yen was already an incredible amount, but he didn't know which stores they should go to or who could help them with this. Wataru was relying on the guild to quickly earn $1 billion due to the Civil War. Mary reminded them that when they sold silk wholesale, they would get a 5% discount on pepper and a wonderful assortment of spices. The hero froze. Behind him stood 2 girlfriends. However, he closed his eyes, waved his hand, and said that he agreed. Ines, who was standing behind, did not hide her disappointment. They left the guild, where they were thanked for the deal. Next to them, their new donkey was waiting. Wataru shared his calculation, explaining that at the moment they could purchase pepper worth 2 platinum coins, which would provide them with enough supplies. He also noted that it would take some time to prepare the spider silk for the trade, so they should hurry. Ultimately, he admitted that they would not be able to haggle on this deal. Ines simply noted that he was fine with that. The young man confirmed that even without the usual bidding, they had already made a significant profit. He then added that a huge amount of pepper had filled the warehouse and they needed to transfer it to the boat. The girls enthusiastically agreed. Felicia felt a touch, turned around and saw a girl offering a small bouquet for 30 gold. Felicia gently declined, explaining that she could not buy the flowers, and the young man muttered that they looked like yesterday's. Suddenly her mother came over. The child turned to her, saying that they were their customers from yesterday. The mother, looking around the group, asked if they really had bought flowers from them and thanked them for their help. Wataru didn't understand what she meant, but the woman, taking her daughter by the hands, continued to explain that they really wanted to avoid the impending civil war and wait it out in their native village, but they had absolutely no money. Felicia turned to her master, who assured her that he would immediately transfer the necessary funds. Ines dryly noted that since their arrival, every meeting had turned into a market. Wataru stated that such were the circumstances. A mother and child bid farewell to the heroes with gratitude. The elf's hand clenched. Then, apologizing, she timidly asked the gentleman if she could buy him something. The boy did not immediately understand, but she explained that the request seemed selfish. Her desire was to help the family. The young man, understanding dawning in his eyes, gently pointed out that Felicia was also concerned about her people. Then he graciously gave her full permission to proceed. A visible shudder of delight ran through the elf. Her face lit up with a radiant smile, and she thanked the gentleman from the bottom of her heart for his profound kindness. She hurried to her mother to buy flowers. Ines turned and commented that he was being very kind to Felicia. Wataru quickly reminded her that he had bought her alcohol. They began to pack all the goods they had purchased into their boat. Once the cargo was secured, the boy activated the boat's return mechanism. Upon arrival, they found Lizzie comfortably nestled right on the boat. Wataru, his voice full of satisfaction, declared that the entire undertaking had gone splendidly. The main characters clapped their hands happily. By the end of their adventure, they had successfully loaded all the pepper and received 7 platinum coins. Their priority was to return to the ship. The elf turned and asked if they would return to the south. The young man confirmed that he felt the desire to explore this land once more. Ines wondered if the coming civil war would somehow contain everything she truly valued: her community, the very essence of life, and the bonds of love. Wataru then remembered that their final destination was, in fact, the southern cities, but before heading off on that part of their journey, they had an important promise to fulfill and find a suitable island for the Dark Elves to migrate to. The elf, hearing the mention of her wish, nodded her head vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and loudly confirmed that she wished with all her heart for this to happen. 3 brave heroes, after long adventures, were finally able to leave the southern continent, setting off on their further journey on their impressive ship. The bright morning sun shone softly and tenderly over the water surface. Ines woke up slowly, stretched sweetly and relaxed, feeling how the long-awaited and deep calm, like a warm wave, finally completely took possession of her soul and body. Felicia casually mentioned that the trading city of Tobori, although widely known and famous for its unique and rare goods, nevertheless had an extremely low level of security for its visitors and residents. The protagonist apologized to Lizzie for having to spend so much time in his bag. The slug assured him that she was okay, and Wataru was incredibly happy about that. Suddenly, Ines turned to the guy and asked if she could take a shower. He, of course, answered in the affirmative. However, Felicia immediately asked why Ines didn't take a shower with the gentleman. Ines understood and admitted that it made sense. With a charming face, she turned to Wataru and playfully invited him to join in. The protagonist's nose suddenly started bleeding from such affection. The young man sat, wondering how they could stay on course. He remembered that before leaving Tabori, they had agreed to return to the southern cities to find a suitable island for the Dark Elves to migrate to, as Felicia had wished. Felicia exclaimed affirmatively, but looked dejected and sad. She admitted to the master that she was still worried about possible encounters with hunters, and believed that the island should be located far from trade routes. Wataru confirmed her words. He suggested making a large detour from their original route. Then they would begin their search, keeping a close eye on their food supplies. If a suitable island is found, they will land to make sure there are no people or dangerous animals. The girl clenched her fist, silently asking the master for this. Ines took out her alcohol and suggested raising their glasses. The elf didn't know what to say, but Wataru didn't object. They poured themselves several glasses, not forgetting Lizzie. Raising their glasses, they drained them to the bottom and felt happy. The voyage to find the island began. Wataru steered the ship while Felicia watched the scene outside. The ship glided across the vast expanses of the ocean, while Ines scanned the horizon for new islands. They also continued to improve their culinary skills and traveled further, experiencing countless sunrises and sunsets. On their way, they encountered sea monsters and krakens, which the girls successfully dealt with thanks to their magic. One day, the main character was surprised to notice that Lizzie drank a whole can of alcohol and looked absolutely happy. They continued their journey across the vast expanses, sailing from early morning until late at night, stopping occasionally. The heroes also diligently studied their characteristics and upgraded their skills. Felicia often stood on the edge of the ship, looking out at the dark expanses of the sea and the star-strewn sky. Her face was serious and a little sad. Wataru and Ines watched her from afar, saddened by the state of their friend. The boy asked Ines how long their food would last. She replied that they had enough for half a month. Wataru pointed out that in that case, they shouldn't go too far. Ines agreed that there was nothing worse than being at sea without any supplies. The protagonist agreed, but expressed hope that they would soon find that very island. Suddenly, Felicia ran up, excitedly calling her friends. The girl pointed her finger forward and exclaimed that she saw an island ahead, and indeed, a small mound of land appeared beyond the surface of the water. Soon the heroes approached it. The island they had hoped for turned out to be tiny. It was barely larger than their ship. Its surface was teeming with seagulls, but there was very little free space for life. The girls could not hide their disappointment. Felicia, clenching her fist, expressed her deep sadness. The protagonist, after carefully examining the islet, assumed that it was part of a larger archipelago. He explained that they should explore the surrounding area, as he felt that there must be a large island somewhere nearby. The girl didn't immediately understand his thought. Wataru explained that although he didn't know all the details, such islands are often formed as a result of volcanic activity or earthquakes, which explains their appearance in the ocean. The girls were amazed by his knowledge. The hero quickly reassured them, saying that it was nothing special. He clenched his fist, his gaze full of determination. Wataru reminded them that there was food left for a week, so they had to speed up their pace. The girls agreed, and their journey continued. The ship cut through the waves of the endless ocean. Felicia continued to peer into the horizon. They did indeed come across many small islands, but none of them were suitable for their purposes. Suddenly the weather changed. The sky became overcast, and it started to rain. Ines noticed this, and the boy suggested that they take shelter inside the ship. The rain became heavier, creating small waves. Wataru stared out the window, trying to see something there. Felicia turned to her friends, offering them tea. They thanked her, explaining that they had stopped to wait for the rain to stop. Felicia tried to calm them down, saying that there was nothing they could do about this weather. However, her face suddenly darkened when she realized that they might have to wait a whole week. The heroes hastened to reassure her, assuring her that everything would be fine and the rain would soon stop. The young man advised Felicia to rest a little. Since she was too worried, the girl decided to listen to the advice and went to her cozy cabin, where she settled down on a soft bed, listening to the powerful noise of a heavy rainstorm raging outside the ship. Quite unexpectedly, Felicia's eyes widened, having caught with her hearing a barely audible but unusual noise coming from somewhere over the side of the ship. She realized that the ship had begun to move, and had moved, although the rain still did not subside. She quickly glanced out the window and was greatly surprised. She abruptly got up from the bed and resolutely headed for the exit to climb up. Just as she was about to start climbing the steep stairs, she was unexpectedly met by Ines, who excitedly and persistently urged her to go up to the upper deck as soon as possible. Felicia's expression changed noticeably as she felt the anticipation of something special. At that moment, Wataru called out loudly to her, pointing his hand straight ahead. He promised that something amazing was waiting ahead and ordered her to look. The young girl immediately hurried after him, quickly climbing up the ship's ladder. A huge island appeared before them, majestically rising right next to their ship. Felicia's face lit up with pure, sincere joy, and she involuntarily folded her hands. Her heart began to beat faster. Felicia, in her light summer dress, was beaming with genuine joy, as they had finally found that long-awaited, ideal island. She wished that her dear loved ones would find true and lasting happiness on this earth. Their ship glided smoothly past a vast island covered with emerald grass, and each of the travelers involuntarily wondered whether this very place would eventually become the long-awaited new home for their community of settlers. The elf clenched her fist with determination, looking intently at every corner of this vast land. Meanwhile, the protagonist noticed that the presence of a full-flowing river guaranteed them an important opportunity for further return. The travelers sailed along the river, winding between small peninsulas, watching the fluttering birds. To their delight, other creatures were discovered on the island. Having reached the shore, they admired the endless sea expanses. Wataru Toyomi, much to his surprise, suddenly came across a very small, nimble hamster, as well as various other types of rodents scurrying about in the grass. Ines, however, spoke with undisguised delight about the juicy and incredibly tasty fruits that grew in abundance on numerous local trees, promising them a pleasant treat. Their tireless footpath across the vast island continued unabated. Ahead of them stretched the magnificent and truly endless expanse of the sea, which constantly attracted the eyes of the tired but inspired travelers. The young man felt happy, although a little out of breath and covered in sweat. He noticed that from this height he could see the entire sea. Ines confirmed how wide the island was. A slight blush lit up Felicia's cheeks, and a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. She wholeheartedly agreed, confirming that this was indeed the place they had dreamed of for so long. As night fell, the sky was lit up by a stream of stars. The heroes, lost in their thoughts, slowly floated in a small, graceful boat along the quiet current of the river, which carried them through the soft twilight of the approaching night. The protagonist, noting to himself that they had already spent 2 full days tirelessly exploring this vast island, turned to Felicia and gently asked her secret opinion regarding the place they had discovered. The girl, pondering her words, replied that during their entire search, they had found absolutely no signs of intelligent life or traces of civilization. She added that the river, forests, and meadows made this place ideal for their settlement as well. The boy reminded them of the goblins that had been spotted in the woods, but Felicia countered that it was no problem for their community. She explained that the villagers would easily deal with these creatures, as they had dealt with similar challenges before. Ines added that the amazing abundance of various animals living on the island would provide them with the opportunity for successful and productive hunting, guaranteeing food for everyone. The protagonist, turning to Felicia, looked at her. Felicia, arms crossed over her chest, gathering all her courage and determination, looked up at her master. In a quiet tone, she asked if he would consider the possibility of relocating her people, the Dark Elves, to this safe island. The other heroes watched her determination in silence. In response, the main character laughed, and Lizzie sat on his shoulder. He clenched his fist and smiled, promising to help in any way he could. Looking at the elf, he saw that she was crying with happiness. He asked her not to cry, but Felicia could not hold back the emotions that overwhelmed her, sincerely thanking him for his willingness to help. The night passed unnoticed, and with the first gentle rays of the morning, the heroes sailed away from the shores of the hospitable island. The protagonist stretched, noticing that it was time for them to return to the southern city. Abruptly, he sat at the helm, and suddenly remembered something. Opening the information panel, he saw that he had the ability Autopilot. He explained that now it was enough to indicate a place on the map and activate the skill, and the boat would start moving on its own. The vessel immediately activated the mode and sailed along the water surface. Wataru, extremely surprised that the boat was moving on its own, spread his arms wide. Having set up the system, he headed towards the girls, humming a song. To their bewilderment at how the ship was moving without him, the young man happily explained that the vessel was on autopilot and could sail independently to previously visited places. The girls surrounded the guy, admiring how great it was, because now they wouldn't have to take breaks for sleep. He confirmed that the boat would sail while they slept, and they would reach their destination much faster. The protagonist added that at this rate, they would reach the southern islands in just a day or so. Felicia was beside herself with happiness. She said that since the ship was returning to the southern cities and was passing close to her hometown, she would like to stop there if he did not object. The hero replied that they should discuss emigration, and asked if it would be a problem if they arrived unannounced. The girl smiled, assuring him that everything was fine. Her village, although closed to outsiders, would always welcome them. The young man asked if it would be appropriate to present her father with the fine alcohol he had purchased as a souvenir. Felicia inclined her head, smiling, noting that he need not worry too much about all the formalities. The protagonist felt like he was being electrocuted by the realization. Wataru instantly realized the depth of what was happening. He was about to meet Felicia's father in person, as her master. He pressed his fist to his forehead, feeling panic rising. The man who was her protector was obliged to appear before her father. He imagined this meeting as a death sentence, vividly picturing in his mind a picture of the chieftain avenging his daughter, whose fate was now tied to his. The protagonist, immersed in these dark thoughts, felt the frustration growing inside him. The girls only glanced at each other quickly. Ins went up on deck and told the protagonist about it. She would be there with Lizzie. He just nodded, agreeing with what was unspoken. When he and Felicia were alone, the boy admitted that his stomach was starting to hurt. The girl, noticing his anxiety, gently reassured him. She took his hand in hers, gently squeezing it, and gratefully said that she was grateful to him. He had found such a safe and secure haven for the Dark Elves. Placing his palm on her chest, she said shyly but firmly that, as she had already mentioned, they had made a pact, and she was deeply grateful to her master. Her cheeks turned slightly pink, and she confessed that she wanted to show him her gratitude in a special way. The young man began to sweat, completely unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, the girl leaned forward, slowly approaching his face for a kiss. The air around her seemed to become electrified. Everything was illuminated by a gentle, exciting light. Wataru recoiled, struck by this unexpectedness. A terrifying image flashed through his mind like lightning. A stern elven father clutching a heavy stick, ready to bring it down on the head of his daughter's offender. The vision made him break out in a cold sweat again. He stopped her. He placed his hand on her shoulder, sharply but carefully, trying to pull away. He thanked her, saying haltingly that her gratitude touched him very much, but they had not yet completed the emigration process properly. They still had so much to do. The protagonist felt the excitement taking over him with renewed vigor, and he still couldn't figure out what it was. He clenched his fist, and tears of despair welled up in his eyes. He said that everything had to stop. Felicia, watching all this panic, just laughed sweetly and infectiously. After 2 days, their journey ended, and they reached the place where the Dark Elves lived. The main characters walked through the forest, where unusual houses were visible among the tree crowns, suspended on mighty branches, connected by countless stairs. Wataru was the first to notice the charred dwellings, confirming his worst fears, an attack on the settlement. Ines, noting the deathly silence and lack of signs of life, whispered to Felicia that the village was completely empty. She did not understand what was happening. The elf herself, following instinct, looked up at the tall treetops that surrounded them in a dense ring. Then, with sudden seriousness, she ordered them both not to move until she gave her special orders. The heroes looked at her and instinctively froze. At that very moment, several masked figures attacked them, and the travelers found themselves surrounded. One of the attackers, armed with a weapon and with a creepy mask on his face, turned to them with a question. He wanted to know what was hidden under the mysterious blue stone. Felicia stepped forward and answered without hesitation that there were fairy eggs under the stone. Wataru was extremely puzzled by such an unusual answer, but the masked man seemed no less surprised. An awkward, tense silence hung between them. Suddenly the mask was torn from the attacker's face, and more elves appeared from behind the trees. With cries of triumph for Felicia, they rushed towards her, their faces glowing with genuine happiness. Friends and acquaintances approached the girl, congratulating her on her return and noting how wonderful she looked. Soon even children and their parents, having removed their masks, came out of their houses, happily waving after her. They all joined in the congratulations. The girl declared their safety, because the villagers were simply hiding. Wataru admitted that the tactic was unexpected. Despite such a start, the Dark Elves radiated kindness. Their smiles, laughter, and lively conversations created an atmosphere of warmth and hospitality. At that moment, a voice came from a high tree asking if they had brought a guest. Felicia turned and addressed her father, who, despite his weakness, held himself with dignity. The man who appeared before them, a reserved and imposing figure, introduced himself as Federico, the venerable elder of this small but strong elven village. Wataru, without wasting a second and wanting to make a good impression, immediately hurried to introduce himself in response, his voice sounding sincere, expressing pleasure at this new acquaintance, and clearly stating his full name. However, there was absolutely no trace of the expected enthusiasm or welcoming smile on the face of the venerable elder Federico. Stern and unusually taciturn, he only briefly invited them to enter his home. A few moments later, the heroes were already sitting in a spacious but cozy hut, permeated with the smell of wood. At a large table, Federico quickly began to discuss the pressing issues of their people's migration to the island. The young man nodded slightly in agreement and repeated with sincere admiration what Felicia had said earlier about how incredibly beautiful and fruitful this newly discovered island was. The man closed his eyes and sighed heavily, saying that they, the villagers, were even ready to accept strangers on their land. However, he admitted that he did not fully understand the true intentions of the newcomers. Wataru began to sweat. He internally agreed with the elder's thought, realizing that he should have asked Felicia to tell him more about their plans beforehand. Suddenly, a loud fist slammed onto the table, making the boy flinch. The elder, to the hero's surprise, began to sob. Holding back the tears, he said that Wataru was a very good guy. Hearing such praise, the hero's self-esteem noticeably increased, and he smiled happily. Federico, unable to contain his emotions, thanked the protagonist, calling his arrival the embodiment of their long-cherished dream. Felicia jumped up from her seat, shouting for her father. Federico, putting his hand on his chest, confirmed that this was indeed the realization of their dream. However, he added that they needed to discuss this important issue with all the villagers and make a decision. Therefore, he asked them to wait with their answer. Wataru nodded understandingly, agreeing to the proposed delay. He explained that they were just about to return to South City, and if the relocation issue was resolved by then, that would be just fine. The heroes shook hands. At that moment, an elf gracefully entered the room, asking if they had finished. Federico nodded affirmatively. The woman, radiating bright energy, introduced herself with a smile as Cecilia, Felicia's mother. She informed them that she had prepared food for them and offered to let them stay in the village for the night if they wished. Cecilia bowed to Wataru, who accepted her offer. He turned around to see Felicia standing timidly to the side, her fists clenched tightly. He gently suggested that she go to her mother, but the girl stopped him, insistently stating that it was her duty to protect the main character. The young man reminded her that Ines was also nearby. The girl insisted on staying, as she had not been home for a long time. Happy, she thanked her friends and left. Felicia's father watched his daughter with joy. The hero thanked Federico for his trust in the matter of resettlement and further support. The elder admitted that he had already realized from Felicia that Wataru was kind and decent. This remark surprised him. It became clear to him that the parents had sacrificed a lot, including separation from their daughter, for the good of their settlement. In a normal situation, he admitted to himself, he would hardly have decided on close cooperation. But the fact that the hero and his companions were able to return Felicia home safe, giving her the opportunity to reunite with her family, was priceless for Federico. The elder turned around, his eyes filled with warmth, as he watched his daughter's joyful reunion with the community. Wataru was deeply moved and amazed by what he saw. Happy Felicia, finally home with her family, had achieved her goal. Her father was happy. The protagonist, delighted with the family, thanked Federico for trusting in the resettlement, hoping for the support and well-being of everyone. While in Felicia's hometown, Wataru reflected on the various souvenirs they had seen, noting that purchasing such things always reminded him of people dear to his heart. Surrounded by the tree houses typical of elves, the boy thanked Elder Federico for his help. He would return in 7 days to discuss all the details of the migration. His companions were nearby and stood on either side. Felicia's parents expressed their consent, and then asked the young people to be careful. After a while, when the heroes had moved a considerable distance away, the parents continued waving to their daughter, surrounded by her friends. Felicia thanked Wataru for the important conversation with her parents, which seemed to bring relief to both of them. The young man shook his head, expressing satisfaction with the situation. He noted that everything had worked out perfectly. Ines echoed his words. The protagonist then asked Ines about her own family and expressed his willingness to help her meet them if she wished. The girl was frightened and visibly worried, hastily declaring that she did not want to do this. She explained that meeting her parents would inevitably force her to reveal the reason why she became a servant, and that was completely unacceptable. The heroes looked at each other and realized that she was talking about her gambling debts. Wataru assured everyone that everything was fine. He added that since they had successfully completed all the tasks, it was time to return to the southern cities. The girls happily supported his decision, expressing their pleasure in continuing the journey. They readily agreed. From that point, the journey to the southern city took about 2 days. The heroes continued to cut through the water on their cruiser. Before arriving, they transferred the goods from the rubber boat to the deck of the main ship. Unfortunately, the deck was only half full, and too much of what they brought was in danger of spoiling. They decided to sell the rest at the first opportunity. Now they had to prepare the gifts. Wataru was packing the box, carefully placing the rolls of fabric inside. He said that he was looking forward to meeting everyone, especially the ladies. Their ship continued on its way. Some time passed. The sky became cloudy, but the cruiser moved forward confidently. Finally, he sailed to a large port. The girls stood on the deck, watching the beautiful landscape. The main thing that caught the eye was the silence that reigned in the city, and very few people on the streets. Meanwhile, in the merchant guild, Camilla was cleaning, carefully wiping the dust off all the tables. At that moment, Mr. Guido ran up to Camilla, greeted her, and asked if she was there. The girl also greeted the man. He said that he had just met the protagonist at the port, and that he had returned from the southern continent. The girl blushed with anticipation. She folded her arms, wondering what this meant. Suddenly, she rushed to the beach and loudly called Mr. Wataru's name. The protagonist turned around and looked at her. The girl shouted to him that she was glad he was back and expressed her joy that he was okay. The boy turned and called out loudly to Camilla. He thanked her, noting that he hadn't seen the girl in a long time and she was still beautiful. He was very glad that she was here in the harbor, even if it was part of her job. The young man, with the intention of speeding up the process, turned to the girl with an urgent request to deliver the valuable cargo of pepper as soon as possible. Camilla, showing readiness for action, expressed her consent without hesitation. To her surprise, the girl unexpectedly summoned an impressive number of strong workers from the guild. These people were capable of handling any, even the most difficult task. In addition, a strong cargo cart with a horse immediately appeared. Wataru, watching what was happening, was surprised by such incredible efficiency. He immediately noted that Camilla was that amazing girl who was able to organize any business. After a while, they reached the guild. Camilla, beaming with satisfaction, proudly noted that all the peppers had arrived in excellent condition, with all their qualities intact. She then sincerely congratulated him on the completed and successful trading operation. The young man, full of sincere gratitude, thanked her heartily for her invaluable help. The girl sat on the couch and said that the cost of the service would be 72 platinum coins. However, Wataru noted that he would like to receive 50 gold coins and put the rest into the guild account. He also added that he had a gift for Camilla, holding a skein of silk luminescent fabric. The girl seemed surprised and asked if the material was too expensive. The protagonist, slightly scratching his head, explained that the gift was an expression of gratitude for their invaluable help in his trading affairs. He gently insisted that she not worry about the cost and simply accept it. Camilla tenderly took the fabric in her hands, admiring its beauty, and promised to keep the gift carefully. Wataru then handed over a cup of alcohol, explaining that it was for the guildmaster. Camilla thanked him, but added that the guildmaster was currently away, so she would keep the gift. Camilla was interested in his impressions of the South. He said that his path lay only in the kingdom of Catania, where he learned of the death of the monarch. Because of this, a fierce struggle for the throne began, and the hero assumed that by his next visit there could well be a civil war. The girl expressed surprise upon learning of the guy's plans to go south again, but the young man only nodded decisively in response, confirming his intentions. Camilla began to convince him of the dangers of such a journey, reminding him that they had already earned enough money. But Wataru objected that he was not driven by profit, but by the desire to explore new places. His companions silently watched this conversation. The protagonist, showing strength, clenched his fist and confidently declared that everything would definitely be fine with him. There was no trace of enthusiasm on Camilla's face. She only sighed resignedly, admitting that, in all likelihood, she could no longer change anything. After leaving the guild, the heroes continued their walk. Ines noticed how amazed Camilla was by their abundance of pepper. The guy admitted that he could not reveal his true skills, but he realized that her intense gaze made him very nervous. Felicia, in turn, asked Wataru about his plans for the future. He replied that he had souvenirs in store for several people who, he assumed, were staying at a luxury hotel nearby. The girls approved of the idea and asked if these were the adventurers he had told them about. They expressed a desire to meet them. As soon as the hotel doors opened, joyful cries came from within. The adventure girls seemed genuinely happy to see Wataru after a long separation. They were all beautiful, but each had her own unique personality. Among them were both dark-haired and fair-haired beauties, and some even had charming ears. The young man was deeply impressed, having met his old girlfriends again. His companions also gave the ladies friendly smiles. The large crowd of girls who had gathered at the hotel immediately surrounded Wataru, their faces shining with genuine joy at his safe return. He was touched by their warmth, and sincerely thanked each of them for their concern. As he exchanged pleasantries with them, his gaze involuntarily slid over their faces, and he mentally noted that absolutely all of them, without a single exception, possessed a striking and amazing beauty. Each of them seemed to him like a brightly shining star in the night sky, radiating its own unique charm. At that moment, the main character looked around and wondered where Kara was now. However, a shadow of sadness immediately appeared on the girls' faces. They all darkened and sighed heavily. One of them, plucking up her courage, haltingly reported that Kara, to their great concern, had suddenly fallen asleep, and they apparently urgently needed his help in this unexpected situation. Wataru, slightly perplexed, tried to understand why his personal assistance was necessary in this situation. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an unexpected call from right in front. Kara herself stood right in front of him. Her usually pale face was now unnaturally red from the internal heat, and her heavily wrinkled nightgown betrayed traces of a recent deep and sound sleep. The girls around her immediately, without saying a word, excitedly and with relief exclaimed Kara's name, and the hero, seeing her condition, hurried to come closer to personally find out if everything was all right with her. At the very moment he approached, her beautiful eyes instantly filled with large, shining tears, and she, unable to restrain herself, began to sob uncontrollably and bitterly. Suddenly, Kara rushed towards Wataru, hugging him tightly and crying, exclaiming how much she missed him. Felicia, who was watching this scene from the side, could not hide her surprise. Kara, without embarrassment, sat right on top of him, continuing to wipe away her tears. She explained haltingly that the cause of her condition was excessive consumption of fried food, which caused a high fever. One of the girls on the side added that if they weren't mistaken, Kara always ordered that same fried chicken whenever they went to the southeastern island. And only 3 days ago she was finally able to sleep. Wataru was amazed by their obsession with this dish. He muttered that it was amazing. The girl with cute ears timidly asked if the protagonist could teach her how to cook this fried chicken, if he didn't mind. Wataru agreed, noting that this was what he called real help. Suddenly, all the girls around them perked up. Ines immediately asked if he really knew how to cook. He nodded in response. Felicia became curious about what kind of food it was. The protagonist froze for a moment, lost in thought. As always, the slug Lizzie was comfortably nestled on his shoulder. Wataru glanced at everyone present and assured them with a smile that everything would be fine. He suggested that he would take over the cooking and throw a real dinner party. All the girls hearing this news were delighted and noticeably inspired by the anticipation of the upcoming evening. The protagonist looked forward with determination, a glint in his eyes, declaring that the time had come for his culinary exploits. He understood that it was necessary to properly entertain all these charming beauties. The young man carefully examines the market, sits down, the goods that are sold there, from vegetables to fish and seafood. The hero exclaims in surprise that they sell anything here. One of his companions asks the master what he is going to cook. What do you answer? That it is a good question, and he does not know what Kurege will cook. The hero says that therefore it is necessary to buy a chicken and some other ingredients. His gaze falls on the box of oysters, and he exclaims in surprise and curiosity. The young man leans over the box, trying to see the shiny shellfish in the cold water, and can't help but ask, "Are oysters harmful?" His voice is filled with interest, but also a little concern. The salesman behind the counter answers affirmatively. He says that the oysters are fresh, they were caught just this morning. The young man is surprised, says that fried oysters sound good. He says that he will take them. The girl asks if he is really going to fry the oysters. She notes that this is an unusual way of cooking. The young man replies that this is how they are used to it here. He says that when you dip them in boiling oil, they become crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. It's very tasty. The young man remembers the taste if you pour tartar sauce on them. Daydreaming, the young man realizes that he really wants to try the sauce. So he decides that he needs to buy mayonnaise. The girl looks at her master carefully and says that he is talking strangely again. The young man thought about how he would like to make mayonnaise, but one important thought arose. Is it safe to use eggs from this world? The protagonist begins to worry. He asks himself if it is safe to make it from eggs from this world, because you can get poisoned. The young man turns to his companion and asks if she has ever eaten raw eggs. The girl is indignant and says that of course not, because one would give her a stomachache. Another companion says that as she said before, she has heard of a cleansing magic that is cast on raw food before eating. She says that the priestess of the Girasol member probably knows how to use it. The young man immediately remembers the priestess. He pronounces her name with delight. Two girls join the young man. One of them greets Wataru-san and says that she has come to learn how to cook. The other replies that she just wants to watch. The young man greets Claretta and Kara. The protagonist says that they have been waiting for them. One of the girls says that this hotel has a wonderful terrace. The young man agrees with her and says that today they will cook here. The young man watches the girls closely and notices that they both have a day off. The protagonist feels that they are behaving as if they are on a date today. The girls turn to the young man and say that Alicia and the others will join them in the evening. The young man says that he understands, and then they need to divide the responsibilities, and they can begin. The protagonist says that he and Claretta-san will make karaage. Ines made this vegetable soup on his behalf. Meanwhile, Felicia can clean oysters and shrimps. The girls are happy that they have been assigned responsibilities and head off to do their own thing. Kara watches closely. Many of them are moving. The protagonist approaches her and asks if he can ask her for a favor. The girl is embarrassed and says that she doesn't know how to cook. The main character says that everything is very simple here, and she should not worry. You need to crumble the bread into small pieces. The heroine is happy that she was given such a job, asking if she is really the only one who says that in this case, she can help him. The girl starts cutting bread. One of the main character's assistants looks after her. Then the main character approaches this girl and asks her if she knows how to use purification magic. The heroine doesn't understand what he's talking about at first, but then replies that she does. The young man replies that it is excellent. In that case, he can ask her to use her skills on the eggs. The girl says that of course she can. With a flick of the wrist, it uses magic to peel the egg from its shell. The girl turns to the main character and asks him what he is going to do with these eggs. The young man laughs cheerfully and says that he wants to make mayonnaise out of them. The girls look at him in surprise and ask again. The young man says that first you need to add the egg yolk that they just peeled, then salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and then beat it all together. Once everything is mixed, you need to add a little oil and beat again. The main character carries out all the manipulations and shows the girls how to beat the resulting mixture correctly. He says that the mixture just needs to be whipped. In his mind, the protagonist understands that he really needs a blender or at least something like a whisk. Everyone looks at him without enthusiasm, but the taste should definitely amaze them. The young man promises himself that he will show them what mayonnaise is. The girls tries cooking and unanimously say that it is very tasty. One of them asks what it is. After all, she has never tried anything like it. One of the heroines exclaims that it is mayonnaise. She turns to the main character and asks the young man to teach them how to cook this incredible dish. The young man agrees and says that first you need to peel the egg. Suddenly something lands on his head, and the young man hears that Reimu can do this too. The young man asks again. He does not understand who can do what. The protagonist turns to his interlocutor, says that Reimu told him that he can also use magic. He thinks that he means purification magic. The protagonist asks if she can try it. The girl sighs and says that she will accept this sacred slime. She agrees to let him try it. The protagonist turns to the slime and asks him not to overexert himself. He, in turn, tenses up and tries to use purification magic. The girl looks at the egg carefully and is surprised. She says that it has cleaned itself. The young man is happy, asks if this is true. He throws his friend up and says that it is wonderful. The young man calls the slime a good boy. The heroes gather around the common table. The main character invites everyone to pounce on the treat. He says that he has prepared them an assortment of jelly food. The girls try his cooking with interest. Suddenly, one of them grabs her chest and starts coughing. Despite this awkward incident, the feast continues. The dish was a success. Everyone in Girasol, including Ines and Felicia, was happy. The hero went to the dark alpine village again, but something happened. The young man tried to stop his elf companion. The girl, meanwhile, shielded him with her hand and demanded that Roman stop. The man stops in front of them and asks if she is talking about helping the villagers migrate. He asks why this happened. The man attacks the protagonist, demands that he let Felicia go if he values his life. He says that the young man could have deceived the elder, but he will not deceive him. The man calls his opponent a dirty villain. The young man understands that everything has become a little more problematic than before. The young man feels open hostility from his opponent. Here, he continues to demand that the young man immediately release Felicia. He also wants the main character to get away. The men swing an axe at him and say that they are not going anywhere. The protagonist turns to Felicia, asking what they should do. He suggests that perhaps a villager is against the resettlement. The girl tells her master to wait. She needs to find out everything from her father. The hero approaches a tall building near a tree. One of them asks what all the noise is going on here. The other is noticed by the protagonist's Felicia. The young man is surprised to meet Federico-san. Meanwhile, the men continue to wonder what is going on here. Suddenly, he notices Romano. This is not the first meeting, so he is surprised that he is again involved in such adventures. An aggressive villager turns to the elder. He demands that he not listen to this dirty villain. He forces Felicia to be his subordinate. The girl asks in surprise, what is he talking about? She screams that at this rate, these people will soon be raising them like cattle. The protagonist realizes that he is a villain. Meanwhile, the elder addresses a villager. He says that, unlike him, all the villagers have agreed to the move and made a common decision. The man demands that his subordinate sit quietly and behave decently. The young villager, meanwhile, addresses the protagonist. He is clearly not satisfied with the way things are going. He says that if you think about it, he brainwashed Felicia and the elder. The protagonist, meanwhile, thinks that Romano-san is a dangerous person. The man demands that no one be deceived. He says that's enough. One of the men present approaches him from behind. He hits his subordinate with a frying pan. He groans and sinks. The protagonist is horrified. The man says he is Romano's father. He says he apologizes for his son causing so much trouble for the elder and the protagonist's team. Romano is surprised by what he got from his father. The man grabs him by the scruff of the neck and leaves. He asks them not to pay attention to his son. He tells everyone to continue planning the move and once again ask everyone for forgiveness. The elder turns to the main character, says that they are truly sorry. The young man calms him down and asks him not to worry, he does not want to move, and the young man understands this perfectly. The elder says that his protege is simply too selfish. The demi-human hunters already know about this village, and there aren't many of them left. They have no choice but to move elsewhere, but this guy is standing up to the entire village. The protagonist says that we need to discuss the plan of action, and everything else, the island they found, will be a wonderful place. The protagonist sits down with the elder at the negotiating table. He says that he heard that there are currently 35 residents left in the village. The man agrees with sadness in his voice. The protagonist says that his ship will not be able to transport them all at once. He suggests making 2 trips. It will take about a few days to get to the island. The elder understands him. He says that he will think about how to divide everyone. The main character says that he bought tents in which one can live, a 6-month supply of food, various tools for cultivating the land, and they will also need to bring buildings to the island that can be dismantled. The elder says he takes this very seriously. With tears in his eyes, he admits that they should name the village after the main character. The young man begs him not to do it. On the same day, all the village residents were notified of everything, and preparations for resettlement began immediately. The protagonist changed the interior of Klugo with his abilities. Looking at the new interior, the protagonist said with satisfaction that this is what was needed. The elf says that most of the villagers have never traveled on a magic ship before, so there shouldn't be any problems. One of the girls says that means they won't be able to use the microwave, the refrigerator, or the shower. Now it's just a closet. The elf strokes her head and says that it won't be for long. They need to keep the master's ability a secret for as long as possible. The action takes place 5 days later. Suddenly the main character, the elder, with a wise and sedate look, says that he is handing over to the main character the inhabitants who are in his caring hands. The young man, feeling a surge of happiness and excitement, is very happy about this. With a sincere smile on his face, he says that in this case they will eagerly set off on their journey. The ship, confidently soaring above the water, sets sail, leaving behind a trail of sparkling waves. Everyone who finds themselves on board this amazing vessel is amazed by what they see around them. They have found themselves on a magical ship for the first time, full of surprises and miracles, and it seems to them that everything that happens around them is simply magnificent and magical, as if they were in a fairy tale. The children, full of joy and delight, run and have fun, laughing and rejoicing at the opportunities that have opened up before them. The protagonist, watching their joy, realizes that there are 20 people on board the ship, including themselves. As expected, here on this beautiful ship, it is quite crowded, but this does not bother anyone. So, full of enthusiasm and anticipation, they must live for 2 more days, full of adventures and unforgettable impressions. The main character notices something and turns around. He is greeted by Father Romano. The protagonist asks how this is even possible. A man stands next to his son, whose head is wrapped in a sack. The son is tied hand and foot. The man points at him and says that you are his bad son. The protagonist smiles and says that he thought so. The man explains that he tied him up, so there is no need to worry. He will make sure that he does not ruin the trip. The young man happily agrees with him. He, in a decisive and confident tone, says that it is time to raise the sails so that the ship can finally set off on a long voyage. The girls standing on board the ship rejoice and enthusiastically note that the ship really moves with the help of magic, transmitting incredible sensations to everyone on its deck. One of them, with sincere joy on her face, says that the winds are favorable to them, bringing with them hope for amazing adventures ahead. Meanwhile, the tied-up villager, who is struggling to cope with the situation, is approached by children full of innocent curiosity and playful joy. Their cheerful cries and ringing laughter fill the air, creating an atmosphere of happiness and joy as they strive to learn more about what is happening around them and express their delighted feelings. The main character's assistant says that it is no wonder that everyone is tired. They are traveling by sea for the first time, and in the end, everything moves very smoothly. The action takes place on the 2nd day at sea. The protagonist stretches and thinks about how difficult it is to pretend that you are steering a boat, when in fact it is moving automatically. He looks at the bow of the ship and realizes that the tied-up mutineer is not there. The protagonist screams in horror that Romano-san is missing. His father yells at him to stop doing stupid things. He tells his father that he warned him, because the main character cannot betray them. The young man shouts at the protagonist to listen to him and immediately turn the ship around, otherwise he will jump overboard. Meanwhile, the main character looks at him with a completely indifferent expression and thinks that if he jumps, it will only be better for everyone. Felicia turns to her friend and demands that he stop. The villager says that she is free and invites her to go home. Kara turns to the protagonist and asks what is going on. The young man says that he is sure that Romano likes Felicia, and this complicates things. The man looks into the turbulent water and decides that since no one is listening to him, he will jump. The young man finds himself in the turbulent water in an instant. A fin slips right in front of his face. Everyone retreated back inside the ship in horror. A sea serpent was in front of them. The main character tries to calm people down, stop the panic. He shouts that everything is fine and everyone needs to go inside. The elf drags the young man's assistant and asks her to be a little calmer. Romano shouts that everything is clear to him. Because of the main character, not everyone will die. A huge snake rises above the water and, opening its strong jaws, rushes straight at the villager. Some unknown force pushes the snake away from the deck. The young man watches attentively. He is terrified. He tries with all his might to grab the people who are hiding inside the cozy cabins, but he fails. As if some impenetrable barrier suddenly appeared between him and the ship. The people on deck notice this carefully and begin to say in delight that the powerful monster is indeed pushing them away, as if an invisible field is protecting them from its terrible intentions. The protagonist, holding back his excitement, asks everyone to remain calm, reminding them that this ship can repel any kind of attack without damage, steadfastly resisting all threats. It's incredible. Everyone praises the main character, expressing admiration and gratitude, calling him a savior who is able to protect them in such a difficult moment. The rebel, standing on the sidelines, meanwhile, looks closely at the protagonist and understands that his carefully thought-out plan has failed, that he finds himself in a hopeless situation, and this fills his heart with confusion and fear. After some time, the ship lands on the shore. People come out onto the island's land. They say that the island is even bigger than they could imagine. It has a very diverse nature that looks simply wonderful. The protagonist notes that they all seem to like it here. Felicia tells the master that she thanks him very much for bringing them here. Romano stood on a high cliff, looking into the distance, where the horizon smoothly receded into the endless ocean. The sandy shore, wrapped in the warm rays of the setting sun, shimmered like gold, and a light sea breeze gently ruffled his hair. Thoughts about the future mixed with memories of the past, and the elf's heart was filled with conflicting feelings. He felt the spirit of adventure and change in the air. Each wave crashing against the rocks seemed to him a symbol of struggle and resilience. He understood that trials awaited them ahead, but also an opportunity to build a new happy society. The protagonist approaches him and calls him by name. The man gets scared and asks what he wants from him. The young man asks if it is true that he is in love with Felicia. The man gets even more scared and tries to understand why the protagonist is asking him about this. The young man says that he thought so most likely. The man hates him. He says that he has a proposal. The protagonist suggests that he confess to Felicia. If she accepts his feelings, then he will back off. The young man says that he is not a villain, after all. He asks what the man thinks about this. The men don't answer, they just leave. The main character's assistant asks why the master speaks like alpha. The hero just grins. The girl smiles and asks, does he really know that his friend will refuse him? A man. He says he was refused. He thanks the protagonist. Much has happened. The settlers from the first raid set up camp on top of the hill. The young man, meanwhile, went with his team to get the others. 6 days passed. The second group, led by the elder, arrived on the island. He looked around carefully and said that this was truly an amazing place. The migration was successful, and all the settlers arrived on a new island full of secrets and opportunities. This event became a significant moment for the Dark Elves, because each of them was striving for a new beginning. Shrinking on an obviously unfamiliar land, they happily inhaled the fresh air permeated with the aromas of tropical flora. The new village of the Dark Elves was filled with excitement and joy. The protagonist, walking around the territory, was surprised to notice how the elves were diligently building houses. Their diligence and unity were admirable, and it seemed that every moment was filled with harmony and comfort. At this point, the elder approached him, slightly embarrassed to leave his work. He apologized for the frequent trips back and forth, feeling that he was taking up a little of the young man's time. The protagonist reassured him with a smile, noting that there was no problem. He remembered his intentions, to bring the seeds and the cart as agreed. With pride, he asked if there was anything else he could do to help. The elder, with gratitude on his face, replied that the hero had already done more than enough. They would handle the rest themselves. The man thanked him warmly, feeling the joy that united them. The protagonist turns to Felicia, asks her if she thinks he wants to go and trade, but if they go, they won't be able to come back for a few months. The girl says that this is true, but as her father says, she thinks it is worth leaving the settlers to themselves for a while. She expresses great gratitude to her master. The protagonist nodded, agreeing with her wise decision. They exchanged smiles and joyfully raised their hands in the air, summing up their discussion. Inspired, they decided to set out on a journey for Pepper, full of hopes and plans. And now, for the second time, they are heading to the market again, where adventures and new horizons await them. Thanks to the autopilot, the journey to Tivoli took only 10 days. The girl meets the protagonist on the street and asks in surprise if he was really in the city all this time. The young man replies that he was not, and they manage to make a circle. Fortunately, the civil war had not yet begun, and the protagonist quickly collected the required amount of pepper, spending 65 platinum coins. This was luck, because troubled times could await them ahead. The ship, smoothly plodding its course across the endless waters, was a reminder of the hopes and dreams they had carried with them. The main character, sitting on the deck, held a mug of hot tea in his hands, its aroma reminding him of home worries and comfort. His girlfriend comes up to him and, with slight concern, asks the master if everything is okay with him. The protagonist, a little tired, replies that he was doing some important calculations, and perhaps he was a little greedy and bought a whole ton this time. Now they have enough pepper for 515 boats. Ines is amazed, not believing her ears. She is amazed to the depths of her soul and exclaims, "Will they be able to buy the luxury liner of their dreams with this?" The protagonist addresses her by name and, with hope in his voice, says that the luxury liner will cost 500 platinum coins, which is a considerable sum. However, he confidently adds that he will be able to buy it. The girl, feeling a surge of emotion, begins to count the stock of coins they have accumulated and cannot believe her happiness. A smile lights up her face. She joyfully says that this cannot be, and dreams of where she will finally live for herself to her heart's content. She will expect the best food, fine wine, and unforgettable entertainment. There, in this ideal world, there will be casinos with shops that seem like a real paradise on Earth. The main character and his girlfriend begin to dream of a movie under the stars, a jacuzzi with bubbles and Japanese food prepared according to ancient recipes from other worlds. The girl imagines how she will wear shiny dresses that shimmer in the light, delighting everyone around her. But at this point, the elf, clearly remembering reality, reminds the heroes that this is money that they must earn. Only if they sell all their pepper, they will be able to earn money for the coveted liner. The main character suddenly understands that this is a really big problem for them, and his dreams of a happy future begin to slowly dissolve in the fog of reality. The protagonist realizes that this is a problem. He can only sell 20 boatloads of peppers to the guild's merchants at a time. Anything more than that, and it will eventually raise suspicions. But to sell pepper to such a large number of boats, it would require many trips to the southern continent and back. The elf supposes that in this case they might attract attention because people from that continent would also suspect that they know a proven route to the southern continent. The protagonist says that if he takes more ships and creates a tray with more pepper, it might not look weird. The girl says that she doesn't think the nobles will keep quiet if they have more than one ship of that size. The main character thinks, he sighs sadly and says that he has a product, but there is no way to exchange it for money. It is so difficult to make a profit without attracting attention. Suddenly an idea comes into Ines' head, and she gasps. The girl asks the master what if he sells the pepper to someone other than the trade guild. The hero looks at her in surprise and doesn't understand how they didn't think of it themselves. The girl says that the main character can tell Tarkovsky from other countries that they bought their pepper in a southern city and will not stand out. He will attract attention only if he sells everything in one place, but he can simply sell pepper in other places, and not only in the southern city. The hero understands that this is a brilliant idea. The elf admits that she never thought of such a thing. The young man sunbathes with this thought, says that it is simply magnificent, and his girlfriend is a real genius. The girl laughs and says that she knows it. The young man thinks about other countries. Some will be able to travel, so it will be fun. The slime hiding in the hands of the protagonist is happy about the opportunity to visit other countries and says that he wants to go too. The protagonist agrees. He says that thanks to the girl, they now have a plan. He wants to go to the southern city immediately. The girlfriends support the forehead man. The girl the protagonist meets as soon as he arrives on the south coast says that the pepper that was not delivered this time is in excellent condition. They want to offer them 72 platinum coins for selling it. The heroine asks if they agree. The protagonist asks if he can get 30 of these coins in cash. The girl is surprised and tells him not to say that they are going to trade again. The young man assures her that they are not going to do this anymore, but he would like to explore other countries on the continent, so he wants to use the money for a trip. The girl realizes her mistake and apologizes for her impulse. The protagonist says he would like to see the sights. He asks if the heroine can recommend anything to him. The girl thinks for a moment and then says that he can visit the great cathedral of Palermo in the east. The young man asks again. He has never heard of the great cathedral. The girl says yes, she hasn't seen it herself, but they say it's an amazing structure. The protagonist thinks he does not understand religion very well. The young man asks again, should he visit the cathedral even in this case? The girl answers that, of course, she was told that it is a peaceful, quiet place, and there are many different people there. The young man thanks her again. The protagonist's companion says that the journey sounds very exciting. The elf asks if there are any other places they would like to visit. The girl replies that she doesn't. Felicia says that she doesn't have any places like that either. She can't wait to see the big cathedral. The main character is happy and says that in that case, they need to start preparing for the trip. But first of all, he needs to see someone again and give them souvenirs from the southern continent. The girls say that they know, gave birth to their master, and ask, is it true that they are all in Girasol? The girls gather in a circle around the main character. One of them says that they are all very beautiful. The main character looks at souvenirs from the southern continent for everyone. He offers to choose which ones do they like. The girls thank the young man. One of them flirts with him and asks if he will help her choose something suitable for her neck. However, the young man does not reciprocate her feelings, apologizes and says that he does not really understand fashion. However, traveling to the southern continent for the second time is not an easy task. Felicia asks if the protagonist plans to continue selling pepper. The young man replies that no, they are going to travel around the continent and sell pepper in the countries they visit. The first stop is Palermo. The girl asks in surprise if the young man is really going to this city. The young man replies that he is. One of the ladies present asks to excuse the girl. She always wanted to visit this city. The young man asks, is it really true that with their capabilities they can't travel anywhere? The heroine replies that there are several neighboring countries where the beast people rule, and people like them are not welcome there, which is why they could not travel. The young man ponders, realizing that you are human dominion. Felicia's village suffered from this too. He turns to the girl and says that there is a sea route. She asks if he can take her with him. The protagonist is surprised and apologizes. He says that he hasn't thought about it yet. One of the girls present says that they cannot face inspection even if they travel by sea. Claretta says she is sure this country is a wonderful place. Meanwhile, night falls in the sky. The protagonist is busy with his own affairs. It is clear from his face that he is very sleepy and exhausted. He understands that Claret really wants to go, he should have offered her. But, unlike the story with the Dark Elves, this will be a long journey, so his abilities will definitely be revealed. The main character tells himself that if he could travel with everyone else, he would buy a new ship. What if something catches his attention? He looks closely at the object. The protagonist asks himself, what is this? The ship has changed greatly. An artificial island with a jacuzzi and 6 bedrooms. several platinum coins. The girls dress up in beautiful swimsuits and enjoy the sun. The protagonist imagines how well they could have spent their time on board this ship if they had been here with Girasol. The main character says that he has finally decided. The girls ask him, "What is it?" The young man says that he is buying a new ship and invites everyone to come along for the journey. The city to which the brave and courageous hero is about to go is about 17 days away on a magical and wonderful boat that sails east, filled with hopes and dreams. The first stop on this exciting journey will be the beautiful city of Bergamo. It is the capital of miracles, where there is a great one, majestic and delightful like no other. It is about 3 days away from them, if you take into account all the nooks and crannies of the journey. The young man, full of thoughts and pondering over important things, thinks that if he invites all his friends on such a long and exciting trip, he must make every effort to be a truly hospitable host. He understands that it is worthwhile to carefully prepare various desserts. Perhaps it will be a delicious pudding or refreshing drinks, such as fruit cocktails or sweet teas. Then, near the campfire, he thinks about what they could do to have fun together. He suggests that they could try the exciting game of reversi, which requires strategy and thoughtfulness. The hero confidently thinks that skilled carpenters, masters of their craft, could make him a wonderful set to add some fun and joy to their adventure. And the most important thing is swimsuits. You definitely need to buy swimming trunks so you can relax in the jacuzzi. The young man turns to the guys and asks if they know where you can buy swimming trunks. The girls look at him in surprise and ask what swimming trunks he is talking about. The young man, realizing the absurdity of the moment, realizes that he has unexpectedly put his interlocutors in an awkward situation, and this is clearly not what he wanted to achieve. With a heavy sigh, he begins to realize that the words he uttered could have been interpreted differently than he initially intended. The protagonist begins to explain that swimming trunks are clothes that are worn when swimming. He realizes that the heroine has never heard of such a thing. The girls ask why they need clothes if they are already in the water. The protagonist is amazed and says that it can't be. Does their world really not have swimsuits? He remembers that there are monsters here, so swimming as entertainment does not exist. The protagonist thinks that he will be considered an indecent person if he makes them himself and gives them to the girls. He does not even know if they will wear them, and they do not know him if they have never seen him before. The elf asks the master if everything is okay with him. The protagonist decides that he needs to talk to the tailor. He asks himself, what else is needed? The hero remembers that when they move on the cart, they will set up camp. In that case, his small tent, which he made to combine with a boat. While he was in the western city, will be very useful. We need to make one for each. The protagonist decides that he needs to talk to the tailor about swimsuits, ask the carpenter to make a reversi set and tents, stock up on food for the journey, and find ingredients for pudding. He says that there are so many necessary and important things he needs to do. First, he wants to go to the carpenter's shop to see Donino-san. The man, carefully and intently studying the requirements for manufactured products, reads line after line. There, among other points, it is written about stones painted in black and white, which causes him slight confusion and misunderstanding. He sincerely does not understand what kind of nonsense this is and why it might be needed at all. However, at this point, the main character, with a kind smile on his face, explains to him that this is just a game, nothing more. The man, slightly belittling his role and fame, says that it did not shock him, but nevertheless agrees with this idea. Considering the tents, he is ready to do everything necessary for a certain and reasonable amount of coins. The carpenter, being nearby, happily reports that he managed to get some rare and tasty booze, which is certainly good news in this situation. The protagonist, thanking him for his help, promises to come for the products and other materials in a few days so that everything is ready. Meanwhile, in a nearby tailor shop, one of the seamstresses enthusiastically and eagerly says that they are happy to take orders for any garment they want, which opens the door to new possibilities. The young man breathes a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, and begins to think about what unique pieces he could order for himself and his friends. The young man touches the fabric of one dress and says that, firstly, it should be soft to the touch and waterproof. As for the design, this dress is used as an example. The girl shows how the dress should look on the model. She says that it is only about the image and asks if there should be something similar in the end. The young man says that this is exactly what he wants. Meanwhile, his companion discusses the clothes. One of them finds them very strange. The other thinks that they are quite comfortable. The main character thinks that it is less revealing than a swimsuit, but if there is something like that, then the girls will probably agree to wear it. A few days later, the action takes place on the pier, where the heroine runs and thanks the young man for inviting her on a journey. She says that they will be with him until the destination city. The young man agrees, saying that there is no problem. He asks her not to stand on ceremony. It is important to the protagonist that everyone has fun. He kindly invites everyone on board. Guests appreciate the magnificence of the ship. It is even more beautiful inside than outside. They note the unusual interior. The protagonist is happy that he is actually going on a journey with the Girasols. Everything that happens seems to him like a dream. But first he says that before they leave, he has a very important favor to ask of them. The protagonist says that, in truth, this ship holds a secret. More precisely, it is its keeper. It will probably be easier to show than to tell. He asks if they are ready to see. The girls look at each other and ask what the secret is. They agree to let the main character show it to them. The young man is a little worried, so he sighs heavily. With his mesmerizing and unusual superpower, he, with a sudden and spectacular gesture, summons a boat, which appears right in front of them, as if by magic. The heroines, momentarily startled and gasping, are frightened by the unexpected display of power. They do not understand what is happening around them, and with wide-open eyes ask what this is, how it is possible, and why a boat suddenly appeared. Having recovered a little from their initial fright, they begin to examine the object that has appeared before them, tensely and cautiously. The boat, although it looks quite interesting, has some defects, and the main character is slightly embarrassed when looking at it. He says the boat was a little dented and warped, possibly during the call-up process, which is actually quite common in such situations. To dispel their confusion, he explains that he has a unique ability called ship summoning. This amazing ability allows him to not only transport himself, but also to summon various ships as needed. He adds that the ship they are currently sailing on was also summoned by him with the same power. Everyone present looks at the main character in surprise. One of the girls admires the fact that the main character has a unique ability. Another heroine asks him to wait and explain if the boat he used to take them to the southeast island was also summoned by him. The protagonist says that it is indeed so, and he summoned it with his ability. The girl smiles and says that it turns out he wasn't just lucky. The protagonist says that he might get into trouble if others found out about his ability, so he asks them to keep it a secret. This is his condition for delivering them to Palermo. He says that there are still many secrets on this ship, but he will reveal them on the way. The heroine says she is shocked, however the girl understands that they will make sure that this remains a secret. Everyone present agrees with her. The protagonist sighs with relief, and now they are heading for Palermo. The young man orders the anchors to be raised. On the way, the young man, as promised, reveals many secrets to the girl. They have a lot of fun. The main character is standing at the helm. He hears the screams of his companions. The young man thinks about how great it is that everyone is having fun. However, the young man feels in his chest that this is happening without him. The young man forgot that the autopilot does not work in places where it is for the first time. The hero thinks that he needs to hold on, because something awaits him in the evening. A little later, the young man comes into the cabin and asks the passenger if they have gotten to know the ship. The girl turns to him and thanks him for the fact that he is leading the ship. She says that his assistants have taught them a lot. The protagonist decides that in this case it is time to act. He wants to show them a special ship on which they will spend the night. The girls are surprised and ask if he really has other ships. Does he mean a new ship? In this case, the heroes decide to go. A young man comes out on deck and calls for the ship. A huge steamship appears right in front of them. All those present look at the spectacle with admiration. The new ship looks so unusual that even trees grow on it. The girls are amazed by this and think that the young man is joking with them. The girls ask if this is really a real ship. It's called an artificial floating island, and it's new. According to the characteristics, the ship is filled, not destroyed, and refuses to land. The heroines continue to be surprised and sigh. The young man thinks that he is looking at something from science fiction. His assistant rushes to the master and says that it is magnificent. She asks what kind of ship it is. The young man begins to explain that it is an artificial floating island, but then decides that he needs to think of a name for it. He says that this ship is a top-notch refuge. He invites them to enjoy what it has to offer them. The main character watches the passengers of his ship and decides that in order to get close to these beauties, he needs to take some action. With the help of a special skill, their shelter is slightly transformed. It disguises itself as a ship. The main character says that he tried to make it look like a wooden ship, but it would be a really weird vessel. The elf says that it would still stand out much less than before. Another girl says that now it makes sense why the exterior and interior of the circle are also quite different. The shelter is just a floating island, so it doesn't move, but as a place to rest, it's the best option. The protagonist invites them to see what's inside. The girls look around the inside of the room and marvel at how incredible the ship is, and how it doesn't look like a ship at all. It's almost like a beautiful manor. The cat girl jumps on the huge bed and is happy that there is a large bedroom here. The main character saw the photo, but only from the ship itself. It is arranged as a resort house. The young man says that there are many bedrooms here. They will go into several of them, so they can settle in the rest as they like. The girl looks at him in surprise and asks, "Is there really 4 rooms here?" She says that she is embarrassed in front of the main character and asks to let her pay for the crossing. The protagonist asks her not to bother. They have already agreed that in exchange they will protect him. In his heart, he understands that he would still like the girls to go, even if he had to pay for them himself. The girl agrees with him, remembering that this is what they agreed on. She promises that once they arrive in Palermo, they will protect him with all their might. Now the protagonist suggests examining most of the ship's equipment. He asks what caught their eye the most. One of the girls says she is interested in a bathtub-like device located on the second-floor deck. The young man is fired up by the idea of seeing her off. He anticipates the opportunity to be alone with her, even if it is for the sake of explaining how some mechanism works. The girl smirks and says that the main character's face says what he wants. Her eyes sparkle mischievously, but she does not refuse. The girls dive into the bath. Hot water, saturated with herbs and aromatic oils, envelops their bodies. They all enjoy the bathing process very much. They laugh, splash, forgetting about everything else. The protagonist watches them from afar, pleased that he was able to give them such pleasure. He knows that these moments of closeness and carelessness will strengthen their friendship and help them withstand the coming dangers. The protagonist asks himself, is this really a dream? Is it all happening in his head? No, it's definitely not in his head. He's in a jacuzzi with Girasol members. One of the girls says that these bubbles surprised her at first, but they are very pleasant. The young man is embarrassed by their closeness. One of the heroines says that she thinks it was weird to go into the water with clothes on, but it's really fun. The main character admires her and is happy that he sewed these clothes for the girls. An elf approaches him from behind and whispers in his ear that he is staring too brazenly. The protagonist says he will go and get drinks for everyone. He suggests that the girls go and take a dip too. The protagonist's assistant is happy and thanks him for the offer. The boy thinks that after he decided to take them on a trip, he doesn't want them to hate him for staring at girls so much. But even with so many women here, none of them wanted to flirt with him. He knows he's a bit out of his league, but he wants to have some hope. He's talked to Alicia many times, so he doesn't think she likes him. But it's possible they talk because she's the leader of the Girasols. He doesn't think she sees him as a man. Together with Claretta, they cooked food, so they are quite close. But the heroes only talked about recipes and daily menus, so they are more like housewives. With Irma, even when he looked at her indecently, she does not get angry and plays along with him. He remembers how she showed him her fallen clothes. The young man thinks that she did it on purpose. It seems to him that she is simply teasing him. The heroine enters the room. She says that today was really a lot of fun. The girl thanks the main character. The young man reciprocates and wishes her a good rest. Before he can finish his sentence, 2 more girls approach him, Dorothea and Marina. Their eyes show indecision, and their faces are slightly embarrassed. The young man asks Dorothea and Marina, "What is the matter?" They ask the young man if they can sleep with him tonight. Silence falls over the room. The young man looks at the girls in complete confusion, trying to understand if he heard wrong. Thousands of thoughts rush through his head, but none of them can explain what is happening. He does not even understand how this happened, and why these two charming girls suddenly turned to him with such an unexpected request. The girl hands him the slime. Genya says that he is very lively and cute. The main character is surprised that Rimu is now popular. He reassures himself that he is just cute, that is why everyone loves him. However, the main character envies him. The young man remembers that the jacuzzi was cool, and he can't communicate with everyone on the way. However, he didn't foresee this. The elf comes in and says that she accepted the meaning of the tea master. The protagonist thanks her and says that he is a little tired, so he suggests taking a break for now. The girl says that she feels a little awkward, because he is the only one who has to work while everyone else is resting. The young man calms her down, tells her that everything is fine, and that, besides, it's not that difficult to control the ship. A girl approaches the main character and asks the master to teach them how to operate a ship. Then they will be able to take turns and give each other a rest. The young man is amazed at his own genius and does not understand how he did not think of this himself. Meanwhile, other passengers are looking at some papers on the table. They come to the conclusion that this toy probably even has instructions. Suddenly, there is some kind of push that knocks them off their feet. The girls ask what happened and why they sped up so quickly. They assume it must be an emergency. Meanwhile, one of the main character's assistants happily steers the steering wheel and enthusiastically catches gusts of wind. The girls run out onto the deck and ask the main character what happened and if he is okay. The young man calms them down and asks for forgiveness. He is simply teaching his charge how to steer the ship. The elf approaches Ines and says that it is her turn now. She offers to swap. However, the girl does not agree. She says that she really enjoyed this fun. The protagonist's interlocutor watches her and says that this simply cannot be, because it sounds so great. The heroines happily steer the ship, hiding from the shark. The girl shouts that no shark could catch up with them at such speed. The elf says that they succeeded and they broke away from the shark. She did not expect anything else from the heroine. She says that it would be much more fun if they attracted more sea creatures. One of the girls is a little sad. She apologizes to the main character. He says that he can take a break, because it is important to him that everyone has fun. "Hey, is everything okay? You look a little upset," he asked sympathetically, sitting down next to her. "No, I was just thinking." "Sorry for ruining the atmosphere," she answered, blushing slightly. The young man says he has some free time, so he will go and have a snack. He needed a little distraction and a breather. He headed to the table with treats, anticipating a short break. A housewife colleague runs up to him and asks if he is very busy. The girl offers her help. "Don't worry, I have time. How can I help?" she asked with a smile. She carefully pours him food. The girl showed care and attention by filling his plate with a variety of snacks. Meanwhile, the other two heroines were playing a board game. They were engrossed in the game, laughing loudly and encouraging each other. The company is having a fun evening. There was an atmosphere of ease and joy in the air. Everyone felt comfortable and relaxed in this warm company. The young man watches his charges. He notices that the four of them have become good friends with each other, and he wants to be friends with them and get to know them better. He noted with pleasure how easily they find a common language. He also wants to be friends with them and get to know them better. Someone calls the main character. Another guest comes up to him and says that the pudding was simply delicious. She asks him to make something like that again sometime. The protagonist thinks that he has won Kara's heart through her stomach. Right now, she feels the most sympathy for him. It is not exactly what he is looking for, but it is beautiful in its own way. The power of beauty that enchants people is incredible. True beauty is not only in appearance, but also in the strength of spirit, in the ability to overcome difficulties and inspire others. It is like a magnet, attracting glances and hearts, leaving an indelible mark in memory. The action takes place on the way to Bergamo. From the water, huge mermaids look at the hero's ship. Their eyes, full of ancient wisdom, pierce the soul with their gaze. Their scales shimmer with all the colors of the rainbow, and their long hair sways in time with the sea breeze. They are like guardians of these waters, watching everyone who dares to disturb their peace. The girl begins to fight the monsters. She bravely swings her sword, repelling their vicious attacks. Her movements are graceful and precise like a dance of death. Each blow is filled with determination and an unwavering will to win. The monsters retreat, amazed by her strength and courage. The protagonist asks what kind of creatures these are. The heroine says that they are water creatures, they are not strong, but they cause a lot of trouble, because they attack in a whole pack. Their cunning and treachery know no bounds. They are capable of luring even the most experienced warrior into a trap. Therefore, you must always be on the alert and not lose your vigilance. The housewife says they are perfect for their magic practices. The protagonist does not understand what is happening, and Rima slips past him like a shadow. Without thinking, he rushes into battle, attacking the mermaids that fill the deck. Water splashes in all directions. When the last of the sea creatures falls, defeated by Rima, the hero breathes a sigh of relief. The protagonist says that this is simply amazing, and Rima defeated the monster. He thanks her for her help. The cat girl says that she is already tired of these water creatures. She asks her friend to let her pilot the ship. Their journey continues surprisingly smoothly. Several weeks have passed since they left the southern city, and the sea has been kind to them. The protagonist, leaning on the railing, thinks that they should soon approach the port city of Bergamo. From there, they will travel in carriages further into the continent. He peers into the distance, and suddenly a joyful premonition dawns on him. A young man stands at the wheel and shouts that he sees land. The action moves to the port city of Bergamo. The narrow streets of Bergamo are bustling with activity. Merchants compete to attract customers, street musicians play cheerful tunes, and the smell of freshly baked bread mingles with the salty sea breeze. The city is seething with life, like a river carrying its inhabitants to new adventures. The men, who are talking to each other, suddenly notice something. One turns to the other and asks him to look. Other passers-by also stop and watch carefully. A company of girls enters the city. Everyone rushes to them, saying that this is a party of beauties. The villagers ask if they are adventurers. None of them have ever seen such girls before. To the common people, they seem very beautiful. The protagonist thinks that they really stand out. He must hide his presence as much as possible, so as not to become a target for anyone's jealousy. The girl says that it is a relief to finally be back on dry land. She turns to the protagonist and asks where they are heading first. The young man remembers his mission and suggests that they first look for the Merchants Guild. The girl agrees with him and says that they will take care of his safety. The young man is pleased with such attention and agrees with her. In his mind, he hopes that they will not get involved in anything strange. The hero stops in front of a closed door. The company confidently enters the Merchants Guild. They ask if the girl sitting near the entrance can tell them where they can buy food. At the tavern, they ask if they have any vacancies. They say the number of people and a tamed slug in addition. They say how many people there are and add the tamed slug to the total. Everyone around admires their beauty. The heroes come to the company of Filippo, recommended by the guild. The shop worker asks what such wonderful adventure seekers can look for in his shop. The protagonist says that he has business with him. Mentally, he begs himself not to get involved in trouble. Just in case, he apologizes in advance for his rudeness and says that the pepper they brought is of exceptional quality. It is so fresh that he feels like he is eating it on the southernmost continent. In the end, his lifetime was stopped by the protagonist's ability to deceive. The man asks how much this pepper will cost. The protagonist is embarrassed. He understands that he is given the opportunity to set a price, but he has absolutely no idea what to name. Bits of thoughts and random numbers flash through his head. Camilla-san bought the cart for 3 platinum coins, so maybe he should just take 4 platinum coins? 400 million yen. Isn't that too much? He feels a telltale blush spreading across his cheeks. The man sees the protagonist's confusion and asks, "What's wrong?" The young man sighs awkwardly. The young man says the truth is that he is not a good negotiator. He hesitates, choosing his words, and looks at the buyer with hope. He asks the man if he thinks he should name the price, and if it is higher than the protagonist thinks is necessary, he will sell the pepper. There is a timid plea in his voice, and he is ready to sink into the ground from shame at his incompetence. The man asks if he only has one chance. The protagonist answers yes. In his head, he is thinking that if the man offers more than 3 platinum coins and 60 gold coins, he will agree. The man says that pepper of this quality is not something you can often find, so he wants to be absolutely sure. The merchant offers 4 platinum and 50 gold coins. The protagonist looks at him in surprise. Such generosity was unexpected, because usually much less was offered for such services. He nods in agreement, feeling that the deal was more than profitable. The girls thank the protagonist for his good work with the negotiations. Their faces shine with joy, because now they have the means to continue their journey and live a decent life. One of the girls says that they ran out of business very quickly, so she suggests going to the capital. Everyone supports her suggestions. In the capital, new opportunities, new acquaintances, and perhaps answers to many questions await them. In a few days, they should already be at the great cathedral. The road ahead is not easy, but the anticipation of seeing the majestic cathedral gives them strength. One of the girls asks the housewife if she is in too much of a hurry. She replies that the great cathedral is amazing, and she wants to see it as soon as possible. There is genuine delight in her voice, and the others are involuntarily infected with her enthusiasm. The beauty of the massive stone cathedral is of course self-evident, but it is also said that divine idols, creations given to them by God himself, are kept in the cathedral. Legends about these idols have been passed down from generation to generation, and many believed that they possess incredible powers. The main character thinks about God. He has a bad feeling about this. Something does not give him peace. Some vague premonition of danger associated with this place. An offer is made to go and arrange for a crew. It is decided not to waste time and to set off as soon as possible. The hero sets out on his journey. The wheels of the carriage rhythmically knock on the road, carrying them further and further towards the unknown. An unknown woman watches them with a magic ball. It is obvious that she is waiting for them to arrive at a certain place. Her gaze is full of cunning and malice, and this makes one feel uneasy. The girl smiles maliciously and says that she and the main character haven't seen each other for a long time. There is a threat in her words, and it becomes clear that their meeting was predetermined. The hero heads to the capital of Palermo Bartlett. The main character's assistant turns to the master to say that the capital will soon appear. What do you tell her that it is good, and that the cart should be stopped for a minute? Now he will remove the raft. He always took for granted that it was impossible to sit in the carts, but thanks to the rubber raft, it was very comfortable. The protagonist is glad that he was useful. The young man says that they have finally arrived at their destination, and the majestic cathedral of Palermo appears before them. The cathedral really does look very impressive. From a bird's eye view, the city appears in a completely different light. This is the capital, Palermo. The heroes freeze. Their hearts are filled with delight at such a majestic view. The main character says that it is an impressive sight. One of his companions. With tears in her eyes, she looks at the cathedral and says that it is simply magnificent. As if hypnotized, she slowly approaches the gate. Her friend asks her to stop and says that first, they must return the cart. However, the girl does not hear her and continues to walk slowly. The hero enters the cathedral. The decoration inside is even more impressive. The heroes look around and can only whisper, "What a beauty." Divine idols, which, according to one of the heroines, were given by God himself. The creations stand at the head of the altar. If the God of creation really created them himself, then he greatly exaggerated his appearance. The protagonist thinks that he wants to ask about the other statues, but it doesn't seem like the right time. His religious companion is completely engrossed in looking at the temple. Another girl approaches him and asks if he will pray. The protagonist remembers that they are in a holy place, and agrees that it is worth saying a prayer. The protagonist and his companions kneel down, and the young man mentally addresses the creator. He says that he and the god of creation have not heard from each other for a long time, and thanks to his ship-calling skill, he lives a very pleasant life. The young man thanks God for this. Suddenly, a voice sounds in his head. The voice says that there is nothing to thank it for. It addresses the protagonist by name. The young man opens his eyes and realizes that he has again ended up in some strange place. He has a wonderful task ahead of him. She looks at the protagonist in surprise. The young man looks at her in surprise. He can't understand who this beautiful person is, or an unearthly goddess. He thinks that the god of creation called him here. As soon as the girl hears about deification, she immediately turns away from the main character. She shouts to someone that they are still in the middle of their conversation, so there is no need to let people into the kingdom of God. The young man answers her that in his understanding, the lectures of the goddess of light are very long. He means that he is most likely surprised that she can lecture him, despite the fact that he is God's creation, not she. He turns to the main character and greets him. The young man asks how he is doing. The young man replies that his affairs are very good thanks to the god of creation. The goddess of light rises to the throne and says that this is all the attitude of the young man. The protagonist looks at her carefully and says to himself that the goddess of light is very beautiful. It really seems to him that she is shining. However, the girl looks quite tired. The god of creation turns to the protagonist and says that he has been working hard lately. He says that he called him today because he wanted to praise him. The girl interrupts him and says that the god of creation must keep his interference in the mortal world to a minimum. The young man replies that he has not interfered in anything. He sighs wearily. The girl looks down at him and asks about the two subordinates who are now working for the main character. They were both brought to another master. She asks if the god of creation has anything to do with this. To herself, she says that she thought so, that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. God says that the goddess of light is so beautiful and she has nothing to complain about. So for now, the main character feels good. He remembers that the young man got into very good company. Then something bad happens to him, so he should use his ship summoning to help them. If the young man does this, the other gods will bow down to him too. The god of creation bursts into loud laughter. The protagonist looks at him with fear and says that it doesn't sound very good. The goddess of light gets tired of putting up with this and shuts the mouth of the god of creation. He tries to say something, but the girl does not let him, and, interrupting, tells him to stop. The protagonist wonders what God said. Is it really impossible for him to question him further? The protagonist is very curious, but they turn to the goddess of light and ask if this trouble can be avoided if they act now. Maybe they should go back to the southern city. The young man is ready to do anything for the safety of his girlfriends. The girl with a sad face says that, unfortunately, this can no longer be changed. She turns to the main character, says that she can't tell him anything more, but he is fired to choose whether he wants to participate in this. She tearfully asks the young man not to listen to Charity and to decide for himself, relying on his feelings and emotions. The protagonist comes to his senses. Once again, finding himself on the floor of the temple, he looks around and realizes that he has returned to reality. One of his companions says that somehow the cathedral seems to be a place that cleanses both body and soul. The girl asks if others have the same feeling. They answer her that yes, there was some kind of sacred atmosphere in it that really touched everyone present. Come back. The protagonist is trying to figure out what to do. Isn't it better to warn his companions about what he just heard in the kingdom of God? In the future, if any trouble happens to one of his companions, he wants them to be careful. He asks you, is he some kind of fortune teller? And he tries to drive these obsessive thoughts away from you, so as not to worry again. The protagonist thinks that if he doesn't know any details, then he can't warn about anything. He heard something unpleasant. In the evening, friends try to come up with activities that will fill and brighten up their evening. One of the heroines says that their friend said that she will be in the cathedral for a little while longer. One of the heroines says that their friend said that she will be in the cathedral for a little while longer. Suddenly, their companion bursts into the room and shouts that an emergency has occurred. The main character has a premonition that something unpleasant is already starting to happen. The girl asks what happened. Both heroines say that they have received the skill of taming. LN gives the ability to talk to monsters and make contracts with familiars. The conditions of acquisition are unknown. Marina says that she just prayed to the gods about this. It seems they heard her. The protagonist understands that this phrase sounds as if it could bring trouble to the charity again. He turns to his companions and says that he congratulates both girls. They thank him for his congratulations. The heroine says that they also want a familiar like Rimu-chan. Is it okay if they go looking for slugs in the surrounding area? After the protagonist finishes his business negotiations, the protagonist of the thought does not spit and tells himself that searching for slime is not the most pleasant pastime. He is afraid because it sounds perfect for trouble. However, even if he refuses, they still cannot escape the danger that threatens them. Several days pass. The hero wanders through the forest. They feel it like torture. They feel it like torture. One of the girls says that this is very inaccurate information, but they say that slugs that can use magic live in places with strong natural energy. For example, volcanoes for fire magic. And this is the place for Valletta. The hero approaches a huge hole. They look into the blackness. The girl says that this is a cave of hellish wind. The protagonist feels nothing but a bad feeling. Apparently this cave is a tangled labyrinth, some parts of it are completely filled with water. That is why it is almost unexplored. The hero makes his way inside the cave along a narrow corridor. Only the light of a few lanterns helps the heroes navigate the impenetrable darkness. The protagonist feels uncomfortable in the darkness and strong wind. He says he is tired and should have stayed. His companion says that with his ship-calling skill, they could have passed through the flooded passages. No one knows what they might find there. The girl says she can't wait for that moment. In the end, the young man agreed, as he could say no when all the girls asked him to. The heroine, who is leading the expedition, says that their goal is to find slimes, and they shouldn't forget about that. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge monster appears behind her. All the girls turn around to protect the main character. They put out their balls and blades. One of the heroines instantly kills the enemy with a mark fired from a bow and arrow. The heroes decide to move on. The young man looks around warily. He looks up and freezes in horror. With the help of his skill, the heroes manage to wash the floors along the flooded channels of the cave. They fight with huge centipedes. The dampness of underground passages contributes to the incredible growth of monsters. The girls surround the main character and look around, scanning the area for danger. Slowly but surely, the expedition heads into the very depths of the cave. The heroes have to squeeze through narrow passages where their bodies barely fit. They decide to make a halt and sit down on the rocks. Some rub their swollen shoulders, others clean their weapons. One of the expedition members approaches the main character and asks him to give her some pudding. The young man generously shares the sweetness with her. The girl leading the expedition begins to doubt whether this was the right decision. During their entire adventure, they have not even met normal slimes. The protagonist says that he often sees slimes in the forests, but has no idea if they live in caves. The heroine says that before meeting Rimu, she never paid attention to slimes, so she has no idea where to look for them. She thought that if monsters appeared here, then slimes should appear too. One of the girls suggests trying to search in the nearby forest. If they go further, it will take a long time to get out of this gorge. However, the other heroine is against it. She says that she wants a lime that can use wind magic, so she will look in this place. The girl turns to her and says that she understands her. The wind here is really strong anyway. A slime appears out of nowhere. The main character notices this and shouts to everyone. The slime seems to sense danger and begins to hide in the depths of the gorge. Everyone rushes in this direction and asks where the main character saw him. The young man says that he went deeper into the passage behind the rock. The hero takes off and rushes after him. If they find him, then they will need to approach as slowly as possible. It seems that he is easily frightened. The girls descend, trying not to fall from the steep cliffs. The slime turns out to be quite agile and runs further and further. Marina gets excited about the game, and she wants to catch her future pet as soon as possible. Her companion slows her down and cools her ardor. She tells the girl to wait a minute. Stopping for a couple of seconds, they notice something glowing down there. The heroes find themselves in front of a huge reservoir. In the dome of the cave there is a huge hole, from which sunlight pours inside. The hero freezes in front of such unprecedented beauty. Just think that there was such a place inside the cave. The attentive protagonist points to the lake and asks the radio if the slime floating on it is not the one they were chasing. The heroines say he is right and ask him to provide them with a boat. The protagonist remembers his duties and sets about them. While swimming along the pond, they carefully examine every square meter. The heroes cannot find the missing prey. It is so small that they did not lose sight of it. The young man suggests crossing to the other side first. The girls support his decision. They land on the shore and descend to the ground. One of them bets that they are the first people to set foot here, but they tell her that it doesn't look like there are any monsters here. The protagonist releases Rima from his bag. He says that he can go out. The young man asks him not to go far. Slime jumps towards the thicket. A rustling sound is heard from there. The curious slime wants to take a closer look at what's going on there, but falls down. The protagonist screams and calls everyone for help. Suddenly another slime jumps out of the bush. All those present run to one place and ask what happened. The girl who was closest to the slides asks them to look at the incredible phenomenon. Somehow, a huge shield appears in front of the heroes. The girls look at the object and one of them asks if it is really what she thinks it is. The other one answers that it can't be, but the object looks very much like a dragon scale. The main character asks again what kind of dragon they are talking about. He has never seen one before, but the dragon, judging by everything, is already quite large. One of the girls says that this is a mythical dragon. Everyone looks at each other, asking how this can be. One of the expedition members says that she definitely feels for the divine power from the residual magic in these scales. The protagonist turns to Ines. He asks if these mythical dragons are really that rare. The girl says that she will explain it to him now. Mythical dragons are completely different creatures. There are mythical dragons of light, darkness, and earth, fire, wind, and water. And as far as they know, at any given time there is only one dragon of each element, and do not have intelligence and are considered messengers of the gods. It is incredibly lucky for the heroes that they came across the materials of the mythical dragon. The girl suggests looking around, maybe there is something else here. Everyone supports her aspiration. The young man is silent, but he understands that everything is very serious. He mentally asks not to tell him that this is connected with the fact that the god of creation mentioned the upcoming troubles. No, he said that it would have nothing to do with their actions, so the protagonist decides that this is not it. Everyone has completely forgotten about slime. The girls bend over the ground. They see quite a lot of scales, several claws, and even a tooth. One of them says that she has no words to comment on the situation. The main character wonders how much all this will cost if sold. Initially, it is impossible to subdue the mythical dragon. The housewife girl explains that this is the only existing item like this. These are the ones that were given by the hero in the past and are now kept in some countries. This has never been sold on the market, so it is impossible to know the price. One of the heroines says that she is afraid to return it. Another says that all these materials can be used to make weapons that will be perfect. Ines says then how about hiding everything away, using the master's skill, and keeping the place a secret. The girl sighs and says that they can't keep this a secret. By the way, one of the heroines found several rare medicinal plants here. We need to ask the country to protect these plants, and this cave. It all becomes clear to the hero that if other parts of the mythical dragon are found during the study of plants, they will suspect them of secretly keeping some for themselves. The girls start vying with each other to talk about how they want to make a sword out of this cloth. They also wonder if they can sell it at auction. Does anyone want to donate one of them to the great cathedral? That would be appropriate. An hour later, he comes to the conclusion that they will say that they found 2 scales and rare medicinal plants growing here. One will not be given to the great cathedral. The other will be sold through a guild that they can trust. The heroes decide to start with this. The girl says that half of the proceeds from the sale will go to the main character. The young man asks if she is sure about that. The heroine replies that yes, after all, they saved his remaining materials. The protagonist asks if he should call the ship or if they want to rest first. The heroes thank each other, saying that it was a real adventure. Meanwhile, the slime hides under the leaves of a small plant. One of the heroines feels something. She turns around intuitively. A slime immediately jumps out of its shelter. She catches him and is happy that he is the one. She looks at him closely and says that he is the only one like him. Her teammates surround her and ask how this happened. Are there really no other slimes here? The girl asks the new pet, is he lonely? Then she exchanges glances with her friend. The heroine says that her name is Priyada. She addresses him to Glory and asks if he wants to go with her. They could travel to different places together. The girl asks what he thinks about it. Slime says she agrees. After this, Marianne made a familiar contract with the slime and gave it the name of her new companion, Fu-chan. In the capital of Palermo, Barletta, in the Merchant Guild, people were busy with their own affairs. The administrators politely greeted people who came. Adjusting his mustache, Vice Guildmaster Enzo said thoughtfully the business was running like clockwork again today. It was as perfect as his mustache. Every day he makes his rounds to make sure that all is well in the guild. Sometimes he can notice arguments between people who want to skip the queue, talking about their rank. With a trying gesture, he tried to calm the angry man and suggested that he line up like everyone else. However, the man said irritably that he was in a hurry. Enzo, pointing to the fearsome guard behind him, said that in that case, he could leave now. The guard, fearfully, replied that he would join the queue. The man couldn't understand why people couldn't follow the rules. At that moment, a girl approached him, saying that there was a man there asking to meet the guildmaster right away. She showed the disgruntled man where he was. Wataru told Enzo that they had an extremely important matter to report, so they wanted to speak directly with the guildmaster. After looking at the map, the man realized that he was an honest merchant. After introducing himself, he asked what they were doing. The protagonist replied that they couldn't discuss it here. He thought it would cause a huge panic. The man sighed and replied that there were always people like them, those who inflate and exaggerate things. The boy replied that the merchant guild had said the same thing, and it had turned into a big argument, so he begs him to believe them. Alicia countered that they hadn't argued, they had just been rude. Enzo asked if it was really an important question. After all, if it was a joke, there would be consequences. Later, Felicia and Ines were carrying an object wrapped in cloth into the room. The guy apologized for disturbing them. As the vice chief walked out the door, he thought that even throwing him out was too much impudence. There was no interest in dealing with such a group. Sometime later, he was asked to come in. He asked the guildmaster if the merchant and his group had left. He confirmed his words and asked him to take a look. There were several different items in front of them. It was the valuable medicinal herb of the Starseeker, and also an undoubtedly rare material, dragon scale. The chief said that it was probably the mythical dragon scale. Enzo was amazed by these words. The man replied that it was a group of travelers from the Latin Kingdom. They found these materials while exploring the cave of the Hellwind. Enzo understood everything. If this was really a mythical dragon scale, it would be in great demand in other countries. If information about this leaked out, who would start a huge commotion? The chief replied that they had apparently found 2 scales. They said they would donate the larger one to the cathedral and would like to sell the other one through them. Suddenly the men began to cheer, realizing that such a big deal was going through them. It was so exciting, because they had a lot of work ahead of them, negotiations between countries. They stopped abruptly when they realized that they had lost their composure. First of all, they must invite the cardinals to the guild to find out if the scales are genuine. They must also inform the medical guild about these herbs. The leader asked Enzo to do both of these tasks. Enzo needed to speak directly to the cardinal or the master of the medical guild. As he was leaving, he was excused and informed that all the carriages were currently occupied. He didn't wait and ran to the destinations. He thought that the guild master would leave it to him. He would make sure to do everything perfectly. Sometime later, he arrived at the medical guild. Out of breath, he announced inside that it was an emergency and he needed to see the guild master immediately. The worried man asked him to wait a minute. Later, a man with glasses came out and greeted him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Enzo was glad that he knew the local master, that everything should go smoothly. Grabbing him by the shoulders, he said that he needed to discuss an emergency. He had to throw everyone out of the room immediately. The man didn't understand what was happening. He was frightening him. He understood everything and said that he was going to the trade guild right away. He thanked him and ran further into the great cathedral, knowing that it would not be easy. Inside, he was told that the cardinal was a busy man. If he did not have an appointment, he would not be able to miss him. He tried to explain that it was urgent. He replied that he had never thought that the vice master of the trade guild would break the rules. Didn't he understand how problematic it was? Moreover, if it was such an urgent matter, wouldn't it be standard practice for the guildmaster himself to come instead? Enzo thought that he was acting like he usually did. That's why he hated trying to achieve something by force. The priest added that he would ask about his case. Whether it was really urgent, it was up to him to decide. He replied that he could only discuss the matter personally with the cardinal. In that case, he told him to just leave. Enzo tried to resist him, but the people around him began to whisper about what was happening. He thought that he should not attract attention and did not understand what to do. The priest said no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. After all, he despised that condescending mustache on his face. However, if he shaved it off, he could see his request. Enzo asked indignantly if he really made decisions based on his tastes. Did he really call himself a priest after that? Afterwards, he met the cardinal, who said that there might be problems because of the mythical dragon. He added that he had business, but after that he went straight to the merchant guild. Enzo bowed and thanked him. After that, the man asked him what happened to his mustache. Enzo only had one on one half of his face. He replied, upset, that for various reasons he had shaved it off. 2 weeks later, a large crowd gathered in the street, and knights guarded the road. Children shouted that there was a mythical dragon scale ahead. Felicia told the master that they were already on their way. He asked her again. The girls who accompanied the main character were riding on a carriage, smiling down the street. They were smiling and waving to the people who were meeting them. Next to them was the scale of a mythical dragon. Ines told the master that he should join the parade too. However, the boy steadfastly refused, saying that he could not sit with her anywhere else. The master of the merchant guild said it was great. He told Enzo that he had really worked hard the last 2 weeks. He had matured, or rather changed his image. He replied that he had simply shaved off his mustache. He added that they still had a lot of work ahead of them. The girls admired him, and the master thought that he was getting on his nerves a little. The protagonist said that he believed that this marked the end of their business in Palermo, so he wondered where they would go next. A week has passed since the Girasols had their parade. They have become the stars of Barletta, and now it is extremely inconvenient to stay there, so they decided to return to the southern city. The guy thought that the sooner they got rid of the mythical dragon scale, the better. They decided to sell it to the merchant guild for 200 platinum coins. Alicia gave him a share of 100 platinum coins, and he was very surprised by this amount. After that, the small ship set out on a journey across the sea. They were leaving the country of their dreams for a new journey. The guy thought about the money he got. The luxury liner costs 50 billion, so he still can't afford it, but for that amount, he can buy something else. The girls who said they had finished taking a shower, they were very happy about it. And they hadn't taken a bath for a long time. It was very good. Their faces were flushed. He thought that he hadn't seen beautiful women fresh out of the shower for a long time either, and he was grateful to them for that. They were wondering where the other girls were. They were steering the boat at the time. Dorothea said she was very sorry. The boy laughed and said he was sorry too, that Ines and Felicia were always so hot-tempered. The girl added that besides Marina, Fu could play with her and Rimu. Wataru thought that Fu would be stolen from Marina. Kara said that she was hungry and asked what they would do with dinner. He remembered that he had bought a whole bunch of potatoes, so he suggested that the girls try making croquettes. They didn't understand what it was, but they were willing to help. The guy said they would boil the potatoes until they were soft. Claretta could help chop the onion finely, and Kara could cut the bread into small pieces like she did earlier. The girl took the knife and was ready to do it. He thought she was saying that she was a bad cook, but she was happy when she could help. She set to work with enthusiasm. At this time, other girls came in saying that they had fun and smelled something delicious. The guy said that dinner would be ready soon. Felicia began to apologize, saying that he had to cook while she was playing and having fun. He asked her not to worry, he was bored anyway, and thanked her. At this time, Marina noticed that Fu had become attached to Dorothea. She grabbed her and said that tomorrow she would be with her all day. Wataru said that dinner was ready. Later, the whole big company gathered at one table, trying the treat. The guy thought it was their first meal on the ship in a while. It really felt like home. Kara said it was delicious. Alicia agreed, adding that they were light and crispy on the outside and the potatoes were fluffy on the inside. The protagonist remembered that in Japan he often ate a croquet set. A very tasty dinner was served next to him. He remembered that set of dishes. He really wanted some Worcestershire sauce and miso soup. He swallowed and his eyes widened because he really wanted rice. He tried not to think about it, but now he couldn't. He remembered the many dishes that could be made from rice. He grabbed his head and screamed that he wanted rice. The girls looked at him in confusion. Night fell. Felicia asked him if he was okay. He replied that he had shown himself to be awkward. Although they could eat any food they wanted, if he had continued saving for a luxury liner, he had only lost control a little. With the money they had just received, he could buy another boat. The girls asked him again, and he said that this is what is called a ferry. He showed them what it looked like, and the girls marveled at how amazing it was. Wataru added that there were apparently a number of shops and restaurants inside, as well as over 30 guest rooms. Felicia said that sounded grand. Ines asked him with a smile if he could buy it right now, because she really wanted to see it. He said that their money was for a luxury liner. Ines said that he was going to buy it with the money from the mythical dragon scale, then everything was fine. It was a special one-off version, so it didn't fit into the original plan to buy a luxury jet. Felicia added that it was his money, so he could use it as he saw fit. He thought that he couldn't buy a luxury liner yet anyway, and he didn't regret buying the ferry. If that was a small obstacle, he could buy it. He thought about all the products that could be on it. The next morning, Alicia greeted him and asked if everything had been okay the night before. He thanked her for her concern. She asked what he was doing. He replied that he was buying a new ship. The girls were curious as to how he was doing it. He inserted a coin and cheerfully said that when they saw the ship, they would be shocked and bought it. When they came out on deck, he said that he would now show them a new ship. All the girls were impatiently guessing what kind of ship it would be. The guy thought that now was the time to make everyone's jaw drop and called the ship. The space in front of them was illuminated by a bright light, and some small particles began to form. They watched it all in amazement. The wind literally blew them away. A giant flash of light rose into the sky. The sea began to sway violently. A large magic circle formed, and a ship appeared in front of them. The protagonist looked at the ship that appeared before them in amazement. The magic gradually transformed it, creating new outlines. The girls, who saw such a vessel for the first time, opened their mouths in surprise. Looking at it, they tried to understand what it was. Compared to the ship they were currently on, it was simply impossibly large in size. They thought it was a fortress. They were speechless. From amazement, Kara literally fell to the deck. It was impossible to hide the shock that everyone was in. They finally bought a new ferry that could hold 632 people. It was indestructible and unsinkable. The protagonist wondered if ferries had always been that big. He had read in the description that it was 192 meters long, but that was more than he had imagined. The girls began to ask him excitedly if it was really a ship. It was several times bigger than the ship and looked like it was made of metal. They doubted if it could even float. Wataru asked them to calm down. It's the type of ship called a ferry, a large ship that can carry cargo and people. Alicia asked if it could really move. The guy decided to call it a fortress and teleported them there that very minute. Once they were inside, everyone started looking around in amazement. Alicia was surprised that they could get in with a magic circle. Ines immediately ran around the ship, surprised by its size, and Wataru tried to stop her. Soon he himself was surprised to see a store that had the usual products, like instant noodles, tea, cans of drinks, and snacks. He was extremely happy that he could eat them again. Ines asked him to come to his senses, shaking his shoulders. Alicia noticed that he needed time to come to his senses again. The protagonist took a pack of noodles and scanned it at the cash register. He bought it and realized that they use a self-service system. He wonders where the money they pay with goes. He was asked if it must be incredibly delicious to make such a fuss. The guy agreed with her. He said it was delicious, of course, but the thing was that he often ate it in his homeland. This made the girl think about this place. The others began to ask him what it was, and were amazed at how soft the fabric was. He explained it and offered to buy everything they needed. There should be a restaurant, a bathhouse, and more on this ship, so they should go and look. They began to move around the different rooms of the ship, carefully examining everything, marveling at the view from the window and the softness of the bed. After a while, they reached the restaurant, where a buffet was laid out with a large amount of food. Later they found large bathrooms, with soap accessories prepared and also a bathhouse. The ship had a beautiful view. They also changed into other clothes and prepared the drinks they found on the ship. They opened them and shouted with joy. The protagonist thought that the amenities on the ship included yukata for everyone. He was very grateful to the god of creation. The girls were delighted with the shampoo, because after it their hair became very smooth. And the protagonist liked his drink. He asked them if they liked their fortress. The girls enthusiastically confirmed his words. Iruma said that it was unlike anything they had ever seen. After that, she decided to ask the main character about his homeland, but the girls tried to stop her. She added that it was okay if he didn't want to talk, but she thought she understood. Others had thoughts about it too. Felicia called him anxiously. The guy replied that everything was fine. When he showed them the ship, he felt that they would understand everything. Scratching his head, he said that he was from another world. The girls' faces showed various emotions, and then they asked him loudly. He thought that they probably didn't think about that. But that in itself was incredible. Kara said that the other world had amazing food, and she wanted to go there. He thought that she could become one of the famous eaters. Alicia said that she heard that people from another world were able to receive skills from the god of creation. She asked if summoning ships was one of them. Wataru confirmed her words. They were interested in whether he had met God, and also what he looked like. She was as impressive as a statue in a great cathedral. After thinking, she answered that almost the same. This brought tears of affection. He asked the girls if they could keep it a secret. Alicia said it was a big show, but with such skill everything made sense. They would keep his secret, but he would tell more about his world. The guy agreed. It was the right choice to buy a ferry. It looks like the trip back to the southern city will be fun. Life at sea is getting even better. In the morning, yawning, the protagonist greeted Felicia, who was sitting on the bed, holding her head. Next to her, wrapped in a blanket, Inez was sleeping. The girl greeted him with a pained face. He asked her anxiously what had happened. Leaning back on the bed, the girl replied that he was too loud. Wataru guessed that it was the result of the previous evening. The girl replied that when he went to bed, they stayed until dawn. She added that she would get up now, that the main character said that everything was fine. He said that it was possible to relax, so she could rest today. But next time, she should know her limits. The girl agreed with him. Wataru thought that she must have really had a good time. If they were sitting like this, the others were probably still asleep. He decided to take the opportunity to test his skills. He was amazed that the ship's level was increased, and it was amazing. He had a new skill, like with an autopilot. Now he could issue boarding passes that would allow people to board his plane. He realized that if he issued one to everyone from Girasol, he wouldn't have to manually confirm their boarding each time, so he decided to use it. He could also now assign someone to the staff and set the room rates. He wondered if this meant that someone other than him would be allowed to run the ship. He realized that this was a system of collecting money when tickets were issued. This time, the skills he learned are for when he uses the ferry for business. They're the only ones here now, so he decided to give out free, unlimited tickets to everyone. Walking down the corridor, he thought that it was very quiet today, but at that moment he met the girls. Claretta anxiously asked him to go with them, because there was something incredible there. They took him to a room with various slot machines. The girl said she wanted a toy from the box, but she didn't know how to buy it. He replied that it was a machine where you inserted a copper coin to operate the claw that grabbed toys. He wasn't very good at it, but he would try. After examining them carefully, he decided to pull one out. The claw began to lift it, which surprised the girl, but then the toy fell, causing a sigh of disappointment. The guy was upset that it didn't work the first time, but Claretta replied that now she understood how to do it and would try. After that, she was completely hooked on the machines. She was happy that she managed to pull out the toy. After playing all day, she ended up with all kinds of toys. Girasol woke up just after noon. The girls looked quite sick. Everyone quickly got used to the ferry. It took a week before they realized it. They ate delicious food and various snacks, walked around the ship, and drank various drinks. Wataru had a feeling that everyone was eating and drinking too much lately. They used to only drink occasionally, but here they were drinking every day. He should probably warn them, but he didn't want them to be mad at him after he finally got close to them. It was okay if it was only while they were on the ferry. Suddenly he heard a strange sound. What he saw scared him. The sea was teeming with various monsters. They didn't understand when so many of them had gathered. The guy said that the rooms were quite high above the ocean surface, so they didn't notice anything at all. At this rate, they would follow them to the southern city. So the guy suggested taking them out first. Alicia suggested landing on the Klugo and destroying them from the outside. Everyone agreed with her. The guy asked her if she thought it would be fun to take the boat through the horde. She said a little. He was really worried about them being surrounded by monsters, so he agreed, but they had to be careful they weren't doing this for fun. A small ship cut through the waves, knocking down monsters in its path. The guy was shocked that they were doing this. The girl apologized and said that she would definitely scold them later. They knew that if they rocked the boat too much, they wouldn't be able to attack. Alicia saw the kraken and decided to go inside. Claretta told them to leave it to her and used the holy spear magic. The attack consisted of crosses falling into the water. The monster's tentacles were shattered into pieces. Inez was happy that they had successfully carried out the attack. The ships continued their movement. The main character thanked the girls for their excellent work. They said it was fun. Dorothea added that she had had too much fun. It turned out to be a good exercise. Inez noticed that she hadn't been moving much lately, so her clothes had become a bit tight. Dorothea also wondered what could be causing this. Alicia agreed and said that she too had felt her body become heavier. They realized that they had gained weight. The guy thought that at this rate they would turn into a team of fatties, although that was also cute in its own way. But at the same time, they still gathered after hard work to have another drink. Wataru was strongly against it. He said that they ate and drank too much. They were ruining their bodies and needed to exercise restraint, and he didn't want to hear any excuses. Afterwards, their parties were held so many times every 2 days. 5 days later, they decided to return to Kluga. They boarded a small ship and returned from their trip to Palermo. Seagulls were flying over the sea when they landed. The main character said that they were great for surviving the long journey. Alicia thanked him because it was the first time they had such a wonderful journey. Claretta added that, thanks to him, she was able to visit the big cathedral that she had always dreamed of, for which she was grateful. He replied that he had planned to go to Palermo anyway. They should not worry. The girl decided to leave Plushie with him. Wataru asked Dorothea that if she had any information about slimes, she should let him know, and suggested that they look for it together. She asked if that was okay. The guy replied that he wanted more people to know how cute slimes are. She thanked him and said she wanted to find her own. He said goodbye to them and said he had managed to sell the pepper and get closer to Girasol. It had been a wonderful trip. After that, they decided to go and distribute souvenirs as usual. At the Merchant Guild, Camilla greeted them, saying that she was glad that he had returned safely. The protagonist thought that he hadn't seen her for a long time. She was so beautiful. Meanwhile, the girl asked him if he liked the big cathedral. He said it was really great. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and he had something to give her again. She tried to argue that it wasn't worth it. He placed a glass and a spoon on the table in front of her. Looking at them carefully, the girl asked what they were. He replied that it was a dessert he had prepared. The girls had really liked it when he had prepared it for them, so she might as well try it. He thought that since he hadn't bought any girly souvenirs this time, she should like it. The protagonist added that it was made from eggs and milk. When the girl tried it, he asked her if she liked it. The girl was silent, so he thought that maybe he did something wrong somewhere. The girl looked at him with a tense face, then asked what the food was called. The guy was frightened by her look and answered that it was pudding. Camilla asked him again, and he confirmed the name. Standing up, she asked him what he thought about signing a contract with the Merchant Guild and distributing the recipe throughout the country. He would be able to receive 3% of the pudding sales from stores that used his recipe. He responded fearfully that pudding was something so simple that it could be made at home. She responded that if it was simple, then more shops would carry it. If the recipe caught on, dairy farms would prosper. The Merchant Guild will receive a percentage. He accidentally lit a fire in the merchant's soul. They will make a formal contract with the god of trade, so there is no need to worry about him not getting his share. For him, there is only profit. The guy clarified that it was a dessert from his hometown, so it wasn't like he invented it. She replied that if someone had already registered it, there would be no contract and no fee would be charged to anyone making it at home. With a flushed face, the girl asked if he would make a deal with them. The guy could not resist her pressure and agreed. Later, they stood inside the magic circle. The protagonist said that here is his signature and the recipe for pudding. The girl happily replied that the contract was signed and thanked him. They left the Merchant Guild. Felicia noticed that Camilla was really passionate about her work. Wataru responded that it was a little scary. Ines asked where they were going next. The guy thought about it and decided to go to Danino to give him the drink he had brought. Later, holding the decanter in his hands, the man thanked him for the drink from Palermo. Donino asked if he had asked for a toy to be made for him last time. The protagonist remembered that he meant reversi. The man said it was very interesting to try, so some of the students wanted to sell it and make some money. He asked if he could do it. Wataru answered without hesitation that he was not against it. The man agreed with him and suggested that they go to the Merchant Guild to make a contract. When he arrived, the girl was surprised by the new product from his hometown. He wondered if she would ask him where he was from. She might find out that he was from another world. The girl looked at him suspiciously. She said that such knowledge is a resource, so she asks him not to spread it so carelessly. The guy calmed down and said he would be careful. Later, they ate grilled oysters. Ines asked if Camilla had really scolded him. He said he was hungry because it had been exciting. She wanted to eat a piece, but he stopped her, saying that he had bought something cool on the ferry. You can pour soy sauce over the oysters and enjoy the wonderful taste." Everyone blushed with pleasure. Felicia said that it went very well with oysters. At that moment, people around them started to discuss the smell of the sauce that they had smelled. The guy decided to quickly remove the sauce and finish the meal. Ines was against it. At the inn, he said that perhaps he had been too relaxed lately, although they needed to keep a low profile. Felicia replied that, after all, they had spent a lot of time on ships. Ines added that he had amazing skills, so maybe he should become a hero. But the guy was against it, because he wouldn't be able to fight to save his life. He asked her not to say that, because it would bring down a bad flag. At that moment, the owner of the hotel knocked on their door. Looking in, she said that people in the lobby wanted to meet him. Alicia ran in, worriedly asking him to lend them his power. Dorothea apologized for coming so unexpectedly. Alicia was ready to pay everything she had. The guy asked her to calm down. The anxious boy wondered if this could be the trouble that the god of creation had told him about earlier. Birds were flying peacefully outside the window at that time. The main character and the girls were stunned by the words of those who came that a war could happen. Dorothea reported that it looked like the city they came from was surrounded by Imperial Army ships. A man ran into the office, reporting that Fort Lugor had fallen. It was unbelievable, so they can't expect reinforcements and the capital. The Empire has abandoned the kingdom and set its sights on Luca. They must protect the city, no matter the cost. The guy remembered, thank God, that something bad was going to happen to these girls, so he had to help them. He wondered if he had really told him to go fight. Dorothea told us that for many years, the Empire had been at war with its neighbors. But recently, they had decided to turn their attention to Luca. It was one of the large, prosperous cities, but it was unable to resist the Empire's attack. All 6 of them were born and raised there. She knows it's terrible to ask them to get involved in the war, but all their friends and family are there. They don't ask for much. Just help them. The sweaty boy listened tensely to their words, and the girls worried about him. He really didn't want to do this. He's completely incapable of being a hero and has no idea what to do. There's no way he could attack other people. The best he could do was maybe use his ship summoning as a barrier. And even then, he might not be able to stomach all the things happening before his eyes. First of all, isn't it strange that his first act of heroism is war? He didn't understand why he had to do it. He wants to curl up and hide. The girls called him again in anticipation. Turning anxiously to them, the boy thought that he couldn't leave them when they were so worried. Rather, he doesn't have the courage to refuse them. In that case, he decided to say that he is a real coward, so he doesn't know how to fight. And he also wants his skills and origin to remain a secret. He confidently added that if they were not against defending themselves and running away, he would help them. Various emotions appeared on the girls' faces. They thanked him joyfully for this. Later, they bought various necessary products from the market. After that, they boarded their ship again and set off. On the ship, they sat at a table, and each thought anxiously about the task ahead of them. The main character stood at the helm and thought that everything had become very serious. A normal magical ship would take about 20 days to reach the city. If he set it to travel at night, they could probably get there in about 10 days, and they could act quickly. But he still worries, if some important person notices him in the war, there will be trouble. At this time, he was called out. Felicia was standing in front of him in a cloak. She said it was the one he had bought before leaving and asked how he liked it. The guy happily replied that he could hide his face. In case they had to show themselves to people, they could pass themselves off as mysterious wizards. The protagonist asked how Girasol was. Ines replied that they were very tense. They were discussing what to do after they got to the city, but nothing was working. He understood her and asked the girl if he could leave the controls to them for a while. He wanted to go check on them. The girls agreed and he headed to the cabin, suddenly hearing a sharp scream on the way. The girls argued in the cabin, discussing which side to approach from so as not to be noticed. They were completely unaware of the situation in the city. They also understood that the Empire recognized the superiority of man. Their opinions differed from each other. Marina said that if they attacked using the fortress, they might be able to break the blockade. The girls listened to her attentively. The protagonist thought worriedly that he didn't want this. Alicia confidently supported that there was no bigger ship in this world. Irma asked her to wait. She said that she didn't know for sure that Wataru would agree to this strategy. After all, they had to see what the situation was before making a decision. The boy realized that they had finally reached a dead end. He said they were anxious now, and that was only natural. If only there was some useful ship. If the port was surrounded, he thought it would be better to use a smaller boat that could get closer without being noticed. He saw a speedboat listed for 81 gold coins. That was 81 million yen. It could hold 9 people and could travel at speeds of up to 210 kilometers per hour. It was truly astounding. They might be able to pass by the enemy fleet and other magical ships without being as noticeable as the ferry. He also thought that maybe it would cheer everyone up before they got to the city, so he decided to do it. He gathered the girls on board and decided to start the summoning. He used his magic again, and a magic circle formed in front of them with the boat in the center. It was an unsinkable and indestructible speedboat with a capacity of 9 people. Alicia looked at it in amazement. The guy said that this ship is definitely the fastest of all boats and ships today, if they can master its use. At this point, Alicia interrupted him, saying that they would be able to sink the ships of the enemy fleet. But that was not what the guy bought it for. They now had a new ship, they were ready for war. They applied a special camouflage to it, after which its appearance changed. Based on the characteristics of the boat, the guy decided to call it Speedster. Since it is very fast, he needs to practice driving it. After a while, they were already flying at full speed along the waves. The girls looked around in shock, not believing in all this. Sometimes along the way they encountered various monsters, which they quickly dealt with using magic, without interrupting their movement. Alicia noticed that Irma's accuracy had become much higher. She asked if she had gotten used to it. She replied that if the target was large, it was easy to hit even at such a high speed. The other girls had also improved their skills. Watching them, the guy realized that they had already begun practicing their attacks. Were they really eager to go against the Empire and had forgotten that he had agreed to defend the city and provide a path of retreat? Felicia asked him if he needed to get in the boat with them anymore. Remembering how he had ridden with them earlier, he replied that he had had enough. Looking at them, he thought that they were very serious. They had already mastered the management of the boat, so it was worth buying 2 more. Ines clarified whether nothing would happen to the money for the luxury liner if he only bought it. He replied that it was all right. They would reward him after all. It should cover all the expenses. Ines mockingly asked if his reward was just money. The guy agreed, not understanding her grin. She laughed and said that he had been offered to do anything. He could have made marriage one of the conditions. He was shocked by the thought. Pictures of their possible wedding on the ship appeared before his eyes. But he pushed the thought away, knowing what that would look like. Like a villain offering to save the city in exchange for himself. It would look like he was some kind of bad guy, and he wouldn't go along with it. Ines said he wasn't brave enough, and Felicia added that he was already beautiful. The blushing guy said if he wanted to touch her, would it be okay? The girls were confused by his words. The next day, they headed to the city by boat, training at the same time. At night and during breaks, they traveled to Klugo. At the beginning of the journey, the Girasols were so focused on the war that they lost their appetite. Perhaps the training distracted them a little, but they calmed down. Wataru asked Kara if she wanted 5 extra servings of Karag. The girl sadly agreed with him. The guy thought that he shouldn't expect them all to act like they usually do. After 8 days at sea, Klugo arrived in the waters of Lucca, earlier than expected. On the horizon, they could already see the outlines of the land they were heading for. The protagonist said that the Empire's fleet could find them if they didn't stop. Alicia agreed with him and suggested waiting for the night and then doing a little reconnaissance. When the moon shone in the sky, they sent a small boat to the shore. At some point, Irma said that she could see them, so they needed to turn off the engine. The girls began to look closely at what they saw ahead. What they saw amazed them. A large number of ships appeared before them, both small and large. On each of them, there were soldiers who carefully observed the surrounding area. Irma realized that the Imperial ships had surrounded the ports, and there were a whole bunch of them, but they were still outside the city, which meant that the Empire couldn't get to land yet. Alicia was glad about that, because it meant that the city was safe. Later, the girls returned from reconnaissance. The protagonist greeted them. He was glad to see them safe and sound and asked how things were going. The other girls were also interested in this question. They started to clarify what was happening in the city and what was going on with the port. Alicia did not immediately answer their questions. After she told him, the guy happily said that the Empire had not yet captured the city. The girl replied that the ships were still outside the port. The others sighed with relief. their strength literally leaving them. Wataru replied that it was a great relief. Irma said that they had managed to escape the worst-case scenario. But as they had said, the Empire had completely surrounded the port. Alicia added that they had managed to find out the number of magical ships they had. 1 large ship, 2 medium-sized ships, and 1 small one. In addition, they had a large fleet of sailing ships and galleys. Marina noticed that magical ships were constantly patrolling the area, and a bunch of soldiers were keeping watch. Wataru replied that he understood. He understood that they wanted to evacuate their family, but it seemed that penetrating the city would be difficult. So he asked what they would do. Marina replied that a frontal assault on the fortress still seemed like the best solution. Grandfather decided to ask Dorothea's opinion, who said that she thought that instead of attacking head-on, it would be better to sink the enemy ships. Everyone listened to her attentively. Her idea shocked the main character. The girls asked her again in surprise. After that, she confirmed her words once again. The moment the Empire sees the protagonist's ship, they will be on high alert. Their fleet must be destroyed first. Alicia agreed with her and added that if they could thin out the enemy fruit, they could open the port. This would make evacuation and defense easier. The boy asked anxiously if they would be able to sink the enemy ships. He thought that she had done badly. Their plans were becoming even more insane. Claretta agreed. There may be a barrier around the magic ships, but they can attack sailing ships and galleys with magic and skills. With the main character's ships, it is possible. Irma confirmed her words and added that it was certainly logical, so they decided to protect Luca together. The boy realized that he was impatient to begin. He personally wanted to help them do everything he could, but he didn't want to be dragged into the war. He had to stand his ground here. Alicia said they could start thinning out the Empire's fleet. She asked the boy if everything was okay. He said it was fine, but asked to listen to him. The girls listened carefully. He said he promised to help them with defense and evacuation. The strategy this time was to their advantage, so he agreed, but if they thinned out the enemy fleet, God would definitely pay attention. He can't let them continue to use his skills for the city like this, so they have to avoid any situations. The girls understood and apologized to him, but he also added that he agreed with their strategy. Standing before them, he confidently said that the Lord would pay attention to him anyway. Then, it was true, they should try to reduce their fleet. Everyone cheerfully supported him. They quickly decided on a plan of attack. Tomorrow, deep into the night, they would split into 3 speedboats. Using the unsinkable and indestructible properties of the speedos, each team would get close to the enemy ship and attack. Having made a hole in the hull, they move on to the next ship. Then they repeat the process over and over again. It was decided that it would remain in reserve. And finally, the day of the attack arrived. The girls split into several teams for each boat. The main character remained in reserve with Ines. Alicia gave the command that they first aim at the big magic ship and asked if they understood everything. The girls agreed with her. The protagonist was very nervous at this time. Ines tried to calm him down, saying that everything would be fine. It would be strange to lose on one of his ships. Wataru seemed to agree with her, but nevertheless shouted at everyone to be careful. Alicia turned around and thanked him for his advice, and then all 3 boats set off at full speed according to their plan of action. Meanwhile, the sailors on the ship were carefully examining everything through a telescope. One of them saw something in the distance and did not understand what it was. A sailor shouted from above that a ship was approaching them. The man below realized that an enemy was approaching them and ordered a magical squad to be sent to intercept them. They only had time to look in the direction of the enemy as they flew past at full speed, causing shock to the soldiers. Alicia said that their target was a huge magic ship. Claretta accepted her order. Ahead they saw a ship with people on it, and on its sides there were wings in the form of fins. Meanwhile, the commander on the ship ordered the magic squad to open fire on them. They immediately repaired and directed many attacks. However, there was no damage left on the ship, which surprised them greatly. Meanwhile, Claretta began to use her magic from the boat. Her spell caused the waves to rage, and the ship's hull was struck like a bright flash, throwing those on board off balance. Meanwhile, Ines heard that it had already started. The guy told her that he understood, but he was very nervous. The ships were unsinkable and not destroyed, so they should be fine. The protagonist folded his hands in front of him because he was worried about others. He hoped that Girasol would control himself and not get too rowdy. Girasol engages his opponent in the harbor. with 2 girls on board the ship piloting it, looking at the wrecked ship directly ahead of them. One of the girls with a weapon in her hands says that this is what should be expected from a magic ship. It was necessary to try hard to sink it. The second girl suggests moving on to the next one. Armed warriors on the wall look down at the water. One of them asks, in shock, what is happening there? One young guy asks if these are allies. A man asks one of the warriors if anyone is fighting against the Imperial fleet, and the warrior, in shock, tells the man that he shouldn't be here. He is shocked when he notices the destroyed ship, and asks if this is all a dream, because the magic ship of the Empire is sinking. If this is all a dream. On one of the ships, several identically dressed archers aim at the same target and open fire simultaneously on command. A girl stands with a weapon in her hands, ready to defend herself. The girl looks at the shells, and then she decides something and starts swinging her weapon, successfully repelling enemy attacks. The enemies watch her from a large ship. The soldiers on the ship are talking about how they need to get out of here as soon as possible. One of the sailors listens to his commander's order and starts turning the wheel. They can't let this ship sink too. They want to sail away, but the girl's boat ends up right in front of their ship, and the commander screams in shock. The girl points her finger at him and angrily says that they can't leave here. The girl points her weapon at them and warns them to surrender, otherwise they will go down to the bottom, right along with this ship. She is confident in her words. There is a disgruntled guy sitting at the table, and he is interested in how much time has passed. It is not surprising that he cannot calm down. He cannot believe that he is participating in a war, whether the enemy will harbor a grudge against him, whether the dead in this world become zombies or skeletons, and whether they seek revenge. He is scared. The guy gets very scared, and the girl happily asks him if she should make him some tea, since it has already cooled down. The main character agrees and thanks the girl. Then he looks up and notices something there. Suddenly, 2 flashes occur, and the girl looks at it in surprise, realizing that this is a signal to group together. The guy understands that it means that everything is over. They need to go there. There are 3 boats in front of the ship. A girl is standing on the middle one. One of the girls suddenly squeals happily, and the guy asks her in surprise if everything is okay. The girl confidently says that yes, everything is fine. The guy reflects on the fact that they got rid of not only the ship, but absolutely all of them. It was complete destruction. He is shocked by this. The girl agrees and says that the magic ships had a barrier and protective magic placed on them, but they managed to break through the barrier. Attacking again and again, Speedo repelled all the enemy's attacks, so they were completely safe. One girl reports that the harbor is in total disarray now, so it's probably best to enter the city after dawn. They have a couple of soldier friends in Luca, and for now they'll go with Marina to explain the situation. The guy tells her that it's a great idea. The girl says that they can ask about him too. The guy understands that if they ask, then let them say that he is a magician and hired them, so according to the terms of the contract, they should not know who he is. The girl agrees with this and suggests that Marina swim. They set off on their journey and the guy watches them go. As time went by, the protagonist realized that summoning a ship was an amazing skill, and he was very grateful for it. But isn't it unfair to use it for a sea wave? He thinks that if everyone finds out who he is and what he looks like, then real hell will begin. They will not let him live. They will go to Luca in the morning. He will try to be secretive. After that, Alessi and the others rested a bit on Klugo. Both girls were sleeping, and then both Dorothea and Marina returned, explaining the situation to Luca's soldiers, the guy waving his hand at them. Naturally, they had many questions, but Dorothea was able to convince them that he was a magician, and in their Dorovor, she stood and explained it to them. The protagonist is not sure whether they will let an unknown magician into their city in the midst of a war, but even if they refuse, he can simply wait on the ship. The ship is left alone in the middle of the water, and the main character, standing on board, points with his hand and uses the ship's camouflage, causing it to glow. The guy asks if it's something like that. The girl asks if he changed the look of the ship. The guy says good morning to Ines and Felicia. He tells the girl that his ship can be recognized in Luca, so he changed it. The girl understands that it would be a shame if someone were to find their trail. The second girl brought robes to cover. They all put them on, and the guy says that he didn't plan to talk to anyone in Luca, so everything should be fine, according to their legend. The great magician and his follower, Felicia, asks Ines to talk to the gentleman more respectfully, otherwise it might arouse suspicion. A girl appears and addresses the great magician. The main character awkwardly says that it is him. She asks if they will go to the city right after breakfast. In the middle of the water in front of the city, there are many wrecked ships. The main character sails right past them. The main character is surprised that there are so many shipwrecks here, as well as soldiers along the fortress walls. Apparently they are wary. The guy is at the helm. The guy understands that this was expected because they are city rescuers, but they have a mysterious magician in the city. This is very suspicious. Gather guards stand to the side and watch everything that happens. The man tells the girl that his name is Braun. He asks if they're Girasol and the Great Mage. He asks for permission to accompany them. The girl agrees. He says that however they cannot just let the unknown into the city, will they allow an observer to be attached to the Great Magician? The main character is perplexed by this. The protagonist addresses the girl by her nickname Ness and says that he does not want them to be followed, so can he just wait on the ship? The girl agrees and will now go ask Alessia. She whispers something to the girl and she tells Braun that the Great Mage will be uncomfortable being accompanied by an observer, so he will wait for them on the ship. The man says that it is dangerous. What if the Empire returns? The girl turns to her two partners with a smile and says that she thinks there won't be any problems with that. A mother and child come out of the house. Two girls look out the window and discuss the fact that the streets are almost undamaged. A carriage pulls into the castle. A girl stands with a serious face, and someone tells the man that the Girasoles have arrived. The man at the table, in front of a map and with a glass, thoughtfully announces that his name is Justin DeLuca. He is the mayor of this city. He wants to thank them for the brilliant victory over the Imperial fleet. Normally he would have awarded them all in the audience hall, but now there is a war. He apologizes. The girl says that there is nothing terrible about it and thanks him for the kind words. Now the man wants to ask them. He heard that they won this battle thanks to a great magician. Could they tell him about him? The girl understands that he asks about him so quickly. They need to make sure that they do not involve Wataru in anything. She says that the Great Mage promised to help them in the defense of Luca or evacuation if necessary, so she asks for forgiveness, but according to the terms of the contract, they cannot tell anything about him. The man asks what is meant by evacuation. The girl admits that she cannot answer his question. The man asks if they can count on his cooperation. The girl denies it and says that she does not think that they can count on any help outside the terms of the contract. The man understands everything with displeasure. He turns to the girl and says that the kingdom is in danger. Let them tell the Great Magician that he needs his help. The girl is surprised by this and asks again. He tells that not only Luca was attacked, the capital of the kingdom is also surrounded by Imperial troops. Everyone is shocked by this news. The girl stands near the carriage with horses and informs the others that they will then return to the ship and convey the Marquis's message. One of the girls thanks her with a smile. She says that as soon as they are sure that their family is safe, they will immediately join them. The girl agrees with this and asks them to rest. The protagonist, on his ship in the middle of the water, asks in shock that the royal capital is surrounded by Imperial troops. The girl says that yes, it seems that the vital Fort Slughorn, which protects the kingdom of Brescia from attacks, has fallen due to the betrayal of Viscount Dupuis and Viscount Juma. Now there is chaos everywhere, and reinforcements cannot arrive in Lucca. The guy thinks that Lucca was able to hold on, but the kingdom of Brescia is in trouble, which means Lucca's in trouble too. He doesn't think that they can do anything else. The girl reports that the Marchese de Lucca has two requests. The first is to protect the port so that it does not have to be closed again. The second is to buy food for the residents of Lucca. That's all. The guy thinks that getting food is one thing, but to make sure that the port continues to operate, it takes time. They can finally be drawn into the war. This definitely needs to be avoided. He says that there is another option to simply evacuate their family and friends. The girl comes up with the idea that the city is safe. Let them help protect Lucca. The guy knew she would say that. The main character understands something and says that firstly, if they tell him where he can get the necessary food products for the city, he will be able to transport them by ferry, so there will be no problems with this. The next step is to protect the port. The girl tells him that he can simply lend them his ship and they will fight off any Imperial soldiers. The main character, in shock, asks whether this means that all the laurels will go to Girasol if they monopolize all the recognition and achievements. Then the military may hold a grudge against them. The girl understands this too. The guy asks the girl to try to come up with a way for the inhabitants of Lucca to protect the port as much as possible. The girl thanks the Great Magician for the advice. The main character awkwardly tells him that the Great Magician is a bit of an exaggeration. The girl tells him that she will call him that so as not to accidentally say his real name on the street. They tell him that he should also practice speaking more like the owner, and she needs to practice addressing the owner politely. The girl says that Marquis de Lucca has prepared a reward for him. She calls him his Great Magician and says that these are 10 platinum coins. The protagonist is shocked to realize that it is equal to about 1 billion yen. He asks if it is too much. The girl says that they gave up their court title and land, so she thinks that it is a suitable amount. The guy thinks that nothing else was expected from the mayor. The main character just came up with a rather insidious idea. He asks the girl if the Marquis is a rich man, to which she answers positively. The guy is going to disguise the SS Fortress as a wooden ship and lend it to Luca for a fee. The girls are shocked by his offer. The protagonist states that of course if they see all the amenities, then even more suspicions will arise, so he will hide them with his skill, but he wants to use it to transport food. Upon hearing the price, all three men in front of him are shocked, because 120 platinum coins is a huge amount. The girl says that yes, the Great Moment says that for this amount he will lend them a large ship and erect a powerful barrier around it. They imagine it in their heads. The girl says that however only a great magician can control the ship, one of the men asks in shock that the ship cannot move, and he still asks for so much. She says yes, but even if the ship can't move, if they put it at the entrance to the port, and with soldiers and weapons capable of attacking at a great distance on board, it will make a formidable fortress. The man is silent and listens. All he says is that 120 platinum coins is a huge amount. The protagonist wanted to use it to transport food, so he was thinking of setting the price for it to the amount he needed to buy a second ferry. The girl thinks that Wataru rarely makes such bold proposals, so how will Marquis de Luca react? He is informed that if they give the money to a suspicious magician who does not even give his name, he will simply take it and run away. The Marquis calmly, with folded hands, says that this is also quite possible. If Luca falls, then all the money will simply be taken by the enemies. After this, the man suddenly announces that he agrees and will prepare 120 platinum coins for them. Both girls are surprised by this, and the second man is horrified by such news. However, the Marquis orders him to immediately prepare money and a list of provisions, asking Dumont to also make a short list of soldiers, weapons, and adventurers who need to be taken on board the great magician's ship. Dumont agrees. Both girls sigh with relief. Then they are about to leave. The girl holds a box in her hand. The Marquis watches this from the window and thinks that perhaps simply giving the money away is a mistake, but finally the times when they simply endured while the Empire surrounded them both on land and at sea are over. The Marquis has no choice but to put his trust in Girasol and this unknown mage. They will hope that these sleepless nights will finally come to an end. Then night falls. The Marquis sits in bed and sighs, realizing that he cannot sleep because he is too excited. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door and asks if he is awake. He asks, what is going on? There was a message that a huge ship had appeared at the entrance to the port. The guards on the wall look down and think about whether this ship belongs to a great magician. Suddenly, the Marquis appears and asks where this ship is. Both warriors are shocked by this. One of them shows where the ship is. The man looks at it in shock. On the streets, crowds of people run in one direction because it is so surprising to them. The crowd stands in front of the port and looks forward, asking if this is their ally. It's incredible. In front of them on the water stands a colossal ship, next to which stands another small one. People are shocked by how huge it is. The boat approaches the ship on which someone is standing. The girl waves and wishes the great magician a pleasant return. The protagonist looks at her from under his robe and thanks the girl, informing her that he has parked the SS Fortress at the port and that there is delicious food on the table. The girl brings a tray with mugs and asks the protagonist to drink something and rest. He sincerely thanks the girl. The guy reports that he has placed the ship near the entrance to the port, but it can still be moved before they go for food, so they need to check with the Marquis. He will now create boarding passes. The main character looks at the panel and decides to call the ship, and then issue a boarding pass. Need an unnamed one with no expiration date, exclusively for the SS Fortress. He thinks that 500 will be enough for now and presses the button to issue tickets. Tickets appear out of thin air and fall into his hands. He is surprised by how many there are. He says that with this ticket, anyone can climb the SS Fortress, and no one will push him away. This must be conveyed to the Marquis. The girl agrees and takes the tickets. And while the guy is gone, he will leave Speedo here in case of emergency. These tickets allow someone to get into Speedo, so if an emergency arises, you need to take the family and escape. The girls thank him. Then he and Alessia discuss their future plans while sitting in front of the map. First, he would go to the nearby port city of Orphis in the kingdom of Thessaloniki to buy food. A shop called Goffredo's Company had agreed to prepare the goods. Then, the Girasols will split into two parts. One will remain in Lucca to maintain contact with the Marquis and defend the city if necessary, while the others will accompany the Great Magician and the Marquis' envoys to Orphis. Their group is leaving this evening. The girl says that in this case she will visit her family. The girls turn to the gentleman and ask him what they should do. While they wait for his return, the guy says that they can do whatever they want. This is because he wants to decide what kind of ship he will buy. With the 120 platinum coins he received from the Marquis, the creature on his head offers a new boat, and the guy says that it is amazing. The girl asks him if he plans to buy another ferry. He says that yes, they will be transporting supplies, so a cargo ship would be fine, but it is much more fun when there are shops and restaurants. He realizes that if cargo transportation is needed, wouldn't it be easier to just transport supplies on a rubber raft? Like last time, if they did that, he could save 120 platinum coins for a luxury liner. Felicia turns to the thoughtful gentleman and tells her that he would stand out less if, instead of a huge ferry, he transported goods on a small boat with magical powers. She tells him that he already stands out, so she thinks they will perceive his mysterious magic as something dangerous. The second girl agrees. The ability to secretly transport huge amounts of supplies is especially attractive in times of crisis. The main character tells Ines that she is absolutely right. They need to buy a ferry. The girl says that in addition, in these outfits, it's she and Ness. Ines asks to play her role, and the guy agrees. The guy is thinking about which ferry to buy and looks at the options on the panel. He asks Rima to look at the fact that this ferry has a large theater hall. It was quite a long time ago, but the girl suggests watching movies and discs. It seems that the god of creation said something like that. The guy becomes curious about how everyone will react to watching something on the big screen. It sounds funny. The guy holds something in his hands and says that he chooses it. The main character presses the button. People gather at the ship. The girl with ears tells the gentleman that they have returned. Thanks to him, they were able to ensure the safety of their families. The ship then heads off somewhere, and the girl tells the guy that Marquis was extremely pleased with the SS Fortress. It looks like they've already placed soldiers and supplies on board. Wataru says he's glad to hear there were no problems. He asks how the war is progressing, whether there have been any reports from the Empire, whether they have heard anything. The girl says that they heard from captured soldiers that the Empire wanted to starve Lucca to death, and that the city is an invaluable trading center. The guy understands that they wanted to use the port themselves. However, they failed to cordon off the city, so next time they may start acting more decisively. But Lucca is a strong city, now it is ready to repel any attacks. Wataru understands this. The guy suggests that in this case they go to Orphis. Everyone happily agrees and asks to entrust Lucca to them. The protagonist is at the helm. They find themselves in the middle of the water, and Wataru informs everyone that they are in the open sea, so it's time to call a new ship. The girls are delighted that this is a new ship, there are restaurants, and it is fast. The third girl asks them if they understand that this is the ship of a great magician. Wataru realizes that they all seem to have perked up, they have calmed down. Is it because they were able to see their family? Then you need to refresh it even more. With a new ship, the guy stretches out his hand and says that here it is. The main character uses the ship summon, and a huge magic circle appears on the water in front of them, and then a huge ship instantly appears, and everyone is surprised by this. The girls say that it is a ferry. No matter how many times she has seen it, she still remains delighted. This new ferry has a capacity of 777 people, is unsinkable, indestructible, and has a no-landing policy. The protagonist thinks that it was supposed to be a little bigger than the SS Fortress, but it's so huge that it's not clear at all. The girl asks that they are not the same size as the fortress. The guy points at her and asks what she is talking about. Yes, they are similar in shape, but they are different, especially the interior, and now you need to go inside and get ready to be surprised. Everyone ends up inside and looks around in surprise. It's all very beautiful, and they feel like they're in a temple. Everything in the newly acquired ferry is shiny and sparkling, and the main character says in surprise that this is a magnificent entrance. The girl asks him what the name of this ship is. The guy just thought about it and says that he called the previous one a Fortress S. So in the same spirit, a citadel, he will call it a Citadel S. Wataru suggests that they all go and find out what's inside. and they walk up the stairs and continue to look around. They also gathered in surprise and looked at the piano. One of the girls was holding something in her hands. Then the main character sees another room and realizes what it is. The three girls delightedly realize that it is a bathroom. They find themselves inside, and the main character is surprised to hear that it is very spacious. The girl asks if all the baths on the ferries are that big. The girl grabs the guy by the hand and greets him, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time, so they all need to go in together. The guy is shocked by this. The main character lies relaxed in the bathtub and understands what was expected. He is resting. Night falls. The girls apologize for the wait and ask to see. The guy is surprised that they are wearing t-shirts. They say that they were sold in stores, so they bought a couple. Do they really suit them? They are comfortable, so the rest of them go to buy. Wataru is pleased to see that they look like modern girls. The girl tells him that if he is not wearing a robe, does this mean he himself says that this is a break for the great magician? The guy shouts and suggests having a good rest on the way to Orphis. He raises a mug of alcohol. There are drinks and food in front of him. All the girls are happy. The port city of Orphis, where they are going to buy supplies, is located between the southern city and Luca. He disguised the fortress SS so that it looked like a wooden ship and turned on the autopilot function. On the way to Orphis, so with that in mind, he had an idea. The guy is in a movie theater and invites the girls to watch a movie together. They look around and one of them is surprised by the scene, asking if this means they can watch plays. They ask him what a film is. He says that they will understand as soon as they see it, so let them sit down. But if you think about it, how do you watch films on this? He just knows that they can be watched. A panel appears and asks if he wants to watch a movie. He is asked to choose a genre or a title. He is surprised by this great skill. He thinks that he needs to quickly decide whether a film about ships, for example, is right for them. Titanic. However it sinks, it is a bad item. In this case, he will choose films. Pirates of the Caribbean. Girls are surprised at what they see on the huge screen. The girls understand that the ships on the wall are moving. Is it magic? And people are also moving and talking to each other. The protagonist can't explain in detail, but it's like a recorded play. The girl understands that in other worlds they must really love theater. She sees ghosts, but the guy says they're not real. All the girls happily watch the movie, and the main character asks Rima on her head if she likes it. The creature says that she likes it. The main character understands that it is good that everyone liked the film. He is in a massage chair and is enjoying himself. It's been an eternity since he's been able to truly relax like this. Getting involved in something big like a war, pretending to be a mysterious magician. He must be pretty tired of all this. He stretches and talks about how massage chairs are the best. Suddenly, Rimu jumps on his hand and says she wants one too. The guy asks if he wants to sit in a massage chair. Rimu agrees. Slime sits in a chair, and the guy realizes that this sounds meaningless. He asks if he turns it on. Rimu agrees and starts shaking all over. He looks at it in shock and gets scared, but the slime tells him that it was fun. The guy in shock understands this and sees that everything is okay with him. He is glad that Rimu enjoyed it too. The next day they are sailing somewhere, and the guy says that Orphis should soon appear on the horizon. The great magician needs to be returned. The girls ask the guy if they can go to Klugo for reconnaissance. The girl thinks that before the SS Fortress enters the docks, they better talk to the mayor of Orphis. The guy says that she is right. If suddenly a huge unidentified ship appears, then a big panic will start. Wataru slaps his cheeks and realizes that things are bad. He completely forgot how steam is released. He lost his vigilance. This time he will also go to Orphis. He needs to get ready. He puts on his robe. And 2 hours after Ness and the others went first, they arrived at Orphis. The ship and boat sail to Orphis, which is located in the kingdom of Thessalonica. The destination is reached. The protagonist panics and declares that it is Orphis. The girl tells him that he will be conducting business negotiations, so she wishes him good luck. The guy says that the negotiations themselves will go well, but it may be difficult to act like a great magician. The girl asks to just act arrogantly. You need to be vain and haughty. Wataru will try. The main character swims up and says that there are so many onlookers there. These are people who just stand and look at them. He also understands that it is quite natural. Because the ferry stands out so much here, the girl makes her way through the crowd and apologizes to everyone. She turns to the great magician, raising her hand, asking permission to lead him to Goffredo's company. He joyfully realizes that it is Marina, and they leave. Marina says that she has already informed Goffredo's company about their arrival. The guy thanks her and says that they really appreciate their efforts. Wataru asks about Dorothea. Marina reports that she is now with Lord Orphis. Negotiations may take some more time. Then they themselves will settle the issue of food supplies. The company enters a building, and a man wishes the great magician welcome. He is the president of the company, Goffredo Izarco. The guy understands that this is a meeting with the president. From the place in the quarry, he is already starting to get nervous. He has no idea what will happen if the fact that he is not a mage but just an F-rank merchant comes out. He asks for forgiveness but will not reveal his identity. Let them just call him a mage. He gives a letter and payment from the marquis. Wataru sees that the man is worried and asks if this is bad, weird, or rude. However, the man says that it was very polite and thanks the magician for it. The guy understands that it was too polite. The man was worried about Luca, but now he sees that thanks to their strength, the Empire's attacks were repelled. So that's great. He'll be happy to prepare the food. He says that there is a lot of provisions, so he is afraid that it will take up to 7 days. The guy understands that food costs 20 platinum coins, so it will be difficult to collect it themselves, and they may also have to go through the trade guild. However, the people of Luca now have no idea when the Empire might attack again. He is sure that everyone wants to return as soon as possible. They have already prepared a story about how the magician is very arrogant. Can they now be more decisive? He says that 7 days is a lot. The man is surprised by this. The president seems like a good man, so he feels awkward. But it has to be done, he loudly announces that 3 days. Let them fill his ship to the brim during this time. The president says that they will do everything as they are ordered. The girl says that she is very tired. The guy sighs. The protagonist tells the girl with a smile that her performance was great. She asks if it is true and thanks him. The girl asks Dorothea if everything is okay with her. She replies that yes, the Lord of Orphis was very kind in supporting Luca, however. He showed incredible interest in the SS Fortress, so it was hard to convince him to let it go. The guy says that in the end it was really noticeable. Wataru asks her if she said that Orphis is willing to support Luca. The girl says that, who knows, both countries are in normal relations, so it is possible, but nothing is known yet. Personally, she would be glad if reinforcements arrived, but it is likely that it is not so simple from a government point of view. Wataru thinks that if reinforcements arrive and they manage to drive out the Empire, then his task here will be accomplished. He thinks so, but it probably won't go that smoothly. The next day, loading of all the prepared food supplies began, and many people came out. There are many small ships standing near the big ship. Men are carrying various cargo, sacks and barrels. One of the guys approaches the man and asks him what it's like inside. He also wants to see it. The man greets him. Suddenly, the guy on the stairs is illuminated by a bright light in a boat below, and the man asks him if they were told that they can't take people on board without a ticket. The main character stands secretly behind him. The protagonist looks ahead and is surprised that the ship's parking lot is steadily filling up with supplies. He wonders if 60 tickets will be enough. Although the people of Orphis were surprised by the ferry, they were diligently doing their job. At this rate, they could probably leave in 3 days. However, he cries and thinks that he would really like to sell some pepper. Because they are in a new city, he says that his stocks are not decreasing at all. A girl appears behind him and asks if she can have a minute with him, and he asks what the matter is. Him something, and the main character, in shock, asks again about whether there are people who climbed up the sides of the ship to get into it. He is shocked by this. The girl says yes, 3 of them. It looks like they wanted to search the inside, but they had everything cordoned off, so they're just hiding on the deck. The guy says they weren't deterred by the no boarding order, which means they have tickets and are working here. The elf asks if they could be spies for the Empire. The second girl says that it is more likely that they were sent by Lord Orphis. He was very interested in the Great Mage and the SS Citadel. It must have been easy for him to get a few tickets. Marina suggests driving them away, but Wataru says that no one will be harmed while on board, so there is no danger, but it would be unpleasant if they saw anything from his world, so they still need to drive them away. On the second day, Marina reports that the number of border violators has increased to 10. The guy only got 60 tickets, and 10 of them are trying to get on board. He would like them to work a little. The girl says that they still can't get on board. What should they do? Wataru reports that it's a big part of the job to keep them away, so they should be left alone once the supplies are loaded. He will cancel all 60 tickets and have them all forcibly removed from the ferry. The girl asks what it means that they will forcibly remove her. By the way, the guy has never seen this in action before. The guy thinks with a grin that he seems to be even looking forward to this with great impatience. On the morning of the third day, they all stand in front of the man at the port. The protagonist happily announces that they have loaded, so they can return to Luca. The girl turns to the gentleman. The girl happily asks the guy if they are going to throw out the stowaways by force. They are curious about what will happen. Wataru wonders if they are too excited. Marina points and says that they have 2 people hiding here. While they are talking, the guy says that they are definitely persistent. The protagonist looks and says that they can be seen well from here, so the tickets need to be cancelled. He is going to go. The main character presses the cancel button and 2 guys fly straight from the ship into the water. The whole company looks at this in surprise. They fall into the water with a splash, and it was amazing. The guy thinks that they flew much longer than he expected. Are they alive? Marina points her finger at the silhouettes of people and says that they are over there, and the others too. The guy breathes a sigh of relief and thinks that they managed to get rid of the stowaways and get some food supplies, so they headed back to Luca. Wataru presses something on his panel, turning on the autopilot, and is asked if there is a problem. The guy tells her that this map can show the location of Speedo, whom he left in Luca. He asks her to look at it. The girl looks and is surprised to report that it is moving. Wataru reports that it has left the harbor and is moving at maximum speed, probably being Alessia's group. So it may well be that the Empire is already approaching. 2 girls at the wheel of a boat are sailing forward. One of the girls thoughtfully says that if Alicia and the others are moving on Speedo, then the Imperial Army may have attacked Luca. The guy says that Speedo number 2 can reach Luca by evening. Do they want to go there? They tell him that this is a very good idea. They ask the Great Magician to lend them Speedo. The 2 ships sail in the same direction. A few hours ago in Luca, 3 girls were surprised by the news that the Imperial Army was attacking them again. The man reported that it was true. 2 large magic ships and 5 medium ships of the Imperial fleet. They were informed of many other ships heading to Luca. The Marquis was currently holding his war council, so they needed to wait here. The girls stand still and wait. One of them reports that it looks like the Imperial fleet will get here before the Great Magician returns. The girl understands that this is true. The Marquis is preparing for a counterattack, but the Empire has more ships at its disposal. They should think about joining the battle with Speedo as well, however. Alessia is asked if she will evacuate her family using the ticket the Great Mage gave them. She says that no, she will save it for the last resort if they are cornered. If it becomes known that they have an evacuation ticket, it will cause a huge stir, but for now they need to trust and protect Luca. The girl reports that now there are only 3 of them. It will be much more difficult for them than last time to sink large and medium ships. Alessia says that it really is. Alessia suggests that in that case, why don't they use the ticket from the Great Magician to get a capable soldier on board the Speedo? The girl grimly states that they will never do that. What will they do if he gets mad at them for using the ticket to become stronger? She tells him that in the worst case he will abandon them and Luca will be finished. Alessia tells him that this is fair, but they cannot sink a large magical ship alone. Suddenly another girl intervenes and asks not to get too carried away with sinking ships. Alessia is perplexed by this. She reports that once the sorcerer and the others return, the battle will be practically over, so they just need to buy time. Both girls are surprised by this, and Alessia grabs her hand, telling her that she is right. They just need to stall for time. They can definitely handle this. She thanks Claretta. The man tells them that the Marquis is calling them. They need to return to the present. The girls are sailing on a boat, and Alessia reports that when they notice the Imperial fleet, they will go after their little magic ships. The other girls agree with this. One of them says that the Marquis allowed them to act independently and prevent enemy forces from reaching Luca. It must be thanks to the support of the Great Mage. Alessia reports that they may encounter an enemy front at any moment. Then she notices the enemy and reports that he is on the horizon. There are many ships there. The girl with a calm face reports that there are, of course, a lot of them, and Alessia decides to swim faster to them. The enemies on the ship notice that a lone high-speed ship is approaching. The ship from the intelligence reports. It must be intercepted. However, suddenly the girl grabs her weapon and points it at them, attacking them with a projectile, causing the ship to rock and the people to end up overboard. She attacks another ship, and suddenly they start attacking the girls in return, but they are protected by a magical barrier. Alessia reports that this time they are much more aggressive. The girl with the staff reports that, of course, it is now broad daylight, and they are clearly visible to them. A man on a broken, sunken ship stands on the part that hasn't sunk yet, and says that damn him, how dare he do whatever he wants if it comes to that. The enemy shoot arrows at the girls, but the projectiles do not fly through the barrier. The girl with ears says that they sank most of the small magic ships. It is not surprising, because there are only 3 of them now. Alessia tells the 2 of them that they just need to hold on a little longer. They just need to stop them a little longer. A light suddenly appears out of nowhere and hits the ship, piercing it, tearing it apart. The girls are shocked by this. The people on the ship are trying not to fall off it. The ship begins to sink from damage. The girls look in shock and ask what it was. Suddenly the girl notices something and asks Alessia to take them away. She decides to retreat. The girls retreat and swim away, seeing enemy ships in the distance. They ask if this light came from one of the large Imperial ships. Perhaps it was light magic. She asks Claretta what it was. She says no, she has never seen or heard of such magic. So it was quite possible that it was a unique skill, a special ability bestowed by God. The girl is surprised by this and asks again. She asks if this is the same as the summoning of the ship of the great magician. Alessia asks for a moment, saying that so far they have had no problems with the type of magic or monster attacks. But is this ship capable of reflecting skills? This is an incomprehensible defense skill. Recently, there was a mysterious beam of light that was released by the enemy. The girl reports that this light, she does not know what it was, but the power was enormous. We need to return to Luca and report. The boat sails on, and a man in a mask, looking through a telescope, reports that the high-speed magic ship is leaving. Someone comes up, and all the men rejoice and say that they didn't expect anything else from Antonio. This attack has no equal at all. The man who appeared says that, of course, it is all thanks to his unique skill, the laser beam. He can pierce anything. Everyone looks at him with admiration. The man behind him angrily thinks that in order for him not to beat his allies in this case, in order to meet the formidable enemy face to face, he needs to take an impressively large ship with him. In the city of Luca, Alessia asks if it was a laser beam. The Marquis reports that it is a unique skill that apparently destroyed the headquarters of the Navy. The advisor replies that yes, there should be no mistake. He reports that the terrifying beam of light, powerful enough to easily pierce stone walls, seems that it cannot be fired in bursts, but it is still a formidable skill. Alessia understands that it was the famous skill. The Marquis thinks and reports that then they will need a specialist in barriers. They need to immediately organize a conference. Girasol will also take part. Alessia agrees with the order. 3 girls are walking down the street. Alessia says that talking to important people is more tiring than fighting. Her friend laughs and says that it was a good job. The girl with the ears asks how the discussions went. What to do when the Empire's fleet returns. Alessia says that there will be a barrier specialist in the harbor, and the Luca fleet will hide in the shadow of the SS fortress and wait for the Empire. They are a commando squad. After the battle begins, they want them to go after the big magic ships. However, it will be very difficult for the 3 of them. Someone turns to the girl and she pays attention to it. Alessia sees the silhouettes of 3 girls. Then they tell her that they have returned. They are Dorothea, Marina, and Kara. Alessia happily wishes them a safe return and praises them for their good work. She asks if they managed to buy provisions, if the great magician has also returned. But no, he is still on the way. He noticed strange events in Luca, so he allowed them to return alive. The ferry with supplies to arrive at night. But this is bad. Alessia reports that right now the Imperial fleet is heading to Lutao. They were trying to buy time, but they must arrive at night. They already knew that they were fighting the Speedos. Marina reports that this means that the ferry will collide with the Empire. The second girl agrees and offers to inform the great magician about this. Another girl asks if she is sure. She just returned. She says that she ate well on the ferry, so she is full of energy. The girl apologizes to Dorothea. She wanted her to tell the great magician something else. There is a ship in the middle of the water. The main character wakes up with one eye open from the fact that a woman's hand lightly hits him. The protagonist thinks that he planned to take a short nap, but ended up sleeping for quite a long time. He doesn't spend much time resting, but it's time to get ready to enter Luca. He notices something in the distance. Wataru is surprised to realize that this is his ship Speedo. He asks Dorothea about what happened. She reports that she asks for forgiveness, and something happened in Luca and she came to report to him. There is coffee and food on the table. The guy understands that they may encounter the Imperial fleet if they continue in the same spirit. Dorothea says that, yes, most likely, the SS Fortress will meet with the rear of the Imperial fleet. The protagonist speaks thoughtfully about how, even if they rush back to Luca, he will hardly be able to fight, and whether the Luca side will be angry with him if he simply waits here until the battle is over. Dorothea confidently states that no, this is the best course of action to ensure the safety of the supplies. The guy tells her that they made a good point. Then they will be ready, with the Fortress SS and other ships they must not lose. Dorothea suddenly reports that apparently there is a person on the Empire side who can use the unique skill Laser Beam. The guy in shock asks again the name of the skill. He understands what kind of laser it is. He has a feeling that this is the plan of the god of creation. God said that this is a cool skill, so he gave it to someone. However, Wataru reports that the god of creation told him that only a god can break through the landing ban, so the ship should be fine. The girl is surprised that this is about the god of creation himself. Dorothea says that in that case, everything should be fine. She thanks the guy. He asks her to fight calmly. A boat leaves the ship. The girl with the ears also wanted to go and fight. Wataru feels very sorry for Ines, but he doesn't want to get close to the fight. To be honest, he would leave everything to the people of Luca if he could. He is a little worried about that laser beam, but he decided to believe in the god of creation and just watch the ship's movements. He thinks that everything will start somewhere in 2 to 3 hours. They look at the radars and realize that the Speedo isn't moving at all. The girl reports that it's hard to fight in the dark, so the Empire is probably waiting for dawn. Wataru understands this. As Felicia predicted, they began to act. In the morning, many ships appeared in one place as a whole fleet. One of the men with a gun in his hands informs everyone else that the Imperial fleet is approaching. Everyone else hears some sound and realizes that this was finally a signal. A man in the Imperial Army looks at the ship and reports that this is the giant ship that legends are told about. It is, of course, a large shield, however. The man states that he is useless in the face of his unique skill. A huge magic circle appears above his hands, and his teammates rejoice at this. He shouts the name of his unique skill, Laser Beam, and fires this huge beam straight ahead. The girl closes one eye, looking at this laser. The laser just crashes into the invisible barrier that protected the ship. All the people look at this in shock. Then the beam gradually dissipates, and all the people are surprised to report that the ship remains intact. People shout joyfully, raising their hands up. The ship did not receive any damage. Alessia reports that this was to be expected from the ship of the great magician. Now it is their turn. The girl confidently announces that their target is a large magical ship in the vanguard. All the girls accept this order. The man who was shooting the laser gets angry and says that it's impossible, no damage, it can't happen. One of the guys asks Antonio to fire his laser beam again. However, he orders him to shut up, because he himself knows what to do. At this time, a boat sailed up to them. Suddenly after this, both girls become tense and gather all their strength to attack the enemy ship. Antonio is shocked by this. The girls attack their ship. Finally, their counterattack has begun. The protagonist looks thoughtfully at the radar and addresses Z and Ness, informing the girls that the battle has begun. The girls are confused by this. The war in Luca is starting again. The elf girl asks if everything will be okay. The second one says that of course it will be, because the capabilities of their master ships are simply amazing. The guy excitedly says that yes, but he just can't stop worrying. The enemy ship starts to smoke. They try to stay calm, because this ship has a barrier so it won't sink. Antonio's very angry about all this. The girls look at this and understand that it was expected. The barrier cannot be destroyed by just one attack. They ask Alessia to attack again. She agrees, but suddenly notices something. Antonio again creates a magic circle above himself and shouts at them that they are vile bugs. They don't know when it's time to leave. He will drown them first. The girls are scared by this. He then fires another laser beam at them, but it also fails to penetrate the magical barrier. Antonio looks at the girls in shock again, who only smiles and angrily asks why it doesn't work. It can't be. Then both girls are going to attack their ship again, and then all the enemies start to fear them. 3 girls on another ship realize that their partner sank a large magic ship, so they can move on to the next one. Marina agrees with this order. Another ship is hit by shells, and one of the warriors shouts that they can't sink this giant, they need to go around it and enter the port. The guy at the helm obeys the order. The captain looks ahead in shock and sees 2 ships, all of whose people are aimed straight at him. The man shouts for his men to attack with fire as they had planned, and everyone simultaneously begins to attack the Empire's ship. All the girls watch all this with serious faces. After 2 hours, Luca won an unconditional victory in this battle. The girls tell the guy that it looks like Speedo's returning to port. The main character says that yes, apparently everything went without problems. He sighs with relief. A little later in his castle, the Marquis joyfully announces that this is their victory. He thanks everyone for their attention. The man turns to Dumont and tells him that he led the troops well, and he joyfully thanks his lord. He also turns to the girl and tells her that they performed well today, and she thanks him for these words. The guys tell the girl that their skill in battle was truly amazing. It was in vain that they remained adventurers. What will she say about becoming a knight? The girl denies this, saying that everything they have achieved was only possible thanks to the great magician, and she is told that she is absolutely right. A bald man appears and tells them that the power of this ship is simply unmatched. They need to attract a great magician to their side. The girl thinks about who this is. The Marquis addresses him as Officer Jacopo. It seems he has already rejected his offer. Jacopo asks why. It wouldn't be difficult. Because he liked Girasole, they would only need to lure him to Girasole. The Marquis asks Jacopo to back down. He says that he saw the power of the ship, if it were at Luca's disposal. However, he does not listen to him and asks the guards to take him outside. They agree. 2 guards take the man by the arms and lead him out of the castle. He shouts, asking them to wait. Alessia watches this silently. Dumont appears behind the girl and apologizes for Viscount Jacopo. The girl says that it is not worth it. She thinks that he is Vicno, which means he has a certain power. She must make sure that the great magician does not receive any advantages from him. The Marquis reminds her that they said that the ship with supplies would arrive today, and they will have to think about how to thank him, and the girl agrees with this. Alessia thinks that she is very pleased that the man with the most power in Luca turned out to be so understanding. Finally, the main character's entire company is assembled, and they drink to Luca's victory, raising their mugs upward. The girls say that they haven't taken a bath for so long it feels so good. The SS Strength also has a large selection of alcohol. They really like it. The protagonist turns to Claretta, telling her that there are slot machines on this ferry. The girl asks, in surprise, where they are. However, another girl asks her to calm down. There are still Imperial soldiers outside the city walls, so the war is not over, but everyone feels better. Wataru tells the girls that they have worked very hard these last few days, so they can eat and drink a lot, they can watch movies. Until dawn, one of the girls asks what a movie is. Huge liners stood at the port in the sea after the battle, while people on land walked along the fortress wall. The protagonist yawned and thought that a few days after returning to Luca, there was no progress in the war and they were relaxing with the girls in the castle. Wataru looked at the land and thought about how Havana had become quiet, and he thought that it would be nice if the war between the Empire and Brescia would just end. The boy looked down and saw a beautiful ship in the shape of a swan, and thought what a beautiful ship was on the water. The flag of the royal family was flying on the ship. The protagonist put on his robe and went outside while the girl was calling out to him. The guy saw Alessia and said that he was there. Watami asked if it could be an enemy ship, and the girl hesitantly agreed, looking down. Alessia replied that it was the ship of the royal family of Brescia. The boy was surprised by the mention of the kingdom of Brescia and was horrified by such a statement. Wataru sadly asked what the royal family was doing in Luca and stated that he had a bad feeling. Alessia replied that the royals had arrived in Luca in the middle of a war. The girl added that perhaps the reason for their appearance was rumors about the main character, and the guy wilted. The girl with rounded ears and a braid wondered who exactly came from the royal family. The girl with dark skin reasoned about this, while the guy thought that he did not want to meet the prince. Alessia replied that they needed to return to the city because the Marquis could call them, adding that she would call the magician if she found out anything, and left while the heroes were watching her. Wataru was sure that he would get into more trouble, and he didn't like it, while the girl next to him in the same outfit encouraged him and offered to relax with a drink. The guy definitely didn't want to get involved with the royal family and was going to do everything possible to achieve this. Alessia and her friend were going to a meeting. The girl knew that they would be called, and Alessia answered that she did not know what the reason was, but she knew that it was connected with the arrival of the royal ship. The dark-skinned girl replied that they did not want to attract the wrath of the royal family, but also did not want to spoil the relationship with the magician, which is why they should make a contract with Wataru and promise to take care of this, calming her interlocutor. The girls reached the door, and the guard invited them in. The ladies looked around at each other, and the doors swung open. The girls knelt down on one knee, lowering their heads in front of the people in front of them, and Alessia introduced herself as the leader of the adventurer squad, Girasol, while trying to see who was in front of her. The guard standing next to the young man introduced his master as the second prince of the kingdom of Bershi. Arnolf Ati. The prince ordered the girls to stand up. The ladies stood up, and Alessia saw the Marquis sitting at the table while he nodded to the girl in greeting. The girl thought about the fact that the Marquis knew everything after all, and the man next to the prince asked to tell about the magician. Alessia answered that the magician does not like attention, and they had an agreement of non-disclosure. The man reproached the girls for hiding information because they ignored the messenger they sent to the ship, which was impudence, and ordered the magician to be brought. The man's words were not considered chivalrous, thought Alessia, and she replied that she could tell about the magician, but not bring him. Alessia's concern for the magician, and offered to seduce him and bring him to him in order to help his country. The girl was horrified by the officer Yakulo's proposal. The man added that he was a true example of a model nobleman, devoted to his country, and immediately reported to His Highness about the ship as soon as he saw it, boasting about it. The ladies immediately understood who was to blame for everything, while the officer flattered the prince about how quickly he arrived in Lucca and was magnificent, while Alessia burned him with her eyes. The prince declared that to speak out against him meant to speak out against the whole country, and the girl had no idea how terrible that could be for her. The Marquis sighed, and the knight ordered Alessia to tell the magician that the prince wanted to see him. Out of desperation, Alessia silently looked ahead at the interlocutors. Wataru was sailing on his liner and was dejected. Wondering if the prince was trying to intimidate him and not knowing what to do, he asked the girls for advice. Alessia apologized for disturbing him, to which he replied that everything was fine and added that his identity could not be revealed and suggested that he think about escaping with the girl's family and friends. A hand slapped the table and the girl declined the offer. The girl with cat ears said that if the prince threatens the magician, then the magician needs to threaten him back and make them all regret it. The girl added to her words that the guy was not obliged to answer their call or run away, because he was not a resident of this country and should not disgrace his own, while Wataru himself did not understand what she was saying. The guy looked at his interlocutor in surprise and did not believe that he would have to threaten the entire kingdom. The girl agreed, because in this way the magician would be able to confirm his powers for other countries. The guy replied that they might suspect that he was a magician when he returned to the southern city. The girl agreed with him and said that by doing so he would show people that magicians are dangerous when they are angry and they would be less likely to mess with them. The guy noted that Ines was right. Wataru realized that such an act could be risky and looked at the girl while one of them got angry and said that she hated people who boasted about their status, which made her really want to beat up the prince. The magician asked if he could intimidate the prince with threats, to which Ines said that they just needed to blow up the ferry at the walls of Lucca, and the prince would immediately cry like a fool. The guy sat the girl down on a chair, asking her to slow down in her statements. The girl with fox ears suggested to the magician that if he just wanted to scare them, they could bluff. The guy was interested in this idea. The girl prepared a letter insulting the prince, who wanted to fight the magician, which surprised him and agreed with it. Wataru, having read the letter, was shocked by the content. Wataru trembled, asking if such a letter to the prince could bring even more trouble to them. The girl with sharp ears emphasized the risks, but was confident in the strength of the Lord, who had great strength. The protagonist asked in confusion what they should do if the prince agreed. The girl with fox ears suggested blocking the port of Lucca with their ships in order to sober up the enemies, and the young man looked at the girl, considering her proposal. The guy reasoned that they were there to save Lucca, and the girl suggested using Lucca as a shield by threatening the prince, but if the guy ran away quickly, the Imperial fleet might come again, which wasn't a bad idea. The guy replied that he understood everything and was ready to send the letter. The girls were happy. Wataru, leaving, thought that if the situation gets worse, they would just run away, but Alessia turned to him. The protagonist turned around and asked the girl what happened, thinking that she looked very serious and worried. The girl continued to look at the guy. Alessia asked the mage if she could speak with him alone, which greatly surprised Wataru. While the liner was sailing, Wataru stood in the corridor among the rooms and offered Alessia to talk in the guy's room, and the girl happily agreed with the magician. The guy walked ahead, while the girl walked behind, looking down, not showing her eyes. The main character was nervous and sweating, looking away. Wataru was nervous, not understanding why Alessia was so tense all this time and what she wanted to talk to him about. The guy found it all very strange and unclear. Entering the room, the guy kindly invited the girl into the room and asked the girl, showing hospitality, whether the girl wanted to drink something, taking a glass in her hands. The girl stood, silently holding hands with herself. Alessia abruptly bowed low with her whole body and asked the magician for forgiveness. The protagonist jumped up from such behavior and looked at the girl in surprise. The young man began to fuss around the girl, asking her what had happened, asking her to raise her head. The girl did not change her position and wanted to object, but the guy interrupted her and asked her to speak in order, because he did not understand why she was apologizing. Alessia replied, confused, that she had dragged him into this war, although she knew that he did not want to stand out, but she had taken advantage of his kindness, and now they were feuding with the royal family because of her fault. The girl also stood in a bow. The main character was confused and thought that the girl felt responsible for this, and it was more likely his stupidity than his kindness. Alessia apologized again, and the guy fussily and confusedly replied that everything was fine and asked not to worry about it because he himself decided to help them, trying to calm the girl down. The girl said that it was definitely not worth the money they earned when they signed the contract, and asked if there was anything else she could do for him. The guy asked what she meant, but the girl was up for anything and answered the same way. The guy thought about it, and happily grabbed his face, thinking about what he could offer her. The guy looked at Alessia, while she looked at him with hope, waiting for a request. The guy thought that he could not say this to such a serious girl. Alessia grabbed the boy by the hands and asked Wataru to answer something. The boy became embarrassed and blushed, thinking that the operation to seduce the magician and hand him over to the prince had begun, and he believed that now he could offer something indecent. The main character wanted to say something, and the girl listened to him attentively, asking him to continue. The guy closed his eyes while the girl held his hands, and replied that when she spoke to him like that, in his thoughts, there were only things with the genre of irero. The girl froze and did not understand what the guy in front of her was talking about. Alessia asked about the last words the guy said while he was embarrassed. The main character quickly chased the girl out the door and asked her to forget about what she had said earlier. Alessia turned around, looking at the door. The young man sat down on the floor near his sofa and thought that he had disgraced himself, considering himself a complete loser, and beat his fist against the seat of the furniture. The liner sailed while the guy's thoughts were filled with another world, in which he had acquired a cheating skill, but he felt terrible. He wanted to take it out on someone, which is why he decided to send a threatening letter to the Prince of the Bershi Kingdom. Alessia brought the letter to the prince and waited for the boy's reaction while he sat and read with his subjects nearby. The boy read the letter and was shocked. The prince's knight got angry and asked the girl what kind of letter it was, asking if it was a declaration of war and if the girl knew about the contents of the letter. The girl, closing her eyes, confidently stated that she did not even guess about it. The Marquis took the letter in his hands and asked fearfully about the blockade of the port of Lucca. The knight asked the Marquis what this meant, when suddenly a girl in uniform entered the room, announcing an urgent message. The girl replied that the magician's huge ship was approaching the harbor, and the knight's words turned out to be true, because at that moment Wataru was sailing to the port. The prince jumped up in fear, asking if they had attacked to kill him. The knight replied that it was definitely a bluff, trying to calm his master. The girl stood there, her expression unchanged, but in her heart she was glad of the prince's quickness. The Marquis addressed His Highness with all seriousness that if they blockaded the port, Lucca would starve, and they needed to resolve the conflict with the magician as soon as possible. The prince cursed, realizing that he was trapped. Officer Yakulo replied that there was no need for reconciliation, because it was possible to use the girl, that is, Alessia, so that the magician would fall in love with her and compromise. The girl mentally reproached the officer for his vile proposals and became angry. The girl was irritated by this behavior of the man, because from the previous incident with Wataru, when she asked him to fulfill any of her requests, after which the girl realized that the magician really likes women. Alessia knew that if the officer used her and the mage as cover, they would have to flee Lucca, and she clenched her fist, unable to contain her emotions. The prince ordered Iekolo to remain silent, because the mage was sending him a threatening letter and would never listen to the girl, adding that he was in real danger and he must understand it. The prince's personal knight asked His Highness what to do while he was completely slumped, leaning on the table. The prince turned to Alessia, causing the girl to shudder and respond to the call. The guy looked at her and, closing his eyes, smiled sweetly at her, showing his kindest appearance. The girl looked at the prince's face with disgust, waiting for further action. The prince said with a smile that the magician had misunderstood him, and the guy was ready to give any reward for cooperation, after which he added that he would write him a letter, asking the girl if she would not mind passing it on. The girl noticed a sharp change in the prince's behavior. Ines held the prince's letter in her hands, and after reading it, came to the conclusion that the prince now wanted to bribe them with gold and treasures. The girl clutched the letter in her hands and angrily replied to the prince that he couldn't just ask the magician for forgiveness, offering to lick the master's shoe. Wataru replied that he wasn't against reconciliation. Alessia said that the prince was unlikely to learn his lesson, while the dark-skinned girl reasoned that he had tried to win him over. Ines angrily declared and smiled so that they would demand an apology from the prince, because they needed to show how scary the magician Wataru was. The prince read the letter and was shocked. His Highness angrily shouted at Alessia, asking what kind of letter it was, while the girl closed her eyes from the girl's screams and remained silent. Ines demanded an apology from the prince, so that they would regret getting involved with the mage. Meanwhile, Wataru recalled all these events and thought about the prince's quick response to the letter written on his behalf by Ines. Prince Arnulf still did not want to beg for mercy, and the boy did not want the estate, but did not understand what to do, while the girls thought seriously about the prince's answer, thinking that they could simply ignore it, and the prince would come to his senses. Wataru replied that everything was clear to him and thought that everyone was being terribly strict with the prince, and he was threatening them for no reason, trying to subdue the magician. The protagonist made a verdict that he was definitely their enemy. The guy reasoned that this is how the confrontation with the prince began. At first, when they received a letter from the prince, they were silent and ignored. The heroes even ignored the knights who came to the fortress to ask for an answer. At first, the prince's personal knight shouted loudly that they were behaving rudely and asked for an answer, but then he began to speak more and more quietly, calling the guy back, confused and sweating. While the girls were looking out the window, the guy was wondering how they would settle this if he didn't kneel down and ask the ladies what the matter was. Wataru asked with interest what was wrong with the knight. Alessia and the dark-skinned girl with pointed ears replied that the Imperial army was standing there. The protagonist hesitated and was surprised by such a statement. Beautiful, unfamiliar girls shouted at the magician to leave Luca and go to the Empire to fight on their side and waved to the main character. The guy asked what it was, looking out the window. One of his friends answered that the prince learned about the magician's troubles and decided to recruit him. Wataru blushed and smiled and replied that it was very attractive. Alessia looked at the protagonist with disgust and seriousness. The guy realized that she was very worried about his behavior. The guy, trying to calm the girl down, replied that he wanted to say the opposite and that he definitely would not want to go over to the Empire's side. Alessia cheered up and encouraged the magician's statement. The guy honestly admitted that it was hard for him to refuse girls, which they knew, and he could not wait for the fuss with the prince to end. All events were relayed to the prince, who jumped up in surprise and asked if the imperial family had maintained contact with the magician and had received consent. Arnulf reasoned that the magician had ignored him and was now speaking out against the entire empire. The Marquis replied to His Highness that he still believed he should apologize to the magician to save his people. Arnulf angrily clarified that he wanted the prince himself to kneel and ask how he could have disgraced himself so. The Marquis wanted to say something when the prince interrupted him and, leaving, ordered him to be silent, notifying that he wanted to go away to rest. The Marquis fell silent and looked at the prince in confusion. The personal knight looked at the prince and walked behind him while he told him that no one respected him. The guard's voice was heard asking what was with the food, and the prince stopped. Arnulf began to peek with interest, while another guard answered that they only had half left. The guards were discussing the war between the magician and the prince, who had angered the owner of magic, and one had even heard that someone wanted to deal with him. The prince turned pale from such a statement and was confused. Arnulf shouted, declaring that it was definitely the Marquis, who was ready to kill the prince for Luca and was frightened. The personal knight tried to calm the prince down, while he angrily replied that both the Marquis and Luca's soldiers were on the side of the magician and the prince did not trust them at all. The prince sailed in a boat at night on the sea, saying that they had no choice but to retreat and escape under the cover of shadow. The spotlight on the magician's huge liner turned on. and the light illuminated the prince's boat. Arnulf shielded his face from the blinding light, asking them if they were watching him. The shelling began, and the knight began to cover his highness with his body. The manager replied that the ship was damaged. The prince's knight replied that they had nothing more to do, and ordered them to return to shore. The main character in the cape watched the prince through binoculars together with the girl with the fox. The guy answered that he did not know whether it was safe to attack him. The girl answered that the magic ship was protected, and it would definitely not sink so far, because Ines and Felicia were watching over it. The prince returned to land. Arnulf was saddened, thinking that they could not even escape now, and the Marquis came down to him, calling out to his highness. The prince looked back at the voice and addressed the man. The Marquis asked angrily and seriously whether the prince wanted to run away and abandon Luca to his fate. The prince became nervous and denied, trying to lie, adding that he wanted to talk to the magician personally. The Marquis understood that he was lying, closed his eyes, and thought. The Marquis shouted at him to stop lying. The next day it was decided that the prince should apologize to the magician, and all the inhabitants of the city gathered to watch what was happening. The second Prince Arnulf bowed his head to the mage's ship at the pier and apologized. The protagonist watched, saying that the prince had arrived. Alicia asked if his highness would really kneel, and for some reason she was nervous. The prince stood up with a sharp movement and dropped to both knees with all his determination, and placed his hands on the ground. Arnulf hit his head on the pier and cried out with tears in his eyes that he did not want to die and he was very sorry. The city's residents were shocked and surprised, as was the main character himself, trying to hold back a smile, widening his eyes while holding binoculars in his hands. There was silence as the entire city stood by the shore, and the magician's huge ship stood opposite in the sea close to the land. The story of the prince kneeling before the mage spread throughout the continent, and Wataru became known throughout the world as the mage who made the prince do this. The protagonist responded that he would never be able to reveal his identity again and felt nothing but worry. After His Highness Prince Arnulf kneeled, the protagonist lifted the blockade of the port because the arrogant second prince retreats. The prince left Luca in the blink of an eye, and Viscount Jacob was left in the harbor for now. The personal knight answered the Viscount that the Marquis wanted to see him, reminding him how he had defied the Marquis and tried to strengthen his power. Jacob trembled and almost burst into tears, trying to apologize. On the magician's ship, all the girls from the squad of adventurers gathered and brought sincere gratitude to the main character, rejoicing at the victory over the prince. Wataru replied with a smile that he did not deserve gratitude, because from the first appearance of the prince he only thought about escape, and it was they who drew him there, adding their new words to theirs. The main character said that it looks like they are, before the prince arrives, it does not mean that the war is completely over. The girls drooped while Alessia is upset. She understood what the guy was talking about, confirming his words. While the girls were walking around the dining room with trays, the main character sat and asked what they should do now, turning to Alessia. One of the girls replied that it would be good to repel the Imperial army that surrounded Luca, but now this had become impossible, since only soldiers could defend Luca. Another girl added that even if reinforcements arrived and the Imperial army was forced to retreat, everything would happen again. The girl with dark skin and pointed elven ears replied that if that happened, the war would drag on. The protagonist thought in confusion that he wanted to be free as soon as possible and did not want it to drag on, but the most he could do was help others, meaning Luca's soldiers. The guy opened his eyes until a new idea dawned on him. The guy asked what would happen if the Empire's army was transported to the fortress. The girls looked at the main character in surprise and thought about the guy's offer. The girls replied that the Empire was sending an army to the Pelesian Kingdom, and that the Beast Kingdom had assigned defensive troops. Alessia thought about her options. Another girl pointed out that they had managed to sink many Imperial fleets, and another agreed, adding that if they brought troops from the sea, there would be chaos. The girl with fox ears replied that the Empire would not be able to concentrate on the kingdom, and they would even be able to leave. Alessia was delighted and praised Wataru for his excellent idea, adding that she would immediately tell the Marquis about it. The guy was glad that everyone liked his idea and ordered to look into the matter and report back. The girl asked the magician if he was sure, because he had done something that was not in the contract. The guy agreed, because he wanted to return to a carefree life as soon as possible, adding that the fortress could accommodate 5,000 people and asked the Marquis to provide the rest. The Marquis, without raising his face, asked Alessia what the message from the magician was. The girl understood that the Marquis was defending himself, because since the prince arrived, she had not said anything to him, and understood that now nothing could be done. The Marquis was surprised, asking again if they would send troops from the sea to the Empire. The girl answered positively, and said that they could transport up to 5,000 soldiers. The Marquis replied that it was a good idea, and asked if the mage would fight. The girl refused, but would provide them with the ship Girasol. The Marquis understood her, and added that he was not strong enough to gather troops, but would send a messenger to the prince. The girl wondered which of the princes, the eldest or Prince Arnulf, and added that the magician had problems with His Highness Prince Arnulf. The Marquis replied that he could not say that it was not a problem for them, but His Highness, the Dauphin First Prince, was an intelligent man, and he was confident that he would lead them to success, asking him to convey this to the magician. A month later, the mage stood behind the fence, looking forward. Wataru was confident in the Marquis's words, and had heard positive things about Prince Dauphin himself, which is why he agreed to cooperate. The protagonist was surprised by the number of troops that had arrived, and he asked in fear why he had brought 100 times more troops there than he had imagined. Alessia called out to the magician, asking him to look ahead, and said that it was a large magic ship of the kingdom of Bershii, and next was the fleet of the kingdom of Thessaloniki. Inez added that it was surprising when she called out to the master, because the soldiers of the Beast Kingdom had also arrived, and pointed ahead to the ship with the beastmen. Alessia replied that she had heard about reinforcements that were already on the way, but in such a short time, a united army of the kingdom of Bershia, the kingdom of Salonika, and the kingdom of Beast had formed, which greatly surprised the girl. Peril responded in surprise that this made him slightly panic. The girl said to her master, looking forward, that she had already seen this ship. Ships in the form of swans were sailing on the water. The main character realized who it was, and fearfully asked if it was the second prince of Bershia. Alessia refused, because she heard that the second prince was under house arrest by order. The guy thought about house arrest, and the girl answered that it must have been the first prince. Wataru looked at his interlocutor in surprise. The man on the ship addressed His Highness, informing him that they were in Luca, while he looked at the huge ship of the magician. The prince responded with gratitude to the message from the man. The prince replied that he had heard by hearsay that the ship belonged to the Lord of the Magicians, and he was glad, thanking God that the main character was on their side and smiling. The prince bowed sincerely, seeing that he was being watched. Wataru and the girls watched and then looked at each other, surprised by such behavior from His Highness. Inez asked if she thought the prince bowed to them, and others emphasized the politeness of the first prince. The protagonist thought that apparently, as the Marquis said, the prince was not like the second prince, but Wataru was still afraid of him. The guy thought that, before he had time to come to his senses, the operation he had proposed to transport the Oversalt into the operation to suppress the headquarters of the Imperial Fleet by the forces of the United Fleet, of the Kingdom of Bershii and others, as the prince himself left for Luca to take command of the operation. The Dauphin also demanded a meeting with the magician, but they refused through Alessia. The girl told Wataru that as compensation, the prince gave them 10 white gold coins and a letter of apology. The guy was very surprised that the prince gave him money, even though he refused to meet. Everyone was preparing for war, and thanks to the Dauphin's skill, preparations for the operation were in full swing. The Dauphin planned the plan with the Marquis and others. People were moving boxes of supplies, and different people from different kingdoms were getting along with each other. Everyone was preparing to leave and moving to the fleet of the magician Wataru. Inez happily replied that all 5,600 soldiers of the Beast Kingdom had boarded. The boy answered with a serious look that he understood her, and it was time for them to sail to the Empire. Dozens of ships sailed alongside the magician's huge ship. The allied fleets of the 3 countries left Luca and slowly made their way to the sailing ships. The beastmen on board the fortress are much more excited about the battle. The protagonist, on the contrary, spent most of his time in the wheelhouse, trying to avoid communication. The ship's camouflage hid restaurants and shops, so the hero could relax with noodles and CDs that could be rented on board Senai Ikinu Dipi. 2 days after setting sail, the Allied fleet arrived at the Imperial Navy headquarters. The Adventurers Guild all looked ahead as Wataru spoke of what he knew about the Imperial ship waiting for him. The Emperor's ship sailed, and the boy, looking at it, said that Luca was in confusion, preparing to sail, and he thought that the Empire would be aware, but the ship on the other side was larger than he expected. Alicia pointed ahead, asking to see the magician. The girl added that it was probably a noble pleasure cruiser. The main character spoke very nicely of it, because he considered it beautiful. Alessia said that all the other ships were also luxurious, and they must have run out of warships, and they took them from nobles and royal families. Alessia added, stating that it could mean that the Imperial fleet was on the verge of destruction, and the girls around enthusiastically agreed with her. The protagonist thought that this naval battle could be the last one. Wataru called out to Alessia and suggested that the girl go to battle on the Bapso. The girl happily and with all her determination agreed to the proposal. Fast boats cut through the water surface of the sea at great speed. The sails were flapping, and the prince noticed that the wind was excellent. The Dauphin pointed forward and ordered all the ships to move in that direction. A massacre on the water ensued, with multiple attacks on the Empire's ships. The protagonist entered his room and sat down on the sofa, sighing and holding a cassette tape in his hands. Wataru said that he knew there would be killing, but he couldn't think about it, adding to himself that Ines and Felicia would be keeping watch while he was going to watch the film. The guy was happy watching the movie, and after a while his mood kept falling. The magician was completely down. Distracted from the film, he realized that he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. The main character couldn't stop thinking about what was happening outside and was nervous. Suddenly, there was a knock in the boy's room and a female voice called out to the boy. As he was leaving the room, he saw the girl and asked if it was over. The girl replied that the sea battle had ended in their crushing defeat. The girl added that they were going to attack the base, and therefore wanted the soldiers from the Beast Kingdom to come ashore. The guy was happy, and replied that everything was fine and he understood everything. The boy closed his eyes and thought that what he was most afraid of was seeing a land battle, so he was going to end it as soon as possible. The Imperial Navy base fell thanks to the efforts of the Beast Kingdom troops. The Girasol, who had the sole merit in the naval battle, did not take part in the land battle. The enemies walked one after another, arms folded. Wataru thanked everyone warmly for the work they had done, and asked if they had encountered any difficulties. The girls happily replied that everything had been fine and thanked the guy for everything. The main character suggested that they all drink tea together. The girls happily agreed, and they all sat down at the coffee table around while the guy took a chair for himself and then drank tea. The boy turned to Alicia, asking what they would do with the Allied troops now. The girl sat opposite and answered that the Dauphin wanted to strengthen the base and make it a base for the Allied troops, thereby asking the magician to transfer the wounded and 10,000 people. The guy thought about the number of people to transport. Alessia added that, in addition, there would be a victory party tonight and the main character was asked to participate in it. The guy began to frantically refuse, to which the girl laughed. Alessia replied that the Dauphin had guessed about the magician's refusal and asked to pass on the reward. The girl held a precious box in her hands and handed it to the guy, answering that it was for him. The boy couldn't refuse it, especially when the prince turned his attention to him and took the box, thinking that he had a feeling that this is what he was being forced to do. The boy replied that he understood everything, and said that they had done a lot, and offered to take care of the transportation of the wounded. Over the next month, he transported soldiers as fast as he could, and every day the Allied strongholds were filled with soldiers and magical ships. Meanwhile, the Allied fleet ravaged the Imperial coastline, and the Empire lost most of its ships and ports, which could have changed the course of the war. The girls told the magician that he had carried out the prince's order, to which he agreed, and replied that there was nothing else to do, and that they should return to Lucca. The magician's ship cut through the sea surface in the night, while the guy himself was in a cheerful mood and flushed, sighing, saying that several stormy months had passed since the prince's arrival, and they could finally spend time on the ship, holding a jar in their hands. The girls were coming out of the hot tub, and the guy was looking at them, saying how long it had been since they had been there. The girls were eating ice cream and enjoying the time they spent with each other. The boy knew that they were supposed to use the ship for something fun, and smiled at his thoughts. Wataru thought and dreamed that the war would end soon and he would be able to buy a luxury liner, and couldn't wait for how soon they would be able to have fun. Alessia noticed the strange behavior and turned her attention to the boy. A week later, he was walking through the corridors of his ship, saying that it was time for them to see Lucca. Suddenly, a girl called out to the mage, saying that she had been looking for him. Wataru turned around and looked at her. The girl with short hair said that Luca was in trouble. The guy asked confusedly what she was talking about. The guy in the cape came out into the air asking the girls what was wrong with them and what had happened. Alessia told the magician to look ahead and see everything for himself. Looking forward, the protagonist saw the petals and was very surprised, like the others. All over the city, they scattered flower petals on the water and rejoiced, meeting their heroes. The magician opened his hood and began to look around, asking if this was a festival, and did not believe what was happening around him. The girls were delighted, holding hands and rejoicing. The heroes began to be met by a high-ranking man and assistant of the Marquis Dumont, saying that the master magician had returned. The man replied that the imperial army had left. Luca was free. The boy blushed and opened his mouth with joy, while everyone around him was talking about the liberation of Luca. The girls were shocked by the good news and did not believe what was happening. Alessia, like the others, burst into tears, hugging the main character and shouting joyful cries. The girls walked through the city while the people walked and rejoiced at the festival in honor of the day of the liberation of Luca. Alessia was silent and looked ahead. People were happy, children were playing and running around. Alessia pressed her hand to her heart and listened to the lively and cheerful voices, and understood that Luca had really been freed. The Marquis met Alessia and her colleague, greeting them and saying that he had heard of their exploits in the Allied fleet. Alessia agreed with the man, standing in front of him. The Marquis said that as they understood, Luca was finally freed and thanked the Girasol team for bringing the Lord Mage. The girls looked at each other and smiled. Alessia replied that they were only relying on the Lord Mage's help. The man replied that it was the best they could do and called out to Dumont, who responded to the call. Dumont replied that the Imperial Army had surrounded Luca but had begun to retreat as soon as the Master Magician had sent a second transport of troops, and when he followed them on horseback, he discovered that on the road the Imperial Army had met a large detachment, and that they had apparently attacked the capital. The Emperor's Guard had retreated to the Rugon front, where they had taken up defensive positions. Alessia put the information together and asked if that meant the capital had been liberated. Dumont agreed with her and replied that they were currently sending supplies and hastily rebuilding the capital, saying that from now on the Beast Kingdom would attack the border with the Empire, and they would attack the Rugon front. The girl was delighted. The Marquis approached Alessia about the fortress, saying that if they had it, it would be great, and asked her to talk to the magician so that he would give it to them. The girl knew about it, remembered how Wataru refused to give up the fortress or extend the lease, asking to return it as soon as possible. The girl answered the Marquis, who thought so. People were crowding around the ship, asking to sell the ship or have dinner with them. The magician looked out the window, and people started shouting that the shadow magician was standing at the window. Ines was surprised by their number, because there were more of them than yesterday. The protagonist sighed tiredly and replied that he knew they needed his ship, but weren't they afraid of putting the prince in an awkward position? The girls with animal ears told the magician that he was very popular in the city because it was he who liberated the port from the Imperial Army, brought food, and helped form the Allied forces. The guy was confused and replied that he did not know this. The dark-skinned girl said that by the end of tomorrow they would have the fortress ready for their return, but they had to wait a little. The boy suggested deciding what they would do after that. The magician said that once they had recovered they would go out to sea and head for the southern city, and he would leave a month after he dropped them off. The girl asked the magician if he would return to Luca and if she could tell the people in the southern city that Wataru introduced her. The guy agreed, because now he was famous and everyone would ask him and it would be better to answer people that way. Alessia again asked the magician for forgiveness for the troubles caused, and the guy answered her that everything was fine, because he would get a lot of money when he bought Pepper again. The main character suggested taking a leisurely boat ride to the southern city, and the girls agreed. Alessia thought about it. Alessia wondered if there was enough money to thank Wataru, even though he had done more than she had originally planned, and turned around. The girl turned to Irma, asking to discuss something with her, while she looked at her. The next day, the heroes left Luca and went to the southern city. The protagonist stood at the ship's railing, looking ahead. The guy leaned on the railing and thought about how they destroyed the Imperial fleet, forced the prince to his knees, and many other things that happened to them. Wataru knew that the mages had become more famous than they thought, but the Marquis and the prince had given them a lot of platinum, which was quite good considering that they were traveling on a luxury liner. The protagonist threw off his cloak, shouting that he was finally free. The heroes approached the shore, sailing to the southern city, and the guy began to say that he was forced to say goodbye to them. Alessia agreed with him, saying that from there she would go to the city on foot and thanked him for everything. Wataru thanked everyone from the bottom of his heart for their hard work, and the girl, confused, replied that she also wanted to thank him for everything. The guy remembered and told her to return the money after they returned to the southern city. Alessia asked Irma if she really had to do this, to which she began to push her forward and said that it was necessary to do it right now. The guy did not understand what was happening. The girl grabbed the main character by the shoulders, calling his name. The guy was surprised and asked the girl what she wanted. Alessia looked at him and decided to do it. The girl quickly kissed the guy on the cheek and thanked him for everything. The couple blushed. Wataru looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The girls began kissing the guy on the cheeks one by one and thanked him, although they did not understand whether this could be considered gratitude. The guy was amazed and delighted. Irma came up close to the guy and spoke so that only he could hear, asking if he liked it. The main character realized that the idea was hers and mentally thanked the girl, after which the girls said goodbye to the magician and left. Wataru, along with the dark-skinned elf and Ines, remained on the ship and wished them luck. The main character was sailing on the sea, and standing on the street he opened a jar of black tea and drank it. The boy happily talked about how beautiful the morning was, while the sea monster tried to attack the ship, but the magical barrier did not let the monster through. Ines pulled herself up and wished everyone a good morning and asked what they had cooked. Wataru wished her the same, and the girl next to her answered that it was the first time in a long time that they would be visiting the Dark Elf village, and so she wanted to treat her relatives. 4 days after they left Girasol, the heroes set out for the island of the Dark Elves. The boys swam over the rocks, and the main character looked back and saw people on the top. Wataru said that there were villagers standing there and joyfully shouted to them that they were there. The villagers stood there with masks and weapons, aiming their bows at the heroes. Wataru didn't understand why they were holding weapons, asking what was wrong. One of the front line called out to the village chief, who took off his mask, recognizing the heroes. The village chief told Wataru if it was him, and apologized for their meeting. The boy asked the elf if there was a reason why they were so armed, to which he replied in the negative. The village chief replied that he simply saw an unfamiliar ship and became wary, not knowing that Wataru was on it, inviting guests to the village. The protagonist thought that he would need to pick him up when they returned to the southern city. The boys went deep into the village and saw the villagers' houses standing on tree roots, and were amazed by such buildings. Ines spread her arms saying how amazing it was, adding that it was just a magnificent village. The children of the village recognized Felicia and greeted the girl, waving at her. Felicia smiled at the children. Wataru said that it was great here, and the village chief agreed, because the houses for the villagers were built much faster than they expected, thanking the boy for the compliments to the village. The boy happily suggested the idea of holding a festival to celebrate the founding of the village, and the village elder asked what it was about. The main character, winking, agreed, and replied that it was a semblance of a holiday, and admitted that the food for him was already prepared, as was the alcohol. The elder thought for a moment and replied that he would gladly arrange it, but they had been living quietly since they had been pursued by non-human hunters, and he didn't know if everyone would agree to it. The slime jumped off the guy's head while he was desperately trying to catch it, and replied that she also wanted to arrange a festival, and the guy agreed with her. The festival to celebrate the relocation of the Dark Elf village took place, and Wataru brought glasses, telling the ladies and gentlemen that the celebration would take place in the evening. The girl asked the boy what a festival was. The boy explained that it was a place where people had fun, made noise, and played. The children were delighted. Ines, carrying firewood, asked if there would be too much of it, and asked what they were going to do with it. The protagonist grinned, and replied that she would see for herself later, thinking that they would definitely arrange a holiday for everyone. The main character was asked to stand on the stand and give an opening speech. The guy hesitated and asked to wait already, standing on a small stage in front of a bunch of people of the Dark Elf nation. Wataru held the glass in his hands and thought that he would not succeed, although there were only beautiful women and men around. He did not understand why he deserved such a punishment and was dejected. The guy began to say that finally the arrangement of the village came to an end and stuttered, not knowing what else to say. Pulling out a glass in the form of a small wooden barrel, the boy closed his eyes and shouted, wishing everyone further development of the village and health. The elves also raised their glasses and shouted joyful wishes. People quietly began to eat and drink. Wataru noted that it looked more like a buffet than a festival and was confused. Ines agreed and emphasized the quietness of the people. Felicia explained that they all loved to sing and dance, but perhaps they were just nervous. Wataru thought that such handsome men who can sing and dance in Japan could earn a lot of money on this and imagined Felicia in his world on the stage, when suddenly he began to drive away such thoughts. The girl approached the heroes and called out to Felicia. It was the girl's mother, and her mother was asking her daughter to help her with something. Felicia bowed to Wataru, to which he replied that everything was fine and told her to just go. The girl thanked the mage and left with her mother, while the boy watched them go. The main character walked forward and thought that it was completely dark and it was time to get down to business. The elves watched the actions of Wataru and Ines. The guy pointed his hand at the girl and asked Ines to light the fire. The girl understood him and fulfilled the request. The stack of firewood caught fire, and all the dark elves were engulfed in flames in the night. The girl remarked that it was very hot, while the girl replied that it was very beautiful. Wataru replied that it was called a bonfire. Ines replied that she loved it very much, although she had a bonfire when she was an adventurer, but she had never seen such a big one. The boy thought that this had its own charm. While the kids were playing with the guy's slime and he was watching, 4 girls came and interrupted the main character's observation, asking permission to sing a song. The guy and Ines noticed Felicia in a dress among the girls. Ines approached her friend, and the girl answered that her mother insisted on it. Ines asked with interest if she could dance and sing too, and if so, she really wanted to listen. The girl answered that she danced. The protagonist came close to Felicia and blushingly replied that he wanted to see her dance. The girl replied that the guy should not expect much from her. The elves wished the girl luck while they stood by the fire, creating a shadow in front of them. Felicia exhaled, preparing to dance. 3 girls were singing while Felicia was dancing alone. The guy looked at the girls and thought that the mysterious singing was very different from the festival he imagined, but this one was no worse. The atmosphere of peace. Felicia blushed and smiled, not stopping her dance, looking at the main character. The elves clapped in time, and the boy thought happily that the festival was great and everyone was beautiful, but Felicia stood out especially with her beauty and dance. Morning came, and the boy looked at the dark elves who were sleeping outside and who were cleaning up after yesterday and thought that everyone had a good time yesterday. Ines looked at the people and was horrified, saying how drunk everyone was. The protagonist responded that it looked like they were still celebrating even after they returned to the ship. The boy looked at the elf on the ground hugging the bottle, and Wataru recognized him as Romano and felt sorry for him. The headman's daughter asked her father to pull himself together while he was suffering from a hangover. The boy was surprised that even the headman was in such a state. The headman apologized to the main characters for such a spectacle. The guy replied that he was glad that everyone liked the festival so much and smiled at the man. The elder responded with agreement that everyone was delighted, and thanks to him they could now make noise without fear of being noticed, adding that if it were possible, he would like elves from other countries to come too. The boy asked what he was talking about. Felicia looked back, and the elder began to tell the story, saying that it was several decades ago, but he heard that the Dark Elves live in the kingdom of Jera, and that country adheres to the policy of human superiority, so their relatives have a hard time there. The elder said that he did not know if they were still alive. Watami understood and was surprised by the story, looking at the elf. The children ran up to the boy and greeted Wataru, asking him to play with them. The protagonist happily agreed and went off to play with them. Felicia watched them and became sad. A month later, peace and tranquility reigned on the island of the Dark Elves. The main character stood on his ship and looked at the sky, shielding himself from the sun with his hand, and said how good it was for him there. The guy was enjoying himself when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ines and Felicia, saying that the master was going to return to the southern city and promised to return today. The boy was frightened by the sudden voices from behind and jumped forward, asking why they were sneaking up like that. Ines again resumed the topic of leaving and how the boy himself wanted to return in a month. Wataru agreed and added that if they returned to the southern city, they would definitely be asked about the mages, and he felt that trouble awaited them there. The girls encouraged the guy, saying how much he wanted to hear Girasol and had not seen Camilla for a long time. The guy cheered up. The protagonist agreed, remembering the girl, and said that all this was for her sake. Wataru began to cast a spell over the ship, standing on the deck. The guy with the girls returned to the southern city and was nervous about the story with the magicians, although he had not been there for a long time. The guy moored the ship and went ashore. The boys got out and started looking around. Wataru said that at least it didn't look like there would be much excitement at the port. Felicia added that although she knew they couldn't relax, she didn't see anyone who could attack them. The guys walked through the city, and when they reached the building, the guy thought that they were able to get to the trade guild without incident and assumed that perhaps they had not yet learned about the story with the magicians. The heroes went inside, and the guy thought as he walked forward whether Camilla was there. Suddenly, a girl ran up to the heroes from the edge, calling out to Wataru. The main character recognized Camilla and was happy, when suddenly the girl grabbed the guy's hand. The girl smiled menacingly and said that she needed to tell him something important, to which the guy confusedly agreed but was sure that it was definitely related to magicians. Camilla stood next to the guildmaster while the boy and the girls looked at them. Wataru was tense. The protagonist began to tell the guildmaster first that so many years had passed, and he looked so serious, asking what happened. The old man asked Wataru if it was true that he heard from rumors that he was the one who introduced the mage to Girasol. The boy looked ahead and thought that he knew that everything would be like this and they would try to find out. Wataru thought that it would be better to lie and say that he was not a mage. The master began to say that the magician had destroyed the imperial fleet and brought the second prince of the kingdom of Prussia to his knees, and that he was a dangerous man who had created a powerful stronghold on the territory of the empire and brought it to the brink of extinction. The old man asked if he really was as powerful as they said. Wataru sighed. The guy made a surprised face and feigned that he didn't know the mage was such a scary person, saying how horrible it was. The guildmaster and Camilla looked at the guy with a blank look. The guildmaster said that the whole country was talking about it, and did the boy not know about the magician? The young man replied that he must have been buying pepper at that moment, which is why he did not hear about it. Camilla asked if Wataru had returned to the southern continent and why he had not informed about it earlier. The boy realized that he would not be able to hide everything. Wataru said that his ship was actually a special vessel sold by a magician, and now he can travel freely to the southern continent, adding that the ship is strong enough to withstand attacks from monsters. The old man was surprised and replied that many people would want to buy it, and asked if he wanted to give it away. Wataru refused, because the magician sells ships to those he likes, and the only one who can control the ship was him, and if someone tries to take the ship from him, the magician will definitely take revenge for this. The old man thought, saying that this meant that the magician did not want them to create problems for him and everyone to remain silent. The guildmaster replied that he understood everything and believed his words, but still wanted to check the quality of the ship. Wataru was surprised by the master's proposal. The old man asked Camilla if she could call C-rank Barris from the Adventurers Guild. The girl was surprised by the mention of Barris the Spearman, and asked if he really needed to be brought. The old man pointed at Wataru and said that they would conduct an experiment to see who was stronger, the mage's ship or the C-rank adventurer. In the trade guild, the guildmaster walked, and Camilla followed him. The old man said that from now on she should do more wholesale deliveries to the trade guilds, and he remembered buying pepper on the ship of a magician in the neighborhood, which he did not know about. The girl asked the master if he really believed Wataru's story, since it was obvious that he was hiding something. The old man replied that he already knew and understood it. The master looked at the girl and replied that Wataru was undoubtedly a magician. The girl was surprised. The old man replied that the guy was kind and could do terrible things if he was cornered, but if they did him a favor, he would pay them back someday, and there was no point in making an enemy out of him. The girl added that she doubted that Wataru was a terrible magician. The old man added that, in Lucca, magicians are treated very kindly, so there is nothing to worry about. The girl thought about how the guy could not refuse people asking him for help, and smiled, thinking that there was some sense in it. The next day, the protagonist was inside the ship, and said that he had disguised the inside of the ship as wood, but it was too much trouble. Felicia told him that they had to do it to convince the guildmaster. Ines added that although they were treated with suspicion, they accepted Wataru's story, and now they could make concessions. The boy only realized how he had lied and was ashamed. The boy left the cabin waiting for the guildmaster. Suddenly, from afar, someone began calling out to the boy, and the young man looked back. Alessia and her team greeted the guy from above, waving their hands and saying how long it had been since they had seen each other. The guy was happy to see the girls and asked if they had come all this way for them. Alessia agreed and added that they had promised to thank them. The guy thought she meant protecting Luca. The main character invited them to the ship for tea. Felicia greeted the guests, and the dark-skinned girl noted that everything was so heavily camouflaged even inside. The other girls excitedly asked Wataru what had happened. The guy replied that yesterday he was in the commercial guild, and the guildmaster asked a lot of questions and now wants to check his ship, promising to come today. Alessia replied that she was very sorry for dragging them into this. Wataru told the girl not to worry about it, and if she continued to apologize so often, he would be very embarrassed. The girl exhaled and agreed. The tea was ready. The girl sat down and dumped out the bags, saying that here were 313 platinum coins for saving her. Wataru didn't immediately understand the number of coins, but later he was very surprised and shocked. The young man said that it was too much and that the girl had made a mistake somewhere, because adventurers could not earn so much. The girl replied that she had received this money for selling the dragon scales that she had found in the cave of Palermo, and as a reward for this war, adding that all this had become possible only thanks to Wataru. The guy replied that even in that case, the amount was too big. Alessia said that even if you compare everything Wataru did for them, you can say that it was not enough. The magician thought that if the girls had no problems earning money, he could take the money and buy a luxury cruise liner for everyone. Wataru replied that he would take them and thanked him for the reward. Suddenly, someone grabbed the boy by the shoulders from behind, which surprised him. Irma leaned on the boy's neck and said that now they could spend more time in comfort and not work. The boy blushed. Alessia agreed and asked to stop speaking to them so formally. The guy replied that he didn't even notice. The other girl replied that it would be awkward to do it too quickly, and said to do it gradually. Wataru replied with a promise that he would try. The guy sat surrounded by girls and didn't know whether he should be happy that they were getting closer, because everything was too unexpected for him. Ines entered the cabin telling the master that people from the trade guild had arrived, and the boy looked back. The guildmaster, Camilla, and other people were approaching the ship. Wataru went out with Alessia to the meeting and noted what a formidable person the C-rank adventurer was. The girl corrected him that it was the master of the Adventurers Guild, wondering if that meant that he had a C rank. The guildmaster apologized to the protagonist for making him wait, and asked why Girasol was here. Alessia put her hand in front of Wataru, saying that she was the guy's escort. The girl whispered to the guy that, for a C rank, 2 guards were not enough and asked to let him stay with him for now. The guy asked if it was really necessary, and agreed if it was necessary. The guildmaster said to Wataru, pointing to the guy next to him, that this was Marco, the knight sent by the Count of the South, and next to him was the master of the Adventurers Guild who would oversee the experiment. The guy confusedly agreed. The heroes sailed away from the city, and Wataru said that this was a deserted place, where they could hide from prying eyes. The guy saw a figure of a guy in the distance and asked who it was. Alessia's team started grabbing the guy and asking him to move away, explaining that he was a C-rank adventurer. The girls looked at the young man with a spear in his hands who was smiling at them and replied that this was the spearman Barris, whom even they would not be able to defeat, even if they tried very hard. The young man stood with a spear and listened as they talked about him. Alessia told Vitar that if Boris attacks them, they will not be able to protect him outside the ship. The main character was shocked by such words from a girl and began to sweat. The ship sailed to the land, and the guildmaster shook Barris's hand, saying that he was very glad to see him. The boy answered the old man that he was also very pleased to meet him. The guy also greeted Camilla, saying that he was at her service, and shook her hand. The girl was embarrassed, because she was able to shake Barris's hand, thinking that the C-rank adventurer that the whole country dreams of was such a gentleman. The boy asked, looking ahead, if this was the same magical ship he had heard so much about. The guildmaster agreed, noting that Barris was right. The heroes on the ship continued to watch with the spearmen. The guildmaster asked Wataru what was going on and why he was down there, asking him to come up. Alessia said that, unfortunately, it was impossible, because they were Wataru's guards, but they could not compare to Boris's strength. The guy explained that they simply did not want to be caught there, so they had no choice. The guildmaster was upset and understood them, but asked if they thought he might betray them. The girl refused, but they had to be vigilant, and Wataru added that the chance of that happening was unlikely. The man countered their words, saying that he was the master of the Adventurers Guild and that they should trust him. Alessia replied that she trusted the master to make balanced decisions for the guild. The man noticed the compliment. The old man replied that it was time to conduct an experiment, and Barris suggested an idea, interrupting the guildmaster. The boy suggested that to prove to Wataru that no one was going to betray them, they could offer the guildmaster as a hostage. The man was surprised by such impudence from the young man. The guildmaster replied that he did not want to and jumped back, and Barris replied that he would then, tying up the adventurer's guildmaster. The man was shocked. Barris enthusiastically replied that they could now test the experiment, since he had suffered enough to test how long the ship could withstand, asking him if he was willing to cooperate. The master of adventurers replied that he was a little scared. Camilla looked at him angrily, realizing that she had jumped to conclusions about the spearmen. Ines replied that it was awkward, and Alessia replied that it should remain that way. The girls grabbed the master, who was tied to his knees, and held their swords to his throat. The man didn't understand how he got into such a mess. Wataru looked at the master and mentally apologized to him. The guy thought about it and thanked the girls for being so wary, but he still thought it was too much, even though Barris was C rank. The guildmaster replied that now everyone was finally ready and suggested starting the experiment. The old man asked Barris to start, and he readily agreed and jumped up. The protagonist watched him and was surprised by the sudden disappearance of the guy. Barris was in a jump above the ship, swung his spear, and rushed to attack. The impact was strong, causing waves to appear and activating the shield on the ship, illuminated by the light of the attack. The wave from the impact raised the wind, and Felicia covered Wataru while the boy stood there in surprise. Everyone covered themselves from the wind and were very surprised, while the guildmaster laughed. The water rose above the shore. Barris returned to his original position and was delighted, saying that there was not a single scratch on the ship. Wataru thought it was a simple spear strike, and considered the spearman a monster, understanding why a hostage was needed. The girls were surprised, saying that Barris's strength was not exaggerated. Barris began to attack again, offering to try again, and spun the spear with renewed vigor. The guy swung and the ship jumped. Wataru was surprised, noticing that his ship flew up. The ship returned to the water and Barris thought about it, saying that the bottom also held up, praising the ship for its strength. Wataru wondered that even if the ship wasn't damaged, what would happen if the guy himself was on it during the attack, which is why the C rank was really scary. The guildmaster asked Boris what he would say. The guy replied that it was amazing, because no matter how much he hit, he couldn't move forward, and something stronger than his spear was needed. The guildmaster replied that this meant that almost no one would be able to destroy this protection. The old man was pleased with the experiment and asked Wataru to check something inside. The knight replied that he would go with them, and the boy agreed. Boris wanted to too, but Wataru suggested that Camilla go with them, interrupting the spearman, thinking that it would not be him. Boris was upset. The guildmaster and Camilla looked at the cabin, while the knight looked at the outside. The guildmaster stated that everything inside was completely normal, and the inspection was complete. The knight added that they had confirmed the strength of the defense, and he promised to report this to the Count of the South. Camilla replied that with such a result, no one in their right mind would be hostile to a mage. Wataru, confused, responded with agreement. The master adventurers replied that he now understood why they were so crazy about their mage, taking away the magic of the spells while he was massaging his neck. Alessia replied that if it weren't for Wataru, they wouldn't have been able to resort to the help of a magician, since he was their benefactor. Thus their experiment came to an end, and the ship sailed away. Barris told the protagonist that he would become even stronger, so he asked to be allowed to try again later. The boy refused. The adventurer master said that if they needed anything, the hero should ask him for help, to which he confusedly agreed. Now the boy became more wary and waved his hand at them. The main character thought that now it would be easier for him to leave the southern cities after the wholesale sale of pepper, and after that he already had his own goals. The guy dreamed of buying a luxury cruise liner and was now deciding which one to buy. People were dragging huge sacks from the ship. Ines replied that all the pepper was there, to which the man agreed, saying that it was nice, while Camilla waited inside the ship for the guy. The girl answered Wataru with a smile that although quite a lot of time had passed, the pepper was still of the highest quality, for which she thanked the main character with all her heart. Camilla asked what she was curious about, how and where the pepper was stored. The guy laughed nervously, thinking that 3 days had passed since the experiment, and now he was selling pepper to the commercial guild, although in fact he had 7 times more pepper in stock, but because the magician was looking at him with suspicion, he did not sell everything at once. The girl thought about it and asked the guy what he wanted to get for the pepper in cash. But the production of platinum coins would take about 20 days, asking if this state of affairs would suit him. The guy also started to withdraw some from his account, and asked if it was possible to arrange something like that. The girl was surprised and said that they had about 200 platinum coins. Wataru agreed and said that the situation with the magician was more troublesome than he thought, so he asked just in case. Camilla agreed with a smile and said that in 20 days everything would be ready, asking to sell them good quality pepper wholesale next time. The guy blushed and agreed. The guy thought that everything was fine now and it would bring them a fortune, although many surprises happened. But the luxury cruise liner was just around the corner. The guy said goodbye to Camilla. Suddenly a girl appeared with joyful cries, and the guy paid attention to the sounds. The girl was running, carrying something, and asked to wait a little. A girl with round animal ears ran with a huge crab to the guy and shouted to Wataru, offering to eat crabs. The main character was surprised and asked what she meant. The boys were sailing on a boat, and the guy was surprised by the size of the seafood. Alessia apologized for their suddenness and added that this monster is a big grabber. Wataru wondered if they would eat the monster. Ines added that Camilla was surprised too. The girls replied that they usually don't eat monsters, but they caught him thinking Wataru could cook him. The boy replied that if it really was a crab, it could be grilled or steamed, but he had no kitchen container to fit it into. Alessia suggested cutting it up. The boy replied that it would lose its flavor and summoned a ship. The girls were surprised, saying that Wataru's ship was amazing. The crab was lying in a small boat that looked like a rubber one. The girl asked if it was possible to boil it there. Wataru replied that he had changed the rubber boat for an iron one and had successfully camouflaged it, so it was possible. Ines replied that she would prepare hot stones and used magic. The boy agreed with her, and the girl threw the stones into the water. The stones went out, and the boy realized that once probably wouldn't be enough. Ines turned away and suggested she try again. Irma suggested warming up the boat itself. An hour later, the crab was ready. The girl who caught the crab said that it was a beautiful red color, and Wataru remarked that it seemed like there was a fire burning inside the food until Ines got tired from using magic. Wataru suggested that the girls make alcohol and have a party while they were there. Alessia agreed, saying that it was a great idea. The guy stopped a luxury ship. The girls divided the crab, and the guy replied that it was too big and didn't look very appetizing right now. Alessia replied that it wasn't poisonous, but it wasn't clear whether it was edible until the other girl, wishing her a pleasant appetite, began to eat. Everyone began to watch her and were silent, waiting for an answer. The girl chewed the meat and then cried out in surprise. The girl said that the taste was soft and delicious, closing her eyes and smiling. The girls began to eat and answered that the taste was really rich. Felicia told the master that she had prepared something called crab vinegar, and he thanked her. The guy also tried crab with vinegar and said that they were perfect for each other. The girls also tried crab with vinegar. The table emptied a little, and the main character, flushed, sat down on the sofa, sighing and saying that he was full. The guy watched the girls enjoying the jacuzzi after the meal, adding that it was a great sight. Irma approached the guy, asking permission to have a drink with him. The guy happily agreed, offering to sit next to him. The girl sat down and told him to leave all formalities. Wataru was confused and replied that everything was true, but he just couldn't get used to it. Irma replied that, in fact, they all wanted to thank the magician. The guy asked how gratitude and polite treatment were connected. The girl replied that she didn't know. The girl replied that after the incident with Luca, the mage was in great danger, which led to her and the girls discussing whether they could become guards. The guy noted that it would be useful but too extravagant. But she said that Alessia said that by becoming closer to him, she would be able to be there and protect him. Wataru was embarrassed. Irma asked if it wasn't weird, and the boy said yes, but he was glad that they were worried about it. Irma laughed and replied that if he had any problems, he could safely contact them, because everyone would only be happy. The guy watched the girl leave and thought that he would like to be closer to Girasol, and it was like a dream come true. In the morning, the guys said goodbye and their paths diverged. Wataru watched the girls leave when suddenly the master was called by Ines's voice, saying that the pepper was for sale, and they could buy a luxury cruise liner right now. Felicia pulled the girl away, saying that it was too rude. Ins replied that she couldn't wait for it, and that she had been thinking about it since yesterday. The guy laughed. Wataru replied that he wanted to tell them about his plans for the future, and was going to be honest with them. The guy proudly declared that they could buy it right now. Ines screamed happily. The guy thought that they were all luxury cruise ships, with criteria that differed. The smaller ships were for singles, while the larger ones were for families with entertainment complexes. The guy said he wanted a big one with slides and a skating rink, and it was very expensive. The girl asked if that meant they weren't buying it. Wataru said she only became his companion because of the luxury liner, and he felt sorry to make her wait. The girl was very upset that she would have to wait even longer. Ines joked and said that it was all very fun anyway, and she would leave the choice of the ship to him. The guy was happy. Felicia asked what they should do next, and if they were going to leave the southern city. Wataru agreed and suggested going to the kingdom of Jela. Felicia asked the guy, and he replied that this was the very country where the dark elves were hiding that her father had told her about. The boy added that she should have been curious, because if they found companions, they could invite them to the island. Ines added that the kingdom of Jela was a land of human superiority, and such a place was not the most suitable for dark elves. The heroes looked at Felicia with surprise. The girl burst into tears, asking if they were sure of their choice. The guys grabbed the girl by the hands and began to encourage her, while she thanked them from the bottom of her heart.